MALCONTENTMENT TANGO is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with three key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent. Good afternoon, malcontents, or good evening, depending where you are in the country. It is 3:50 p.m. Pacific time. It is 6:50 p.m. on the East Coast. Polls will be closing on the East Coast at a number of locations in about 10 minutes. And with that, we're going to go ahead and get started with our election coverage tonight. There is a lot to cover. There is a lot to do. One thing I want to start with. I learned a couple of days ago that I was exposed to C disease, and the exposure happened on the 20th. Tomorrow is my last day of quarantine. I only found out a couple of days ago. So I have no production engineer here in the room with me because it would not be the right thing to do. So you're going to see my head kind of going everywhere because I am playing production engineer and host tonight. There is an invisible army that is behind me tonight. Renee Rackety is going to be up on Cap Hill. She is working for another publication up there, but will be sharing some information with us. We have Sarah, who is handling all of our social media. We have Rochelle, who is our editor tonight. We have Rebecca, who will be working with Renee on our live blog over at MALCONTENTMENT.com, of which we started rolling that out yesterday. The best thing you can do if you want to support us and get the word out and have an alternative to election coverage tonight is share, like, watch party, tweet out, let the world know this is what we're doing. And with that, let's go ahead and get started with where things are going on here. So let me flip this over here. Here we have our map of what we feel are the battleground states. And I'm actually looking on this and I'm going, shoot, there is one electoral vote mistake in there. The states that we have in blue, those are the states that we are pretty confident are going to go to Joe Biden. The states that we have in red are the states we are very confident are going to go to Donald Trump. And the states that we have in brown are the states that we think are toss-ups. And again, there's one in there which is Nebraska 2 that's on that little row. So if I go on from the top to the bottom, we have Maine 2. Maine 2 we consider a toss-up. And then we have Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Nebraska 2. And Nebraska 2 we actually consider a toss-up. We will get that map updated shortly for you. Let me talk a little bit about Maine and Nebraska and how they divide up their electoral college votes, because each state has designated electoral college votes. District of Columbia, or a state with a small population like North Dakota, has 3. California, the large state with the largest population, has 55. I believe Texas has 38. Florida has 29. So those are the real big prizes for the candidates tonight. Now, if one candidate gets 51% of the vote in California and gets 49% of the vote, the other one gets 49%, the one with 51% gets all 55 delegates. Nebraska and Maine don't operate that way. They divide things up. And this is how they do it. The winner, the person that gets the majority, gets 2 electoral votes. Now, Maine has 2 districts, District 1 and District 2. District 2 is basically the I-95 corridor along the coast. It is I say this very loosely because, Portland isn't exactly a big city, but it is more of the urban areas along the coast of the state of Maine. The second district of Maine, the one that we feel is a battleground district, that is the 24th largest congressional district in the United States. It actually, geographically, is almost the entire state of Maine. It is basically anything off the coast, all the way to the New Hampshire border, all the way up to the Canadian border. So winner gets 2, winner of District 1 gets 1, winner of District 2 gets 1. Last year, the District 2 went to Donald Trump. Hillary Clinton was the winner of the state and the winner of District 1, so she got 3 electoral votes. Nebraska is set up very similar, but Nebraska has a larger population. So Nebraska has 3 congressional districts and a total of 5 electoral votes. So winner gets 2 right off the bat, and then for each district they win, they get 1 each. Interestingly, District 2 in Nebraska is also the battleground. That is Omaha and Lincoln, Nebraska. That is, again, those urban areas there, and those areas have been migrating and turning blue. So we will be tracking those individual districts. So it is possible, for example, Maine could be called for Joe Biden pretty early tonight, we're still waiting for the final count in District 2, and that's why we've broken up that electoral count in those states. And we have that also in our count to 270. So if I go over here, this is where we're at right now. Electoral College delegates. Right now, officially, Biden has 0, Trump has 0. There's 538 on the table. 270 makes you president of the United States. So that's what's going on at the moment, and really what we're waiting for are these first batch of results that will be coming in when those polls close. And let's talk a little bit about how we're going to be tracking those results tonight. We are going to be following the Associated Press results because the Associated Press is not going to be announcing a state or declaring a state victor until one candidate has an absolute clear path to victory and the other candidate has no way of winning, barring legal shenanigans. And that is, we're going to follow that same path. Now, there are some states where that's going to happen very quickly. For instance, in Washington, D.C., the limited polling that we've seen there says it's going to be about 85-15, 85% to Biden, 15% to Donald Trump. It's not going to take a lot of vote counting to go. Donald Trump can't win that. If you look at a state, say like Iowa or Ohio, we may not learn tonight. The other thing is you're watching as you come in, here's a couple other things. We are not going to be focusing on exit polls because exit polls this year are probably going to be trash. The reason for that, it's not that the pollsters are doing anything wrong. There are been over 100 million early votes done. So you're actually going to get a smaller sample of people showing up today and voting today and communicating, on who they voted for at the exit polls. Those voters are going to lean heavily Trump. The other thing they're going to lean towards is younger voters and first-time voters who are coming in and voting for the first time. There is a belief that those voters are going to be leaning more towards sorry about that. I was getting a vibration and I was like, oh, do we have something? Because I know it's after, we're hitting right at 4 o'clock. And there we go. It's 4 o'clock. Polls are closing on the East Coast. About 12 states, the polls have officially closed, and we should be getting our first batch of numbers in from that shortly. Now, let me go back to what I was talking about. We're going to see some things that are weird tonight. Again, the way things that vote. Pennsylvania is the path to the presidency for both candidates. Both candidates have a path to become president without Pennsylvania, but it gets a lot harder for them without Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania had millions of early ballots, but the courts decided that those ballots could not start being counted until today at 7 in the morning. There is no way they're going to have a significant count. And data is showing that those votes skew very heavily to the Democratic candidate, Joe Biden. So what we will get released tonight in that first batch is going to be the day of vote. So we're probably going to see in a state like Pennsylvania a very, very red initial count. And then that count will probably shift and go blue as those millions of mail-in ballots start getting counted. Now, North Carolina is going to be the direct opposite. North Carolina has been counting those early ballots and those mail-in ballots. And the first batch of numbers we're going to see out of North Carolina are going to be those early votes. So in North Carolina, we may see a very, very too good to be true blue number for Joe Biden. And then as those day of votes get counted, it will start to shift in the other direction and go red. Now, Donald Trump has threatened that he will declare himself winner tonight, like around midnight. First of all, it would be incredibly illegal. Why would it be illegal? Because at midnight tonight, East Coast time, not all polls in the United States would be closed. As a matter of fact, polls don't close in Alaska until 10 p.m. Seattle time, which would be, I'm sorry, I take that back. 10 p.m. Seattle? No, like even later than that. It's like 1 in the morning Seattle time, which is like 4 in the morning Washington, D.C. time. You cannot call a winner until all polls are closed. And remember what happened in 2000? Remember? They said he was president, and like the networks were all in trouble for saying Al Gore was in president, then having to walk it back. So that's going to be fresh in everybody's mind. And it is technically illegal to make the declaration, which is part of the reason why we're going to be following the AP numbers tonight. If one candidate declares themselves the winner and there isn't a clear winner, like, don't freak out. Yeah, you can freak out. By the way, I'm ready to freak out. So here you go. This is your election night 2020 bottle of vodka here. I am totally ready to freak out. So don't freak out. Due process will be followed. The one good sign that we're seeing in the courts right now, at both the federal level and at the Supreme Court level, is that the justices and the judges are heavily aligning to, you got to count the ballots, and how people vote, as long as it's a legal ballot, kind of doesn't matter. Good example of this, Houston, this effort to throw out 127,000 drive-through ballots in Harris County. That went all the way up to the Supreme Court of Texas, so that's the state level, all Republican judges, and the Supreme Court of Texas is a very conservative court, and they unanimously said, hell yes, you're counting all those in Harris County. That's gone through one federal court, and that federal court unanimously said, you're counting all those ballots. We're seeing very similar decisions that have been made in other courts, including for Nevada and for Pennsylvania. We have seen some things go backwards in Wisconsin. The other thing that we're seeing is the United States Postal Service is under tremendous pressure. Like, you cannot be messing around with the ballots. You've got to get the ballots in, and you need to prioritize them, because there is a lot of concern. And there is some evidence in a research project that USA Today did that mail is being slowed down in, surprise, surprise, the battleground states. And who does that benefit? Well, we know who that benefits. So I am. The other thing is, if you see me look down here, it's because I can see everybody's comments. I've got a really big screen. You are not going to see me like leaning over and squinting. I can see everybody's comments here. So, wow, look at everybody's here. Emily, Timmy, Tashua, Chris, Ryzen, Jed. Hello, everybody in the house. This is just fantastic. I love seeing these comments. The other thing is, I want to say, there have been some malcontents who have been incredibly generous on Patreon and Venmo in the last 72 hours. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea how much that is going to help us in our expansion and help us grow. We don't do a whole lot of, hey, support us, support us. We always say, support BIPOC, support BIPOC, support BIPOC, support BIPOC. If you want to support us, support BIPOC first. You got a little left over, we'd love to have the leftovers. And so I really, really appreciate the people that are coming in with that. And this is what we're going to do. We've got some content that is teed up that we also were going to share, and we have the ability to share that content with you tonight. And I think the first thing that we're going to share, because it's current events, I want to share this Bobby Jones interview. See, we were prepared for waiting for results, so you didn't have to just listen to me prattle on for 12 hours tonight. Bobby Jones is a transgender teen who wants to play soccer in their league, and they identify as a male. And there has been a struggle. And the Puget Sound Premier League has given Bobby a waiver to play. However, they haven't universally changed their policies for other players. And Bobby is engaged in this very brave journey of paving the path for other people instead of accepting his waiver and closing the door behind him. Because the belief is there are probably other transgender players in the league who would like to come out or would like to play with the genders that they identify with. And with that, let's go ahead and roll that interview, and fingers crossed all the audio works. Good afternoon, Malcontents. This is the Malcontent, and we are here today with Eleanor Jones, and we're here to discuss with her son, Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones wants to play in a soccer league as a male player, and Bobby Jones is transgender. And with that, Eleanor, I'd like to thank you and welcome you to the studio, virtually, of course.
Yes. Well, thanks for having me today. I'm so privileged to be here and to share my son's story.
Thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about your son's story, Bobby, and the journey that Bobby has taken. Give us a little background on why we're talking today.
So our oldest son, Bobby, is 13 years old. He has been an avid soccer player. He played his first soccer match at the age of 2 and has been a fan ever since. About a year ago, Bobby disclosed to his father and I that he is transgender and was interested in making the transition. One of the first things Bobby was curious about in taking on this transition is he wanted the transition to carry over to his sports. Bobby plays for a soccer club called Titans FC out of Bellevue. So we contacted the Titans earlier this summer because at the time Bobby was playing on a female team and asked them about making the transition. The Titans were really supportive of Bobby's request and wanted to do everything that they could on their part to honor that. So they did inform us that while they could put Bobby on the boys' team, because the club is governed by a broader league, the Puget Sound Premier League, that league has policies in place that do not allow transgender players to play on the teams that they identify with. So in essence, Bobby would practice during the week with the boys, but when games resumed, he would either A, not be able to play, or B, he would have to play on the girls' team. This was something that was quite shocking. As a parent, for Bobby as a player. In fact, he told his father and I'm not a girl and I refuse to play on the girls' team. And if they make me play on the girls' team, I'm going to quit soccer altogether. So we grew very concerned and we wanted to do everything that we could to address this issue with the league and to see if we could, help to inform them of the situation and hopefully get them to revisit and refine this outdated discriminatory policy.
So what is Puget Sound's Premier League stand on this? What is their basis for this, for their decision, I should say?
So the basis is their very brief, again, outdated policy that said girls will play on biological girls teams and boys must play on biological boys teams. There's no mention of transgender player or gender identification for players. So that's what they are falling back on, is this policy.
So I want to be careful because we don't have Premier League right for them to speak on their position. So if we speak more broadly, why is it leagues are, especially youth leagues, are clinging to this these gender norms. Why do you think that is?
I think policies were created at a time where perhaps this issue was not as visible as it is now. I recognize that for clubs or leagues, it takes time and effort and energy and different stakeholders to create policy that is robust and equitable and inclusive. And so to me, it seems that they're being more reactionary is instead of proactive to this issue.
Have they been willing to have a dialogue or a discussion at all?
The only dialogue that they have engaged with me in was an original dialogue when we reached out this summer, and they said through email that their policy was in place and they weren't going to be changing it anytime soon, or at least for the next year. And when I reached out to them a second time and said, that's not really how issues of social justice work on a perfectly framed timeline, I got a really curt and insensitive response that we're very busy with other things, COVID-19 related, and we're just basically not at a capacity to take this on right now, which again is an unacceptable answer.
What gets lost of what I found in the coverage of these things is the emotional well-being of the individual that is involved in this struggle for what they view as equality for themselves. How is Bobby handling all of this?
Well, I think for many, sports is an outlet where we, get to put aside and enjoy the love of the game and the players and the sport and the competitiveness. But for my son, every time he runs on the pitch, he has to worry about whether or not he'll be able to participate on game day with his teammates. And so it has put, I feel, unnecessary stress on him. He's just 13, and all he wants to do is play with the guys that he practices with multiple times a week.
How are his peers on the team taking all of this? And are they aware of the behind the scenes here with the league?
Yeah. So his teammates, his coaches, staff at the Titans FC Bellevue club have been incredibly welcoming. Family members on his new team, parents have reached out and said, we're so glad to have Bobby on the team, welcoming him. And so we've gotten a lot of really nice support from them.
What's your next step from here? Where do you, because it sounds to me in talking to you that we're at impasse right now, that you have the league saying this is our policy. Yep. All right, malcontents, we've got a couple official results in. We're going to go ahead and announce those first results. So the first one we've got Donald Trump. Donald Trump takes the state of Kentucky. That is for late electoral votes. There's really no surprise there with Donald Trump. And the other one, Joe Biden. Joe Biden takes Vermont, and Vermont with 3 electoral votes. Again, no surprise there. So those are the first 2 states. So with that going, we have Biden with 3 electoral votes, Trump with 8 electoral votes, and 527 electoral votes to go. And again, when we look at these numbers, there really isn't anything that's surprising there. It was what I was explaining earlier. They may be saying, well, wait a minute, you said they have to count all the votes and all. Based on the numbers that they have in Kentucky, because Trump is going to have so much support in that state, it is just probably from the early numbers that are coming in, no matter how they slice and dice and analyze it, there is no way that Biden could track and catch up with Kentucky. And again, that goes back to our U.S. map that we have here, and we showed right out of the gate, hey, we think that Kentucky is going to go to Donald Trump. It's the same thing with Vermont. There's probably no statistical way right out of the gate that Donald Trump can win Vermont. So those two states have been called. And again, I really want to clarify, we are taking a very conservative approach here tonight in looking at those numbers. So we wanted to jump in and just give you that. There's no deep analysis that I can provide here other than, what a shock. No, not really. So that's what we get. We're probably going to hear some more results as they come through. North Carolina, I believe, closes at 7:30, so that's a state that we really want to watch. The other one that we're very interested in is that Maine District 2 and New Hampshire. I have said for a couple of months, where New Hampshire goes, Maine District 2 is going to go. And I see both of those states, particularly Maine District 2, as I have to be careful because it's not like the really good litmus test. This is like the rapid C disease test that's like 50% accurate. Think of it that way. But it does give us a little bit of insight into what is the fidelity of the polls, because I know that there are, depending on what side of the election you're looking at this, there's some people going, 2016, I'm going to start drinking now. No, we're not. And I also know that there's some people that are going, yeah, 2016, Trump landslide, it's coming. You all going to be crying tears tonight, right? So I'm not saying that Maine District 2 becomes the predictor of those two things. If you do look at the numbers that have come out there, if there is a Hillary Clinton grade polling error tonight, Joe Biden still becomes president. When you look at the numbers, there are some very, very different factors from 2016 to 2020. The first thing is Joe Biden has a much bigger lead than Hillary Clinton did coming into the last week. That lead is generally held. There's been some tightening in the race. That typically happens, but the tightening is nowhere near as extreme. There was no big October surprise. There was no Comey memo that came out. And then Comey go, oops, sorry, maybe I shouldn't have done that memo after all. But there was no Comey memo that came out that created fear, anxiety, and doubt over Hillary Clinton's emails. Remember when we were just worried about emails on a private server, that was the level of malfeasance we were looking at? Oh, those days, those simple days 4 years ago. The next thing that we have to remind ourselves when we look at, there is a lot more people that are voting. And Joe Biden has never polled below 50%, going all the way back 19 months in hypothetical matchups between Trump and Biden from reliable poll sources. There isn't a single poll where Biden was under 50%. Biden hasn't had a perception poll, right? He hasn't run negative numbers, where Hillary Clinton was every bit as unpopular as Donald Trump in 2016. So that's another factor that you need to consider. And here's the other thing. Donald Trump is the first president in modern history to come into his election for a second term to have never had an approval rating above 50%. Full stop. Aggregate approval rating, and there's an asterisk to that. He did have an approval rating above 50%. See, I caught you. You're lying. You're liberal. Lying liberal. Yes, he had an approval rating over 50% in the aggregate polls for literally one day in early 2017. So if you want to get super pedantic, yes, he polled over 50% for one day. He has generally polled anywhere from the very high 30s to the mid 40s, and he's had a couple of little spikes. And of course, his numbers have been holding steady on that. The other thing that's different from 2016, so the reason I stopped is one of the producers. That's why you see the earpiece. I know the cable. I know. But I just heard one of my producers in the back talking, giving some information. They're working on verifying a state. We may do another announcement on that very, very shortly. So there is a lot of things that are different from 2016 than it is to 2020. The other thing is just all of these mail-in and early ballots were done. And C disease, and if some of you are like watching me, why does he say C disease? Because we don't say that. We don't say the other word, because what happened was there are people on the right that don't like us. And so they're just literally right now, just like, I'm reporting your feed. I'm reporting your feed. And they're like, wow, that's childish. I know it's childish, but they do that. And so the AI bot, in particularly on Facebook, just doesn't care. And if it sees all these reports, we hate you, we want to take you off the air, and I say that, not going to say the C word, and the AI bot hears that, goes, oh, he must be spreading misinformation about the not going to say it, and we had a 3-day vacation. So that's why I refer to it as C disease. But C disease has created this dynamic. And we saw this in New Hampshire in the midnight polls, right? Hartsfield didn't do their election last night. They didn't do their midnight election. They decided there was no way that they could safely do it because of C disease. And Dixford Notch was muted. There were only 5 people that showed up. The people that were validating the ballots were in their own little plexiglass booths for all 5 people that are over there. And with that, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to roll. I know we were in the Bobby Jones piece. We will go back to Bobby Jones. Producers have been talking to me in the ears. I'm going to roll a very, very short clip about the Say Their Names Memorial, and we're probably going to come back with some more announcements.
The Say Their Names Memorial is a memorial to honor Black lives taken by racial injustice and systemic racism. We wanted to find a way to memorialize those folks and open up the conversation in our communities about systemic racism.
A friend of a friend called me one day and asked about hosting a Say Your Names memorial within the city of Kirkland.
We've had a Black Lives Matter sign up, and a member of the city council drove by and said, you know, I've been approached by someone who would like to do a memorial for all those who've died as the result of racial injustice.
Father Ryan was instrumental that he brought together 5 other faith-based organizations to host this. So I'm proud to say that 6 churches within the city of Kirkland are hosting this memorial today.
The communities seem to want to find a way to be involved, and they're excited that they get to do something hands-on to represent not only those in their communities that are part of the memorial, but also across the nation.
So as a result of having these memorials go up nationwide, we've seen so much more interest. We found that people are contacting us from all over the place, even nationwide and internationally.
Off the top of my head, just a story, a biography I wrote this week is a gentleman named Alan Felice. Coincidentally, as I was writing the bio, I realized it was the 1-year anniversary of the incident. So I found it really important to get his biography up on the website to honor, and trying to take the time to really think about what his family was going through, remembering both his life and the incident a year later and the struggle that they've had trying to find justice.
Our hope going forward with the memorial is that we continue to get submissions, that Stacy gets a large team of writers to be able to do justice in writing the biographies of these people, that we get beautiful imagery so we can tell the stories, we can look into their faces, we can remember what happened, we can remember their potential in their life. You can contact us by email at info@saytheirnamesmemorial.com, or you can send us a DM on Instagram at saytheirnamesmemorial.
The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press, and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent. All right, malcontents, we are back, and we have some trending information out of a couple of states. We have some very small data out of South Carolina and Georgia, but honestly, the vote count there is so tiny, it is not worth talking about at this time. However, there are 2 states that are worth talking about at this time. One, not a big surprise, One is one state that I think a lot of people are going to be looking at tonight. The first state, not a big surprise, Indiana. Right now, Indiana is leaning red towards Donald Trump. Indiana is the home state of Mike Pence. We don't consider that a battleground state. We consider that a safe state for the Trump-Pence ticket, as basically anybody who looks at this election rationally. Their vote count coming out of Florida right now is leaning towards Joe Biden. What the analyst team is looking at right now is what counties those results are coming out of. But right now, the vote count coming out of Florida is trending blue. The other states we're kind of looking at right now is South Carolina and Georgia. But again, right now, like Georgia's trending blue, but it's like 0.1% of all ballots are reporting right now. So there isn't a whole lot that you can read into that. As I understand, I believe polls in North Carolina will be closing here in a little under 3 minutes. North Carolina, again, is a state, when they drop their first batch of numbers, those batch of numbers will almost certainly be very heavy blue, and then the state will start tipping in the other direction red, because the first batch of numbers out of North Carolina should be all of those early votes. Then they will start counting the day of votes. That is the plan for that state there, so we will see what's happening. Those are the states that we're confident in calling at this time. Though I know there's some states you're like, dude, come on, like Connecticut, really? No, we're going to wait until the AP calls those states. And so the other thing that we're going to be tracking tonight is the Senate races, right? Because that is the other story that's going on. There's the race for the House, and I know what Donald Trump said, we're going to win the House, you wait and see. And like everybody, including the Republicans, are like, dude, we're not winning the House tonight. Are you freaking kidding me? Or I should say tonight on November 3rd, because he said it maybe about 10 days ago. The Senate, the Democrats have a very real chance of taking the Senate tonight. And if we look at the particular Senate races, and again, if you see me glancing down, if you're just tuning in, what's going on here, if you see me glancing down at stuff, I found out I was exposed to COVID maybe 3 days ago. I was exposed back on the 20th. My last day out of like, hey, stay away from me, is tomorrow. And I just ethically, and also by SAG-AFTRA and by SafeSets training that I've done, I can't have a production engineer in the studio here with me. So that's why you're seeing me look down. But the states that we're watching tonight for Senate races are Alabama, Arizona, Colorado, Georgia, and Georgia has 2 seats up, which is unusual because one is a special election, and that special election in Georgia is like a shit show because it is like a box of frogs of candidates that are all running for this particular seat, and it will almost certainly end in a runoff. We're looking at Iowa. That is Joni Ernst's seat, where she is kind of on the ropes. We're watching in Maine. That's Susan Collins' seat. She is in probably extreme danger of losing her seat. We're looking at the Montana race there, Steve versus Steve. 2 white middle-aged dudes named Steve. So Montana. It's just so Montana. This is why BIPOC people are like to the election, right? That isn't a reflection directly at you, Montana. It's just a reflection of the problem in the system as we have set it up. North Carolina, we're watching that particular race. And then we're also watching in South Carolina. Now, just because we're saying we're watching it, that doesn't mean, yeah, Lindsey Graham's going to lose tonight. Is that my view? I don't think so. Does Lindsey Graham have a better than a 1 in 10 chance of losing his seat tonight? Yes, absolutely, and that's why we're watching it. How come you're not watching McGrath McConnell? Because I have said for a couple of months now, McGrath has no chance in Kentucky. The polls have never reflected that she has had a chance in Kentucky. And when everybody was really mad at Mitch, particularly maybe about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I wrote both on our Twitter and on the Tango because people were pouring money into McGrath. I'm like, look, I get it, but your money's going to be better served going to another candidate. And with that, we have just rolled over to 4:30. And maybe one of the producers can tell me what states closed at 4:30, because I know we have states closing at 4:30. And I want to get it right. I can't, for some reason, I have Arkansas in my head, but I'm like, I don't think that's right. Because I know Arkansas is a 30, but I think it's 5:30 East Coast time. I think what we have closing right now is North Carolina. And while we're waiting for that little pause for the cause, we're going to go ahead and start the Bobby Jones video. And to be candid, I don't know where we were in that interview. Good afternoon, Malcontents. This is the Malcontent, and we are here today with Eleanor Jones, and we're here to discuss with her son, Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones wants to play in a soccer league as a male player, and Bobby Jones is transgender. And with that, Eleanor, I'd like to thank you and welcome you to the studio, virtually, of course.
Yes. Well, thanks for having me today. I'm so privileged to be here and to share my son's story.
Thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about your son's story, Bobby, and the journey that Bobby has taken. Give us a little background on why we're talking today.
So our oldest son, Bobby, is 13 years old. He has been an avid soccer player. He played his first soccer match at the age of 2 and has been a fan ever since. About a year ago, Bobby disclosed to his father and I that he is transgender and was interested in making the transition. One of the first things Bobby was curious about in taking on this transition is he wanted the transition to carry over to his sports. Bobby plays for a soccer club called Titans FC out of Bellevue. So we contacted the Titans earlier this summer because at the time Bobby was playing on a female team and asked them about making the transition. The Titans were really supportive of Bobby's request and wanted to do everything that they could on their part to honor that. So they did inform us that while they could put Bobby on the boys' team, because the club is governed by a broader league, the Puget Sound Premier League, that league has policies in place that do not allow transgender players to play on the teams that they identify with. So in essence, Bobby would practice during the week with the boys, but when games resumed, he would either A, not be able to play, or B, he would have to play on the girls' team. This was something that was quite shocking. As a parent, for Bobby as a player. In fact, he told his father and I'm not a girl and I refuse to play on the girls' team. And if they make me play on the girls' team, I'm going to quit soccer altogether. So we grew very concerned and we wanted to do everything that we could to address this issue with the league and to see if we could, help to inform them of the situation and hopefully get them to revisit and refine this outdated discriminatory policy.
So what is Puget Sound's Premier League stand on this? What is their basis for this, for their decision, I should say?
So the basis is their very brief, again, outdated policy that said girls will play on biological girls teams and boys must play on biological boys teams. There's no mention of transgender player or gender identification for players. So that's what they are falling back on, is this policy.
So I want to be careful because we don't have Premier League right for them to speak on their position. So if we speak more broadly, why is it leagues are, especially youth leagues, are clinging to these gender norms? Why do you think that is? Hey there, Malcontents. We are back on the air, and we have some breaking news for you. We have another decision on another state, so let's go ahead and announce that. This one doesn't come as a surprise. West Virginia polls closed at 4:30 our time, and those 5 electoral votes went to Donald Trump. And again, that's another state that is absolutely no surprise that was going to happen. We also know that polls have closed in Ohio and North Carolina at 4:30, and so we're waiting to get some information out of there. We have interesting news that is coming out of multiple states. What we are hearing is for the state of Pennsylvania, there are less voters turning out that were 30 and under than in 2016. And frankly, that's not a good trend for Joe Biden. On the other hand, voters under 30 are turning out in much bigger numbers in Florida, Texas, Arizona, Iowa, and Georgia. All of that would probably trend to being good news for Joe Biden. So we could be seeing something, a very interesting electoral map, because something that we have discussed on our website is Donald Trump needs to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. He needs to win all 4 of those states. If he drops any 4 of those states, it's not that he no longer has a path to the White House, but it becomes very, very narrow on how he could get to the White House. If he were hypothetically to drop a state like Texas, first of all, for Texas to tip over to Joe Biden, Donald Trump would have almost certainly lost Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida before that were to happen. If that were to happen, he really has no viable path to get to the White House at that point. No legal viable path to get to the White House at that point. Donald, I know you have other ideas on how you might get to the White House after that. So that is the early information that is being shared with me by our producers. And so, again, we've had polls closed 7 minutes ago in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. West Virginia has been called for Donald Trump. And so if we go back to that delegate count, what we are looking at, Joe Biden with 3, that's Vermont, and Trump has 13. But again, no big surprises in those 13 because that's the states of Kentucky and West Virginia. So right now, we're not seeing any surprises in the first batch of numbers that have come out. And so that's where things are at the moment. And what we're going to do instead of restarting Bobby again is we're going to roll as we wait for some other information. If you're on the Democratic side and you're like, you don't like that news you just shared about Pennsylvania, let's play some music. We're going to go ahead and share the classic Elijah concert that we filmed on August 9th. And with that, we're going to go ahead and roll that clip. We'll be back as we get more information.
All right, so we're going to get into our main musical guest. Coming out of Miami, Florida, singer-songwriter Elisha brings a soulful, jazzy style with a touch of folk to the Seattle music scene. With silky smooth vocals and a swing in her strum, she aims to spread love and hope to all who listen. I've had the pleasure of meeting Elisha through this movement. She is a bright light, and I'm really, really excited for all of you to get to hear her perform. It's my first time too. So give it up all the way to the stage. Keep it going, clap it up until she gets up here and gets settled, y'all. Check. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Naz, for putting me on. All right, so I have a mixture of songs for you guys tonight. Many originals, a couple covers.
Hey there, Malcontents. This here is the Malcontent, and we have another announcement. We have another state that has been called, and let's go ahead and share that. Joe Biden has won the state of Virginia. Virginia has been declared for Joe Biden. And if we go to that, we now have Joe Biden with 16 electoral votes and Trump with 13 electoral votes. And the pending number is not correct. It actually should be 499. And so that's on me. I've been the one updating it. And I'm like, shoot, as soon as it went up, it's like, I didn't back those numbers out. So there are not 522 left. There are 499 left. But right now, Joe Biden has won the states of Virginia and Vermont. Donald Trump has won the states of Kentucky and also the state of West Virginia. No surprises in any of those. The one thing that's pretty interesting is, Virginia was a purple state going back to 2008, 2012, it, was tipping. 2016, it went really blue, and now it's gone even bluer. Producers are talking to me. Stand by, Malcontents. I might be getting another state declared here. Stand by. And I jumped in. Okay. I'm told it's a false alarm. I jumped in to give you that update on Virginia because Classic Elijah hadn't started singing yet. So I was like, okay, let's go ahead and give you that announcement. And we will go ahead and roll back. We have several states that will be closing polls in about 17 minutes. With that, we're going to restart the Classic Elijah concert.
All right, so we're going to get into our main musical guest. Coming out of Miami, Florida, singer-songwriter Elisha brings a soulful, jazzy style with a touch of folk to the Seattle music scene. With silky smooth vocals and a swing in her strum, she aims to spread love and hope to all who listen. I've had the pleasure of meeting Elisha through this movement. She is a bright light, and I'm really, really excited for all of you to get to hear her perform. It's my first time too. So give it up all the way to the stage. Keep it going, clap it up until she gets up here and gets settled, y'all.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Naz, for putting me on. All right, so I have a mixture of songs for you guys tonight. Many originals, a couple covers. I do have a little bit of nerves right here, so just gonna breathe through this. We are family. We're family. So, there you go. The first song I'm going to sing is a song that I wrote about this time last year. A lot had happened in my life, a lot of trauma I had experienced, and I was ready to turn a page after so much. And I feel like this song has a lot to do with this movement as well, because Black people and brown people have been through so much, and we've been ready for a change. So I called this song Autumn Come, because autumn is my favorite season, but it goes both ways. I wanted the season to come, and I just wanted this new part of my life to be here. So this is Autumn Come. Can I get a little bit of that down?
place for homeless inside. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 da. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. Aromas in the air of familiarity encircle me. This is where I want to be now, right now, right now. Closing my eyes, I see with the heart inside. Oh, and I know, at last I know that I am home. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was that song just made me help me process what I was going through, and after I'd written it, the season did come. So this next song is a new song I've written. Actually, when COVID hit, I thought I'd lost inspo. I just, what's going to inspire you sitting at home? But then when I became active in the revolution, that inspo was very present. And this is a new song. I've never played it before on a stage. So yeah, it's special.
If you guys are enjoying the entertainment and music, don't forget to share and start a watch party. You could share and start a watch party and share this great entertainment with other people. And help an aspiring artist get some more
I was
views.
in CHOP when I wrote this.
And make sure you hit those hearts.
Stand and wonder, when will I see the right that was promised to me? Louder than the sounds of words that fall from my lips is the melanin in my skin, my God-given gift, the blood that pumps strongly through these veins, carries the story of my grandmother's mother's pain. Not long ago, in tears and heartache, she paid, praying and hoping that I might see a better day. Institutions, you fed us with lies, made it seem like we'd won freedom while you covered up our eyes. Why is there bloodshed every time I look around? When will it be legal to exist while being proud? I sing for the fallen and honor their lives. I stand with my people and will continue to rise. We're fighting to win, and when we will, you heard it straight from Capitol Hill. Dear black children of the future who are listening to these songs, know that you are loved and proudly wear your crown. Thank you. That was promised. Thank you so much. I like to talk with my audience about my process. So next time I will play that up one, and then y'all can sing along. So I want y'all to learn the words. So this next song, I'm not going to tell you the name of it because y'all should know it. It's not mine. It's by Tracy Chapman. And I really appreciate Tracy Chapman because her music is conscious music. And that's my vibe. So if you know the words.
Hopefully hopefully the stream won't get knocked off. If it does, I will come back. It's a great song.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. While we're standing in the welfare lines, crying in the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around, waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Black people gonna rise up, get our share. Black people gonna rise up and take what's ours. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. Oh, I said you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talk about a revolution. Oh, 'cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talk about a revolution. Oh, talk about a revolution. Oh, we're sitting in the welfare lines, crying in the doorsteps of those armies of salvation. We're wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around, waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh, it's finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution. Oh, talking about a revolution. Oh, talking about a revolution. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are lovely. For those of you who don't know, that was Talking About a Revolution by Tracy Chapman. You're so very kind. She must be talking about Tracy Chapman. So this next song is an original, and this is a song that I wrote when I was in a very low time in my life. I was a teenager. I'll share a little bit of the story. You know, I had issues at home growing up with my parents, and so I left to Texas. I was living in Miami, but I left to Texas like just to do my own thing. And I just didn't feel loved by anybody. It was like one of the deepest depressions I've ever been in. And I like to talk about this stuff because I feel like we should talk about it. Mental health should be something that is okay to talk about, you know? And so many people are hurting right now, and they suppress and suppress and suppress because they're afraid that they're going to be judged by people who listen. But in reality, I think people who are judging are feeling that themselves. So this is Bleeding. Do you know what it is to feel like the only one who bleeds? Well, it's alright, that's how I know that I'm alive. like I always do. What's the point of giving if you'll never get it anyway? Every day the red river's getting bigger. What's inside to my surprise is not reflected in the mirror. Looking for a piece just to see the larger picture. All I see is a blurred image and I'm wishing it was clearer. That's how it always goes. Same old story overtold. The memories of yesterday are gone and lost for good. To those it doesn't hurt, it's better just to be forgotten. My heart's made out of stone, but you're the one who laid it. The bed is harder now, 'cause that's the way you chose to make it. Sorry signs from all your worst regrets. You used to brush it off, seemed like you didn't care. Behind the walls this whole time, you left me standing there, bleeding. Feel like the only one who bleeds. But I've grown stronger since. Now I can stand on my 2 feet. Yeah, yeah. I'll never forget those darker days, but I won't let the past stand in my way. 'Cause in this world of people dish it up but just can't take it. I'll find contentment on this daily journey that I'm making. Little by little, step by step I'm healing. The scars remain, but you can see that I'm no longer bleeding.
Hey there, malcontents. This here is the Malcontent. How are you doing? We have a state that we are calling. Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won South Carolina. That is not a surprise. And if we pull up that delegate count, it is now Biden with 16, Trump with 22, and 490 delegates left. There are a ton of states where polls are closing. However, there's one state where they're extending the polls. And in that state where people are waiting to continue to vote, that is probably because of Day of Voters. That is probably something that leans towards Trump. Polls are officially closed in the following states: Alabama, Delaware, the District of Columbia, not a state, Florida, Illinois, Maine. Maine is that canary in the coal mine, that Maine District 2. We're going to be looking at that very closely. Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching the numbers coming out of there. Rhode Island, Tennessee, Connecticut, and New Jersey. All of those states have closed their polls. North Carolina is extending the polls because there are still so many people that are waiting in line to vote in that state. That also happened in 2016. So this is not an unusual event that is happening in 2016. I just had the producer say something to me, and I'm waiting to get confirmation maybe on another state. We've got breaking news. Yep. All right, so here we go. We're going to start rattling off a bunch of states that have been called, and here we go, and here is the first one. Joe Biden. Joe Biden wins Massachusetts. Producer, let me know the next one. The next one, Joe Biden. Joe Biden wins Connecticut, and that is for 7 electoral votes. New Jersey. Where is New Jersey? There it is. I told you, you'd be seeing me looking down sometimes. New Jersey with 14 electoral votes. Joe Biden has won New Jersey. Joe Biden's home state, the home state of Delaware. Joe Biden has won the state of Delaware. Maryland, the state of Maryland has been called for Joe Biden. Joe Biden wins the state of Maryland with 10 electoral votes. And we have Rhode Island. Where is Rhode Island on my thing here? Oh, it must be on the other page. It is on the other page. There it is. Rhode Island. Joe Biden has been called for Rhode Island. And there is confusion on whether we've called Massachusetts or not. If we're calling it twice, he only wins it once. But Joe Biden and the 11 electoral votes for the state of Massachusetts, but it only counts once. We just rapid fired that off on the air, and so we will get that count. If somebody behind the curtain can tally those numbers for me for delegate count and how many seats are left over and relay that information to me, that would be super helpful because I can't do that on the fly. All right, go ahead and fire off those 4 states and just keep talking to me in my ear as the rolls are going. So don't wait for the rolls. We got 4 more states. Go ahead, hit me up, producers. So Donald Trump wins the state of Tennessee. No surprise there. Donald Trump wins Tennessee. Just keep talking to me. Keep feeding them to me right now as we're doing it. Trump won Alabama. What's the next one? The state of Mississippi goes to Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And then we have one more. Illinois, the state of Illinois goes to Joe Biden. That's a big prize with 20 electoral votes. We will get those total numbers to you shortly. We've got one more coming in. The state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma goes to Donald Trump, and that is 7 electoral votes. 7 electoral votes for Donald Trump in the state of Oklahoma. So what we're hearing is that Joe Biden has 85 electoral votes and Donald Trump has, say that number to me one more time. 55. So 85 and 55 is what we've just rattled off with all of those calls. So there you have it. A ton of stuff came in, as we said. The other big news that we have in there, Pennsylvania polls would have closed. North Carolina polls have been extended in North Carolina. And then the next batch that we have coming in at 5:30 our time, meaning Seattle time, is Arkansas. Polls will close in Arkansas at 5:30, and then we have another big drop of states. And that includes some key states such as Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska itself, but Nebraska District 2, that one is important. And so we have, those are among some of the states that will be rolling over at the 6 o'clock hour. Again, there's nothing here that we have announced that is surprising. There shouldn't be anything here that either side should be necessarily going yay or boo, because these states as we kind of had laid out before. And let me go ahead and pull up that map. This is what we identified are the battleground states. And again, I haven't had an opportunity actually to jump in here and correct Nebraska too as a battleground that is inaccurately shown as what we believe going to Joe Biden. We consider that particular district a battleground. We're going to be watching Maine very closely because Maine District 2 could serve as that. I have just been told. Yep, I've just been told by my producer that the votes that are coming out right now out of Texas are trending very heavily towards Joe Biden. Full stop. That is early votes. We had talked about this earlier. What we're going to see in some states like Texas and North Carolina, we're probably going to see this very strong whoop for blue, and then we're going to see those states tip the other way. In Pennsylvania, it will be the opposite. We will probably see a very strong red count in Pennsylvania, and because they didn't start counting those early ballots until 7 a.m. this morning. They were not permitted by the courts to start doing early counting on the ballots in Pennsylvania. I don't know why. It seems... Anyway, so... Don't read too much into Texas right now that we are seeing this big burst of blue support, of Joe Biden support in Texas. So that's where we're at right now. So again, back to showing that that delegate count map. Right now we need to update this, but it is 85 for Biden and 55 for Trump. However, again, there is no big surprises so far that have come out in any of the numbers that we are seeing in any of the states. The one trend, the couple of trends that we're looking at is voters under 30. In Pennsylvania, that number has gone down. That is probably not a good sign for Joe Biden. On the other side of the coin, those numbers have gone up significantly, particularly in Texas, Georgia, and North Carolina. That bodes well for Joe Biden. In Florida, the numbers have gone up, but not as much as those other states. And another state where voters under 30 have gone up, Michigan. And Michigan, of course, is another key state. We have Michigan as a battleground, but objectively, we do not consider Michigan a battleground state. It is going to take a huge polling error in all of those aggregate polls for Michigan to tip over to Donald Trump, but you just don't know. And there has historically been worse polling errors than there were in 2016. There was 1948, Dewey beats Truman, massive polling error there. By the way, not a advertisement or endorsement, but this is yummy stuff, and I need to take a drink. Is it just water? Is it vodka? You'll never know. Okay. With that, we have our next batch of 5:30. What we're going to do is we are going to play. I'm like looking. It's like, what can I play? I have all this stuff here. It's really cool. We have all this stuff queued up. We're going to play a video shot on June 6th from the Western Barricade, which was the barricade that was at 11th and Pine. Before there was Chaz, before there was Chop. And this was a seminal moment in the Black Lives Matter movement and a seminal moment in Seattle because of the actions of the Seattle Police Department that were happening on that day. The day after, on June 7th, there was a press conference with now retired Police Chief Carmen Best. She was the police chief at the time, and Mayor Jenny Durkin, where they kind of like, yeah, we went a little crazy in the excessive force department, and we made some mistakes, and we're evaluating that. I am just being told that Mitch McConnell has won his seat in Kentucky. We don't have a video clip for that because I had said earlier in the broadcast that was not going to be a surprise for us, that Mitch McConnell was going to win that particular seat. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and roll the Western Barricade video. It's short, and we will just let that roll, and then we will come back. It's short as in sense, not as long as Classic Elijah. And by the way, because we interrupted Classic Elijah, you can download her EP off of her website, www.classic Elisha, Elisha. Music.com. You can also find her on Bandcamp. You can also find her on iTunes. The EP is $13. If you were enjoying her music, one of the easiest ways that you can put money into the pocket of a BIPOC artist, download her music. And with that, we're going to roll that video.
Seattle Police Department, you're committed to peacefully doing this. Please move back. We're asking you to move back away from the officers. I don't know if they're doing flashbangs or they're doing tear gas. Who knows? To the north. And now this is order to disperse. And we have and the left line. Move to the north. Yes. This means to leave this area. And so the protest has turned violent. And it's the police that fired first. And you guys saw it. I don't know if it's smoke or tear gas, but they are completely clearing out the area. I think they were flashbangs. One just went off maybe 15 feet from me. You might have even caught that in the camera. One just went off about 10 feet away from me. So what they're doing now is they're trying to box us in. So they're basically, what SPD is doing right now with their bikes is they are pushing the people into the flashbang grenades. SPD is actively pushing the people into the line of fire. If I wasn't here seeing this, I wouldn't believe this. Oh, yeah. Police Department has been given an order to disperse. Right? They are pushing us into the line of fire. So in other words, the flashbangs are going off behind me, and I'm being pushed into them. And now they've deployed tear gas. So they've pushed the people into the tear gas. My eyes are burning. So we've retreated back to Rancho Bravo. Things turned very, very quickly. They've deployed tear gas. There are some people who have really, really gotten big. Water! We need water! You gotta tilt your head back. You gotta tilt your head back. Open your eyes.
I'm sailing. Hey, this is sailing. I got this. Fuck you guys!
Not in her eyes. Spray it around her face, not her eyes.
Close her eyes.
Close her eyes.
Can someone cover her eyes, please? You're gonna be okay.
You're gonna be okay.
Hey, I have saline. Does she need an eye wash?
Yeah, she's
Here, come with me.
Let's go. I'll help you, bro. I got her on one side. Let's go.
You'll be alright. You'll be good.
You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. We're not gonna let anything happen to you.
We're not going to let anything happen to you. You're going to be okay. They are continuing to set off tear gas. There is a medic station. I'm not going to show faces there because police in other cities have been targeting people at the medic stations. And now what's happening is they are still throwing flashbangs and tear gas. And what's very concerning is we're passing Rancho Bravo, and they are coming in with flashbangs and tear gas and actively firing where the aid station is. So they're getting ready to start tear gassing where the aid station is.
We were peaceful, fuck you! We're peaceful!
It appears that, you know, the aid station here is in danger. And I think I'm at the point I want to help move patients because that's the priority at the moment.
They're moving in. You guys are gonna have to move this whole shit.
That's right.
This whole shit's gotta go. See, you guys are slowing down. You guys gotta.
They're not gonna stop. We gotta start moving them out. We've gotta move her. I'm gonna help her. I'm the same guy that helped you. Do you remember my voice? You remember my voice? I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Do you understand? But you gotta keep moving. You gotta be strong, you gotta be brave, okay? Are you with me? Just squeeze my hand. That's how I know you're with me. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Don't let go of my hand. Just keep moving, you gotta keep moving. All right? I know this is hard. Squeeze my hand if you understand. Okay, I got you. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. I will put my body between you and anything. I won't let anything happen to you.
Fuck Jenny Durkin!
Where'd the girls go?
Do we have any water? Do you have, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we stop here?
We're good, thank you.
Because it's just too much for her to move.
Here,
Let's put her on this side, on planter box on this side. That way, if we have to move, we can move her again. You're being very brave. We're gonna let you turn around. All right, it's gonna be a little, watch your head.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We just had to move her because they kept
I'm gonna stay here.
Okay.
So in case we have to move, I'm gonna stay here, okay? What?
I'm a medical professional, if that's helpful.
Oh, go please, yeah.
Yeah. Hey. You doing okay? What happened?
She was tear gassed.
Okay.
She was already at the aid station getting treated. We had to move her here. They just had to evacuate everyone out.
Oh, I'm gonna go get you some saline for your eyes, okay? Try and take deep breaths. The more you can do.
We may have to move her again. The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
Hey there, malcontents. This here is the Malcontent. How are you doing? I am here with a army, like literally an army of people behind me. We have Rebecca, who is working on the blog at malcontentment.com. If you haven't been up to malcontentment.com, that is our news website, and people are starting to go, whoa, you like have a real news website now. If you haven't gone there, don't shut the stream, open up another browser, go check it out. We have Sarah. She is doing our social media. She's doing it on Twitter and Facebook and on Instagram. We have the Boomer. Boomer is head of research. Boomer is the person that is feeding me all of this information, actually feeding it to me indirectly. And then I have my producer on my ear. And yes, I have it so that the wire isn't like sticking out of my head. So you could thank me for doing that. We have a couple of little things that have come in because we were waiting for more state results to come in. The other thing I can do is I can go ahead and plop this up because we have the accurate delegate count now. There's 398 votes, electoral votes that are left. There is interesting data that is coming out. Right now in Florida, it is moving closer to 50-50 and it is trending towards Trump. But what we're still looking into is some of those larger counties, those bluer counties, the numbers kind of come out of there slower because they have more ballots to count. So Florida was a state that I have said I don't like. I feel that Biden has a better chance of winning Georgia or North Carolina over Florida. That bucks the trends. Florida is Florida, or as I like to call it, Florida. Sorry, Florida. I mean, come on, Florida. You have to admit, it's like one of your chief exports is news about people doing stupid shit. It's like right? Because it's not tourism anymore because of sea disease. By the way, people in Florida, if you've been voting because of that great economy, 11,000 more people shown the door at Disney World because people aren't going to Disney World because they don't want to get sea disease. Okay, this is a couple of things we have. We don't have graphics for these because neither of them were surprising. One of them is disappointing. The first one, Cory Booker. Cory Booker has won re-election for his Senate seat in North Carolina. There's no surprise there. And here's the other one. No surprise. Georgia. Georgia, are you competing? Are you trying to compete with flippin' Florida? Georgia has elected Marjorie Greene, Quanon nutcase, that's truly being nice, to the Congress to be a congresswoman. Marjorie Greene has won a seat in the Congress, and she is going to find those pedophile blood drinkers any day now that she's going to be able to see them face to face. I can't wait to have her figure out where those blood drinking pedophiles are. Marjorie, good gravy. I mean, I get how people believe this stuff, but it hurts the brain. And with that, we're popping the top. That's for you, Marjorie. There's the first one for the night. And a water chaser with that. Don't forget, if you're unhappy with the results, Bumblebee tuna, the most aerodynamic tuna known. Bumblebee tuna, the tuna preferred by Antifa, at least according to Donald Trump. We are now waiting for some more states. We are about 4 minutes away from polls closing in Arkansas. There won't be any surprise in Arkansas. Arkansas will go to Donald Trump. And we are waiting for some other information to come out. Now, I told you the bad news, not like the news in Florida. Let me tell you about the news coming out of Texas. Right now, Texas, Biden is leading Trump, and he's leading by 4 points there. What's really interesting is what is happening is there are a lot of votes that are breaking for third-party candidates in the voting information that's coming out of Texas right now. There's still a lot of ballots to be counted. There is a lot of areas in Texas, and Texas is very, very diverse. You have places like El Paso and Houston and Dallas, which are extremely blue, and Austin. Austin is probably the bluest part of the state. Houston's probably competing that. But then you have kind of like the Midland, Odessa area. That area is all red. Amarillo is red. Fort Worth is redder than, is kind of like purple. And then you have all of the rural population there. And then you have places like these smaller towns like Lufkin and Nacogdoches and Beaumont. All of those will probably go red. So it's a very, It's a huge state geographically, 900 miles end to end. It is a huge state population-wise, and it is a huge state demographic-wise. And so don't read too much in the early results, but we are seeing massive voter turnout in Texas. We are seeing massive 30 years old and under voter turnout in Texas. We are seeing massive Hispanic voter turnout in Texas. And it appears that the people that are voting third party, at least for like the 20-ish% of ballots have been counted up to this point. I said, someone don't get pedantic on me. I said 20-ish. Up to those numbers that we have there right now, what we're seeing is 51%, 47%. So it does appear that people that are going, I'm not voting for either of these a-holes, it appears that those people are peeling off of Donald Trump's numbers, not peeling off of Joe Biden's numbers. A ton of ballots to still count out of there. If we see a scenario where Joe Biden drops Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, fights for Pennsylvania, but wins Texas, I would be really, really shocked. I would be unbelievably shocked in that kind of scenario. I think there would be some mild shock with other pundits and other election watchers. By the way, this is probably a little bit time because my producer keeps telling me, you got to plug the channel, and I haven't been doing much in plugging the channel. We're independent journalists, we're independent media, we're a growing team. We are continue to be committed to the streaming. We still go out and stream. We're just doing more in the in-studio. We are committed to amplifying BIPOC and LGBTQIA plus voices. We are committed to defending the First Amendment, both for the rights of protest and both for freedom of press. And we are committed to showing the before, during, and after of stories. As we have grown, as we have evolved, as more people have come in, more eyeballs, more problems, and more problems, more money. And I'm being told, like, hey, call it out. And I don't like calling out because I'll say it again. Support BIPOC first. If you got money left over and you're feeling generous, you can Venmo us. You can go to Patreon. You can sign up as a patron. Patreon actually helps a little bit more than Venmo. And we have subscriptions that are as low as $5 a month. And the reason that helps a little bit more than Venmo is, Venmo is like this and Patreon is like this. And so then we kind of know what's going in, and then we have ideas going, hey, this is what we want to do for the operating budget. Right now, I haven't said this yet all night. This is a great segue. Your moderators, admins, researchers, reporters, editors, field editors, they're all paid in hearts. By the way, I'm paid in hearts also. That is the only way that we get money. And we don't actually get money. We just get hearts and go, oh, look at all the hearts. They love us. So spam those hearts. I know people on Twitch and YouTube right now are going, what the hell is he talking about? Yeah, we're on 4 different channels at the same time. So if you are on Periscope, Twitter, or if you are on Facebook, spam those hearts. Give the entire team your love. And let them know that you really appreciate the job that we're doing and the independent journalism that we're doing. Another thing I'm going to just jump into real quick, I want to call out Lakota Lickwalt. We are huge. Thank you. We are huge fans of Lakota Lickwalt. Lakota got C disease. He got it really bad. And Lakota is back out. Maggie, thank you so much. Wow, I just saw I have a little pop-up here. I didn't even know I had a pop-up on my screen. Like, seriously. And I was like, that's why if you kind of saw me do this, I'm trying to look around the tripod that the camera's on. Maggie, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I love all the hearts that I'm seeing here. This is great. Thank you. On Twitch, I'm loving all these Twitch hearts. This is a great way to spam those hearts. Really appreciate it. Here's the other thing. If you're just like, David, malcontent, I'm giving my money to BIPOC. That's what I think. Then fine. That's cool. We're fine with that. You know how you can help us? Like, follow, share, subscribe, watch party. All of those are free. If you put more eyeballs, you're amplifying the voice of the black and the LGBTQIA plus community. It is a mouthful. You have to admit that. We are at 5:32. Polls closed in Arkansas. I suspect Arkansas. And actually, we have an announcement on Arkansas. What a great segue. Arkansas has gone to Donald Trump. Oh, wait a minute. I hit Alaska. Alaska is in error. Alaska the polls haven't been closed. Arkansas and 6 electoral votes have gone to Donald Trump. I hit the wrong button there. So I have unbelievable number of buttons here in front of me, and I looked down and I saw the AK and I was like, oh yeah, AK Arkansas. Anyway. It's live production, folks, and I don't have a production engineer. So all the button pushing, it's this guy. All right. With that said, and we will go ahead and update the numbers because that literally was just given to me. But let me go ahead and pull up the 270 map. And if we pull up that again, there has still been no surprises. None of the battleground states, the key states that we're wondering about, have been called. Lakota Lickwalt just commented. He's watching us on Facebook. Everybody, spam hearts for Lakota. Lakota is out of Kenosha. He is an amazing streamer. He is very journalistic. He wrote an amazing piece that we shared yesterday about his experience with C disease. And I talked to him about it afterwards. He's like, I'm not a writer. I'm like, dude, you're so totally a writer. So spam those hearts. Let Lakota know that you are so glad that he is back among the upright and the ambulatory and that he is starting to stream again. Lakota, we are so glad to see you joining us this evening. Next thing I want to talk about, because I saw some comments, right? We were running the thing on the Western Barricade on 6/6. That was a real whoa moment for me. That is where I kind of fell down the rabbit hole, so to speak, on that day. Because of what I witnessed. There's actually a much longer stream there, and that actually isn't my stream video. What you're seeing is I had a GoPro that was up on the top of my head. I had the GoPro tipped a little upward on purpose because I was trying to kind of shoot over people's heads and people's faces. And the people that we blurred out, sorry, I'm losing my earpiece. The people that we blurred faces out is, first of all, the medical professional that worked on the injured person, and a couple of their close companions, and the medics. And I did explain in the video, I was trying not to show any face of medics when I was there, because very early in all of this, medics were specifically being targeted by the police, and they were specifically being targeted by people on the right wing. I'm trying to keep it professional tonight, so I'm not going to use the term. But they were trying to target, again, the medics were being targeted by people on the right, going after them from their employers to get them fired. And so that's why we blurred out some faces. That is to this day, that is a really hard video for me to watch. It was an incredibly intense experience. To have literally hundreds and hundreds of people going, okay, we're going to disperse, like we're being told to disperse, so we're going to disperse. And to have those bicycle officers pushing everybody back into the line of fire, of which you can see very clearly in the video. And something that I didn't realize in that time is that because the next day, a woman took a flashbang grenade to her chest. And she ended up in Harborview. Her heart stopped 3 times. She has permanent injury and disability from it. I did not know that flashbangs could hurt you that bad. And if you look in that video, they are just going off in that really, really thick crowd. And what came out was when the flashbangs came out, when the really hard push came out, it was SPD that went first on that day. And again, if you go back to the press conference, which is available on June 7th, Jenny Durkin and at that time Police Chief Carmen Best got in front of the entire city on camera and said, yeah, we screwed up. We shouldn't have come down that hard. It was mostly a peaceful protest, and it was just a few people pushing on the fence. We're sorry. Yeah. But you're still doing it. You're just kind of doing it in a different way. Okay, so we've run Western Barricade. I'm getting an update here that polls are going to close late in Ohio. Polls are going to close late in Ohio. There are still people standing in line There are people still waiting in line to vote. So anybody who is in line to vote, even if it's past the time of the polls to close, those people will get to vote. If people are like, oh, okay, I can go show up in an hour. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way. So basically they're like, okay, you're the last person in line. And they're going to let those people go through. So anybody who is waiting in line will still get to vote in Ohio. So we may see a delay in the results in Ohio because lesson learned in 2000, Florida was called before the Panhandle votes had happened. There were a couple of other states all the way back in 2000 where states were in different time zones. States were called even though people were still voting in the different time zone. And there's a big ethical, it's like, no, you don't do that. Because what can happen is people go, oh, okay, my guy lost already, so I'm just going to go home and not vote, when that vote could actually make a difference. So with that, we're going to run the little mini documentary. A lot of you have probably never seen this before. This is a piece of work and research I am really proud of. And we are going to run Inequality in America, the challenge of a generation. President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 on July 2nd of the same year. The act outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, gender, or national origin. It also prohibits racial segregation in schools and employment. Just how far have we come in 56 years? The improvements since 1964 are undeniable. However, the inequality Black, Indigenous, and persons of color, called BIPOC, remain part of the American fabric. The challenges we face as a nation extend beyond the boardroom and include the classroom and the courtroom. According to the Brookings Institute, white American households have a mean net worth of $171,000, compared to just $17,150 for Black families. This disparity cannot be explained away by income, indebtedness, or educational attainment. When a BIPOC child enters preschool, they are behind their white peers in language and math development, with Blacks even further behind. Preschool programs shrink this gap by the time the students reach the first grade, but those gains evaporate during primary education. By high school graduation, non-whites are 2 grades behind their peers in equivalency testing. Black graduates, 2.5 grades behind. The challenges go beyond equivalency in education. A K-12 Black student is 380% more likely to receive a school suspension, and a gifted Black student is 54% less likely to be recommended to a gifted, talented program. When it comes to high school graduation, success also sees a significant gap. 91% of whites graduate high school, compared to 86% of Blacks, but just 66% of Hispanics and 65% of Indigenous Americans. In the courtroom, BIPOC populations face similar discrimination. 35% of juveniles arrested are Black, despite making up only 15% of the youth population. Data collected since 2015 indicates a Black suspect is twice as likely to be killed by police versus a white suspect. 56% of those serving life sentences in the U.S. prison system, the largest in the world, are Black. The United States judicial system is overwhelmed, with 80% of cases ending in a plea deal and never even going to trial. Between socioeconomic, educational, and judicial disparity, the college and career level impacts is dramatic. 72% of white students that complete high school goes on to an undergraduate program, compared to 44% of Black students and 50% of Hispanic students. While 59% of white students who attend college go on to graduate, only 43% of Black women and 35% of Black men do. And that disparity is maintained even among the elite universities. By the time a BIPOC American reaches the workforce, they have a higher chance of having a criminal record. They are 2 grade levels behind their classroom peers and face a lifetime of reduced opportunity. These issues combine to prevent the building of generational wealth, and the cycle repeats. Hashtags of Black Lives Matter, marketing campaigns, and one-time donations won't change these systemic problems. Unweaving these threads from our fabric will require a generational effort. If we bring true equality to American society, everyone will benefit through less crime, higher GDP, better health, better productivity, and a better standard of living for all. This is the challenge of a generation. Good evening, malcontents. We are back. We're still waiting on results. Right now, what we're seeing in Florida was 78.5% of the vote tally there counted. Donald Trump has a lead by about 250,000 votes. Miami-Dade County, which is, that's that blue end of the state, right? As you go further south, Florida gets bluer and bluer. They've only counted about 47% of the ballots. So there is a huge number of ballots still to be counted in Miami-Dade County in particular. Another county we should be looking at is Pinellas County. If somebody on the research team could let me know numbers on Pinellas County, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, that would be good, because Pinellas County is one of those canary in the coal mines. We are still waiting to hear from Maine District 2. We are still waiting to hear from a long list of battleground states that we've not here tonight. We may not very well hear about tonight. Okay, I am told that Pinellas County is strong blue. I just got that information on my ear. If you could let me know what the percentage is of strong blue, that would also be very helpful. It would also be very helpful to know getting the numbers. Okay, so Pinellas County is reporting 100% of their vote in, and Pinellas County went to Joe Biden. So Pinellas County, again, that doesn't mean Florida, but that county has picked the President of the United States now, going back to 2000. Where Pinellas County goes, the state of Florida goes. Pinellas County, 100% of the vote counted, has gone to Joe Biden. So we are continuing to watch that. And again, although Donald Trump has a lead of about 250,000 votes total in Florida, there is a significant number of votes that have not been counted in the southern half of that state. We're looking at places like Miami-Dade County, where the vote count, last update I had, was 47%. What's interesting also, this is real interesting in Pinellas County. Here's one of the wild cards that you have in that southern part of Florida. In South Miami, you have a very large Hispanic community. You have expats from Cuba and Latin America there. Those voters are trending more towards Trump than they were 4 years ago. Now, you might be going, that doesn't make any sense. What's resonating with them is the Trump message that Biden and the Democrats are these crazy communist Marxists that are going to destroy the nation. People that have come from Cuba, from Venezuela, from Nicaragua, this message actually really resonates with them, because they have come from really, they're not communisms. They're countries that are run by dictator despots. They're not really a communism, and it's really, communism doesn't like scale. There has never been a successful true communism of a large nation on the planet of the earth. There's political and sociological reasons that we're not going to get into about that tonight. But that message, that that message of fear really resonates with those voters. And so in that Hispanic community, they are breaking more towards Trump. Now, that doesn't mean that as a voting bloc, they are moving to red, but Joe Biden is losing some votes in that space down there. So Florida, of course, if you've been watching, as you know, like Florida has always just been like this state where you're just like, it's 1 a.m. and you're just like, oh, for the love of God, Florida, it's like the sun's going to be coming up. Can't you get anything right? At least we don't have to worry about hanging chads. If you're a certain age, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And by the way, George Soros, if you actually do pay people, and by the way, this is a trigger for me, but I'm allowed to make Soros jokes because I am Jewish. But George Soros, if you are paying people, you owe me 20 freaking years of back pay, man. Okay, let's see. We're at, what time are we at? We're about 13 minutes away from a bunch of polls closing. What are we going to play? What are we going to play? You know, I think we're going to play some music again. We're doing Classic Elijah. We've done some of that. I think we're going to play some of the Martial Law Band, and this comes from October 26th. And then we're going to shamelessly plug the Martial Law Band. So go ahead and enjoy some music as we wait for some more results to come in.
Fox News. How come you don't show this?
Some more dollars in your pockets. Yeah, you got options when your platform is popping. Chop, chop. Yo, edits turn my city into Gotham. Sensationalize our problems. Now I'm in the mirror like, what happened? Lights, camera, action, no crack, traffic. Oh. Cause see, I need action. So what we tell them? No, I don't need CNN or Fox News. I know I need truth. No, I don't need CNN.
Katie is out here calling this militant, to
use the word militant and something else. I guess she doesn't like music. Black Block Katie is out here in Black Block. Hey, hey. Okay. Okay. It's good to see you too. What's that? Renee had to work. Yeah. I know, exactly.
Each and every one of you that are out here,
that whole addiction of food, clothing, shelter thing.
My advice is to everybody is to find how best to channel that passion and make it so that fire stays lit. If it's your thing to be out here, then come out here and rep. If it's your thing to be on Twitter going crazy, then do that like crazy. But lend your talents, lend your passions to the movement, because that's how you're best fit. And that's what we're trying to do here with our music. So we're gonna play one more for y'all, and then we're gonna get on out and do our thing. We got a lot of love, solidarity with everyone here. We just dropped a new album, it's called 12 to Party. We got some copies, you can just hand around, Bert, give them, it's in that pink backpack. You know what I'm saying? Pay what you think it's worth.
Sounds like Katie's getting heckled. And as much as I know some people would love me to go over there and heckle her, because I know everyone loved the heckling I did, we're staying here with the music.
Told you time to go, you gotta hit the road, don't let them hold you back, leave them in the past, they don't like it when you stun on a hater like that, oh now you got them mad, hey, get your dance, they don't wanna see you laugh, rather see you all sad, rather see us doing bad, they'd rather see us doing bad, we talk about they said there wasn't a miracle, said rap isn't spiritual, act like me standing right here ain't a miracle, confirmed with the oracle, turned into a warrior, worded ya euphoria, moving in my story, yeah, wasn't all glory though, wasn't all scoring though, had to hit the dirty work, had to slay Baba verse, carnivorous, connoisseur on this shit, omnivore, and now it's finally over, and so we sing, it started back home.
Good evening, malcontents. We are at the top of the hour. It is 6 o'clock on the West Coast. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And there are a ton of polls that are closing. Let me go through that list. Arizona, that's a big one. Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, that's another big one. Minnesota, another big one. Nebraska, because Nebraska, too, we consider that a battleground. New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin. Wow, and I accidentally typed over a state. It literally says HEL. I don't know what state that is. I have messed up our notes. Let me see if it'll let me back this out. Wisconsin. No, wait a minute. It's not. Although Wisconsin is also at 6 o'clock. I am still trying to see what this one state is. Bear with me here. It's not hell, although we may think it is. Wyoming. Sorry, Wyoming. It literally had hell. There's your little technical difficulties, levity for the night. Anyway, there are a ton of battleground states that were listed there. So one of the first things we want to say, polls have been extended in Clark County, Nevada. A judge has ordered that the polls are going to be extended in Clark County, Nevada by another hour because there are so many people. And I'm being told also in Nebraska that polls are being extended in Nebraska, that is breaking news there. So we will not, so I know we said polls were closing, literally just got breaking news in my ear, that polls are going to remain open in Nebraska by court order also. We have some information on kind of leans, and I also have a correction. I had said about Pinellas County, they have picked every president since 1980. The only year they got it wrong was 2000, with the infamous Gore v. Bush. But they have picked every president since 1980. Pinellas County, 100% of the vote in, and they have voted for Biden. Texas is leaning for Biden with 30% of the vote in. Florida is leaning for Trump with 81% of the vote in. Ohio is leading for Biden with 10% of the vote in. Pennsylvania is leading hard for Biden, but only 7.4% of the vote in. What's really interesting in Pennsylvania, that is almost certainly not ballots cast before, because they only started counting those at 7 in the morning. So things may be interesting in Pennsylvania. New Hampshire leaning hard for Biden. Not a big surprise there. Some people consider that a battleground state. We haven't considered that a battleground state for months. North Carolina keeps flipping back and forth. It depends on which counties are reporting. But as of right now, North Carolina is leaning towards Biden. But don't read too much into any of this. The one state that may be interesting is Pennsylvania, because we know that a lot of those early ballots would have broken for Joe Biden. The information that's implied out of those is that there is a significant majority of early votes went to Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We have to wait to get the count, but that is what the early information and the data that's been gleaned out of that out of the larger macro picture of those polls. I'm just trying to find the right way to put it. If we see Joe Biden with a significant lead tonight in Pennsylvania, because what we're seeing those are the votes largely that came in today, which should be breaking a lot more to Donald Trump. If Donald Trump is behind in Pennsylvania, that's not a good sign for him as we go into the next few days as they count those results. Because candidly, Donald Trump should open up a pretty significant lead in Pennsylvania. That's the conventional wisdom tonight. And then as those ballots, the millions of ballots that they only started counting this morning, start to get counted and those numbers come in, the numbers should tip the other way. I ran some numbers on that. And again, this is my forecast for Pennsylvania. And if you were to add a Clinton race error in the polls, in the aggregate polls in Pennsylvania, and you took 1%, and 1% is a lot. You take 1% of Biden votes and throw them in the trash can. Donald Trump still does not win Pennsylvania. But Pennsylvania is seeing less people under 30 years old voting compared to 2016. So that's a really hard state to read, and I think that's where all eyes are on. The other one I'm personally waiting for Maine District 2, because Maine District 2 is another kind of, it's like this Pinellas County, Florida. If Maine District 2 breaks for Biden, that then gives us at least a little bit of an idea on how accurate the polls are. So right now, if we handicap the polls, but it's really hard to tell because we don't have a lot of vote counts. Right now, it looks like the polls are off in favoring Donald Trump in Florida. On the other side of the coin, it looks like the polls are really off and benefiting Biden in Texas. It looks like the polls are a little off in Ohio and they're benefiting Biden. Pennsylvania, I would say it's a little too early to call. New Hampshire's kind of what is predicted there. And North Carolina keeps going back and forth, which indicates that the polls there are probably close to spot on. So at least coming out of the gate, as we're starting to look at some of these numbers that are coming in, we're not seeing we're not seeing this kind of Clinton era grade. Oh my goodness, how could all these numbers be really wrong? There's still a lot of ballots to be counted. The other thing to remember, in 2016, there was a lot of leaning on exit polls. Exit polls, I don't want to call them useless and poop on the people that do exit polls. We had almost 101 million ballots cast before Election Day. They're predicting maybe 60 million people will go to the polls today. So a minority of voters will be coming out of the polls. So you have a minority of people, A, that are willing to talk to a pollster and tell them, and then B, tell them who they voted for, and C, tell the truth, because we know that there is a small percentage of people who are like, I told them I voted for Clinton, those idiots. And we know that. So the exit polls that are coming out today, those numbers, it's a smaller group. They're going to lean Republican, and we have no election prior because of C disease to go, well, okay, if we model off of this election, then we can build an effective model to handicap those numbers. There's no way to do it. So many other pundits and news sites that are way bigger than us have gone like, yeah, exit polls, no, we're not relying on those. We're just going to wait for the numbers to get counted, and also the sensitivity of those numbers there. Let's go ahead to that delegate count. We'll go ahead and pull that up. So right now the delegate count is Biden with 85, Trump with 72, and 381 delegates still unspoken for. Okay. I'm being told right now by my producer that we have more results in. We have 119 electoral votes for Biden. And if you could give me that Trump number one more time, and I can share that. So we have some more states. And we have 92 for Donald Trump. And if you all could let me know what states have been called, we can go ahead and drop that knowledge on your ass. Drink! Oh. All right, here we go. We're going to start. We're going to go ahead and start letting you all know what these are. And then if you can, producer, if you can let me know as I'm running them, that would be great. Louisiana has gone for Donald Trump. What's the next one? The next state that has gone for Donald Trump, North Dakota. North Dakota has gone to Donald Trump and the 3 electoral votes there. The next state that has gone for Donald Trump is South Dakota. South Dakota has gone to Donald Trump and the 3 electoral votes there. When we say Nebraska, is that the entire state, or is that just district? Are we still waiting on the one district, or do we know? I've kind of let the cat out of the bag. Nebraska. So Donald Trump wins Nebraska, and he also wins Nebraska District 2. All 5 electoral votes have gone to Donald Trump in Nebraska. Wyoming has gone to Donald Trump. The only one there that's a little bit of surprise is that Nebraska 2. That's one of that first battlegrounds. And so we'll need to update our map. We'll need to update the battleground map, and we will have to update the numbers. We also know that Biden has won some states, and I'm waiting to get the info on those so we can go ahead and roll and announce the states that Biden has won. Okay, we're going to go ahead and roll the first one. Joe Biden. Joe Biden has won the state of New York. That's a big one. 29 electoral votes out of the state of New York. And the other one is New Mexico. New Mexico has been called for Joe Biden. So there you have it. The only one that is a little bit of a surprise, and when I say a surprise, just surprised that it was called so quickly, Nebraska District 2. Nebraska District 2 has gone to Trump. And so that is indicating a pretty significant polling error for Nebraska 2. So now Maine 2 is going to become a little more interesting. It is also interesting that we haven't gotten a result. Yeah, so we're just waiting to hear what that is. Basically, when we talked about Maine earlier on what District 2 is, District 1, right, because the way that Maine works is whoever wins the state, you get 2 electoral votes. And then by the districts, the winner of the districts get an electoral vote. So if you win both districts, you get 4. If you win one district, you get 3. And the demographics of those district, meaning if you're the winner, the demographics of those districts are very different. So District 1 is along the I-95 corridor. That is I say it loosely because really isn't much of a urban, right? You don't think of Maine as an urban state, but Portland is the largest city there. And you do have a number of kind of smaller, sorry, Maine. And look, I lived in Massachusetts. I'm allowed. I know, you're like, yeah, you're an asshole from Boston. You're not allowed. I get it, Maine, and I love you, Maine. You're a beautiful state. But Portland is kind of like, if people think city, Portland is the closest thing to city. Maine District 2 is like practically almost the entire state. It is a huge part of that state. And it is it is a huge part of the state. It is from all the way up to the Canadian border and all the way over to the New Hampshire state line, all the way down, just about all the way down the entire length of New Hampshire. All of that is Maine District 2, and part of the rural coastline. When you kind of, I know I said the I-95 kind of follows the coast, and then anyway. There's your geography lesson for the night. So we will be updating some maps and some numbers. That is all the information that we have right now. We are coming up on 6:15, and we are and because we jumped in, Martial Law Band. Let me plug them hard. Are they amazing or what? So the Martial Law Band, they were playing in down. Before there was Chop, before there was Chaz, they were playing out there. And there were nights when there was like rubber bullets and tear gas and pepper spray and batons. Like I saw somebody take a rubber bullet to the face, and the Martial Law Band was playing in all of this, and they just kept playing. And if you're wondering, that's Yoda. And Yoda's kind of like, dude, I've had enough, because he's been there and he knows that I'm 10 feet away. So we're probably going to take an extended break, because Yoda probably needs to go outside. And this is the joy of live production, when you can't have a production engineer or anything and you have the dog, because Yoda's almost 17 and he really can't be left on his own devices anymore. So we're probably going to take like a 10 or a 15-minute break while I go take care of Yoda. But the Martial Law Band, you can find them on Bandcamp. They are Martial, MARSHALL, two L's. That's really important. Law Band, the two L's is wicked important. And you can find them on Bandcamp. They've got an album up there. It is mind-meltingly good. And again, buy that album. Guess what? You just put money in the pocket of a BIPOC artist. We don't get a cut. We're just out here going, you should get the Martial Law Band music. The other thing is, if you're like, you want to tip, you just want to tip because you got to see about 15, 20 minutes of their concert, you could pay the fee. I'm not trying to appropriate the term, but if you want to pay the fee, you can do that also. Venmo, Martial, 2 L's, really important. 2 L's, then a third L, Martial Law Band. Not 1 L on Martial, but 2. Make sure you Venmo out that money to the right person. With that said, what I'm going to do is we are going to roll the SPOG March from... I'm thinking I have several. That's like, I'm like, if we're going to do the SPOG March, we'll do the SPOG March. That's a longer video. We're going to do a replay of the SPOG March from August 16th. And I'm going to take an extended break. Oh, well, look at that. The Auto Club is here. Let me check horizons. And I think I'm going to bring the camera up a little higher, because the Auto Club is here. Check for power lines.
We need to go around.
Okay.
Everyone come along. Stop playing.
This is the real real. All right, so I'm in a situation here where basically I'm blinded by the lights.
Move back! 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 Move back!
Seattle PD just made a threatening move with their police cruiser. Seattle PD is backing up. That wasn't anything related to protesters. I don't know if SPD is moving things or if two of their cruisers bumped. Bike officers are here. SPD is holding their line. I have to be, SPD body cams are on. SPD body cams are on. That was a firework that went off in the crowd. That was a firework that went off in the crowd. Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good. I know my pay grade. I know my place. I know how to run like hell. Good to know I have my 6. My 6 is being watched. Right now, it is a peaceful standoff. Protesters are moving.
This is always when I cross the lines. I never like it when I cross the lines. I'm gonna cross the line, I'm gonna cross the line. I'm crossing the line. Nobody do anything. Crossing the line.
Everybody chill out.
Charlene alive! Charlene alive! Are you pro-life? Are you pro-life? Are you pro-life?
I know you guys are fucking bike cops and shit.
We were trying to leave and you guys are keeping us from
So what's
leaving.
kind of happened at this point? The protesters are essentially kettled. Sorry.
Subject to arrest. Northbound on 3rd or northbound on 4th Avenue.
There is.
Why are we being pulled to disperse? Why? Based upon what?
Lieutenant Brooks to the Seattle Police Department. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse, and I command all those assembled at 4th Avenue South and South Hanford Street to immediately disperse, which means leave this area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal munition, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose, you will be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available: northbound on 4th Avenue South or northbound on 3rd Avenue South. Leave the area now.
I've got 2 bike officers that are definitely eyeing me up. So I'm going to relocate. There are 2 bike officers. The other thing I'm going to do is drop the pole. The order for dispersal is actually illegal for those in the media. So I'm going to try and stick in the middle of the protesters.
Let's go!
Quickly, quickly, quickly. Don't run, walk, just walk fast. Sorry.
This is the fucking building. Regardless of your purpose, you'll be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available: northbound, south, or northbound, 4th Avenue South.
That was a water bottle that was thrown. Water bottle has been thrown. Water bottle has been thrown.
What's the bikes, Chris? What's the bikes?
Watch the bikes, yep. There's calls for a medic. Firework has been thrown. Fireworks been thrown. One of the legal observers has been pushed down. One of the legal observers, green hat legal observer, has been pushed down. We have that on camera. Legal observer pushed down. Flashbangs are going. Fireworks going off. Oh, it's spicy. Wow. Yeah. Ears, my bells were on. Oh, I just got a flashbang, like I could feel the concussion from it. Oh. I just got a flashbang. I could feel the concussion. That one was close. It's a little. It's a little spicy.
Both having eye problems again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go around the side of the bus.
I don't know if that was. I'm not sure what was deployed. My eyes are burning a little. There's a lot of people coughing, but it doesn't feel like pepper spray. It doesn't feel like CS. So I'm not sure what they deployed. It wasn't. They might have deployed a little bit of pepper spray. There's one officer that's got pepper spray out. So I'm going to move. Well, they're pushing us hard and fast. Pushing us hard and fast. They're pushing hard and fast. What I'm probably going to do, I'm just going to trot a little so I can turn around. Firework. That was a firework. Don't run, don't run. Walk, don't run. All right, SPD is moving at close to a run pace. 6:30. It's the joy of live production. How are you doing, Malcontents? I am the Malcontent. And yeah, I'm just starting to use my name now as David. I've always joked if I ever get arrested doing any of the streaming stuff, my alias is going to be like a half a page long when SPD writes that alias out, that alias list out for me. All right. We don't necessarily have, well, we do actually. We have one little bit of news. We do have another area, state district that has been called. Joe Biden has won the District of Columbia. Not a huge surprise there. And now if we go to that delegate count, we have Joe Biden at 122, Donald Trump at 92, and there are still 324 delegates left for the candidates to earn. We're still waiting to hear from a number of states. We have some updates out of Ohio, and we have some updates out of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania continues to trend shockingly blue for Joe Biden. We're working right now on doing some analysis on like what counties have been reported, what counties haven't. The expectation that was set by the state of Pennsylvania and of what we know from the court decisions there, that the mail-in ballots didn't start getting counted until 7 this morning. So the ballot counts that we're seeing out of there should mostly be the day of ballots, that day of tabulation. There are still millions of ballots to be counted. And the day of numbers that we're seeing coming out of Pennsylvania right now are stunningly blue. The other one is Ohio, and one of the counties we're watching there is Cleveland, Cuyahoga County. Cuyahoga County is reporting 264,000 ballots in. They are overwhelmingly for Joe Biden, but they're also reporting 0% votes counted. And of course, we know that isn't 0%. So what we're trying to figure out here is the 0% in error? Or does this 264,000, of which only 81,000 were for Trump, were these mail-in ballots and early ballots? And now what we're waiting for is the count there. The reason that's important, Joe Biden right now is winning Ohio, and Cleveland is a huge blue city, and that Cuyahoga County is a very blue city. Columbus is a little one. Dayton is another one. So if there is like this really huge, overwhelming number of votes that comes out of Cleveland, and that lead maintains, Ohio could be a very, very interesting state. Because if we look at the scenarios that are there, if Donald Trump doesn't win Ohio, that does not augur well for the other Rust Belt states, and it doesn't augur well for the Great Lakes states. The one exception there is Indiana, which is the home state already called and the home state of Mike Pence. That does not augur well. And if he were to drop Ohio, his path to the White House just got a lot more narrow, and Joe Biden's path to the White House just got a lot wider. And with that, let's go ahead and we'll look at that U.S. map. And we have, all right, we've got a Senate race update. We've got a breaking news Senate race update. All right, so we have an update out of Colorado. We've got a big update out of Colorado. John Hickenlooper. John Hickenlooper has defeated Cory Booker, and he will be the freshman senator, Democrat, out of Colorado. That is a net pickup of one seat officially now for the Democrats and the control for the Senate. Which then means Mitch McConnell wouldn't be the Senate Majority Leader anymore. If you ask me to pick who I think is more, I'm sorry, I'm going to get a little partisan here, but if you're going to ask me who's more evil, Trump or McConnell, it's McConnell by like a landslide, because McConnell is smart and evil. But again, he's already won his seat and there's no shock there. So now the Senate before was 47-53, and really it was technically 45-53. This is before, because there are two independents that caucus with the Democrats. It is now 48-52 with this race called. So again, we're going to announce it. John Hickenlooper has defeated Cory Booker John Hickenlooper has won the Senate race in Colorado, and he will be the freshman Democrat senator in that state, and he defeated Gardner for that seat. Gardner was in the incumbent. That was an expected loss. Gardner has been polling terribly in that particular state. Let me write that down. Like we're going to do the... like at the debates, when you're like, oh, you just said something interesting. You know what I think they do when they're like, I really don't think they're taking notes. I really think like they're just like, that asshole, I can't believe they just said that to me. That's really what I think they're writing down on that piece of paper. I think it's all just a big scam that they're, let me pretend I'm taking notes here. Anyway, sorry, the earpiece is wiggling out a little bit. If you were wondering about the... If you're wondering about the Yoda break, Yoda showed his displeasure of being ignored in one of the only ways that a dog knows how to show his displeasure of being ignored. So that I lost a meal break there. Thank you, Yoda. And Yoda is wandering around downstairs now, probably destroying something because that's how he rolls. So right now, what we're waiting for, let me go ahead and let's pull up this, the battleground state map again, and we could talk a little bit about that. So if we look at the battleground state, we're still waiting to hear from Maine and Maine District 2. There are some states here that we have as battleground that candidly we're like, they probably aren't battleground. So the first one is Iowa. We have Iowa as a battleground state. I wouldn't bet money against Iowa's going to go to Trump. We have Wisconsin and Michigan as battleground states, and Nevada. I'm not going to bet money that those states aren't going to go to Biden. All right, I'm just getting another update. We have a state update on there, and we have another update. Colorado and its 9 electoral votes have gone to Joe Biden. Joe Biden now has 131 electoral votes. He is almost halfway to being president of the United States. Donald Trump has 92 electoral votes. If you look at kind of the different strategies that you have there, right? If you look, say, where is Biden now? If he's at 131, there's 55 in California, and then there's Oregon, and then there's Washington, and then there is Hawaii. Admittedly, Hawaii is small. So Biden right now, if you do the math, is over 200. It's likely over 200 delegates to the path to 270. Right now, no surprises. And what I've said, and I've said this, we said this in the blog, can Trump win tonight? Trump absolutely can win tonight. He has a path. However, almost everything has to go right. There is not a lot of margin for error. Pennsylvania is a key state. But again, Ohio's gotten really interesting. Texas is looking interesting. That isn't to say, like, for instance, a battleground state, Texas, I would be like, yeah, Texas is going for Trump. The numbers coming out of that state right now are super interesting. And so now it's kind of like, well, let's see what's going to happen in Texas. If Trump has to win Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. He has to win all 4 of those states. He can't drop any of them. If he does, his path to the White House gets very narrow because now it depends upon picking up states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona. And the reality is if he drops a state like Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, where the margins are going to be much smaller than Michigan, right? The margin of victory is going to be much smaller than a Michigan or a Wisconsin or an Arizona. If you handicap looking at those states, it is very unlikely that he will pick up those states. Unlikely, not impossible. On the other side of the coin, Joe Biden could drop Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida and still have a path to the White House. The path to the White House becomes Maine District 2 and Arizona. Now, here's the interesting thing, because Nebraska 2 went to Trump. Is it possible to get a 269-269 tie in the Electoral College? And right now the answer to that would be yes. That is now a possible scenario. It is a very improbable scenario, but it is one of the scenarios that when I was looking at the possibilities and playing out, that is a scenario that could happen. Basically, what would have to happen is Biden would have to lose Pennsylvania, those East Coast states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. He would have to cling to Arizona, drop Maine 2, and I believe drop Nebraska 2. And I think then you just got to 269. So 269 to 269. And if you had a split, then Congress decides who president is. And of course, then Drink. There you go. I'm like Dr. Johnny Fever. Boy, that's a really old reference. I was a little tiny kid. Dr. Johnny Fever, there was an episode of WKRP in the Cincinnati. Truly one of the funniest shows that was ever on television. If you're not of a generation where you would have seen, they say even the reruns. There was some station that was showing the reruns of them. The show was flipping genius. And here's the other thing. Almost everything in the first season really happened at real radio stations. The writers of that show worked in radio. So the thing with the turkey drop, the dancing ducks, name that tune and you can win all this money with the little song clips, and it goes horribly wrong because they think like, oh, nobody's gonna... All of that really happened. They were all radio station promotions that went really bad, which is what makes the show even funnier. But total segue into something totally weird. There's this episode with Dr. Johnny Fever. He's this disc jockey who has done way too much drugs, way too much alcohol. He is probably what people picture in their mind of a disc jockey, and especially in that era. And so they were doing the dangers of drunk driving, and at that time, the FCC, it was illegal to drink on air. So like they got a waiver so he could drink on air, and there was a state police trooper, and he had like something he had to do, and the more he drank, the better he got at the game. But the state trooper is just getting totally frustrated because it's like, this doesn't make sense. And so then the trooper becomes convinced like the alcohol's watered down, so he starts drinking with him. And then the trooper ends up just gets rip-roaring drunk, and Johnny just keeps getting faster and faster on the test. Anyway, there's your just worthless information. As I'm waiting kind of here some more results to come in, and it doesn't sound like we've got anything popping in at the moment. But we are expecting more. What I'm going to do is I am going to play... Eventually, we're going to be repeating some stuff here. So I guess what we'll do is we'll start playing the Spog March from September 7th. So we started playing the Spog March Part 1 from August 16th. Let's go ahead and we will play the Spog March from September 7th. And this would probably be another good time. My producer is telling me to remind you two things. One, the entire team here is paid in hearts. We are paid in your hearts. So if you are on Facebook and Periscope, spam those hearts. Show your appreciation for your moderators, your admins, for your researchers, for your editors, for your social media director. And yeah, for me, I'll take it. That's fine. And Yoda the Wonder Pug. Go ahead and spam those hearts. And I saw that people over on the feed in Twitch are finding their own way to spam those hearts. And they get to see all of that in the chat that is going by. The other thing I would be remiss at this point not to say, like, subscribe, share, follow, watch party, spread the word. If you're enjoying this, if you're like, oh my God, this is so much better than watching CNN or something, at least it's moderately entertaining, and I don't have to listen to some person prattling on about little stats that I really don't care about while they're trying to fill airtime. At least he talks about something moderately entertaining while he's trying to fill airtime. Then you should share it out and let people know. And then, of course, the last thing is, because I'm being told to do it, and, we're just going to do it a little bit more tonight, but, support BIPOC first, support BIPOC first. If you're like, I'm supporting BIPOC, I ain't supporting you, okay, that's fine. Then do the like or the share or the follow or the subscribe or do that stuff. If you've given till it hurts to BIPOC causes and you got a little left over, you can Venmo or you can go ahead and sign up on Patreon and become a subscriber for us. And with that, we are going to go over to the Spog March on September 7th, Labor Day. That's what I'm saying. It's a very unassuming building. And we moved pretty quick for 1.8 miles. So we're going to change position.
Well, what's funny is Jamie stuck that up here. You think so? Oh, she came up here with a grip of her, came around with a grip of them one day. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna take a smoke break.
Prescott, no!
Well, this is not the same reception we got on August 16th, that is for sure. And so what we're going to do No, you're good. You're good.
Guys, grab everybody in front of you. Everybody, even you guys are there. Come on, grab someone in front of you.
The department has no interest in hearing the needs of the people. The Seattle Police Department does not have any interest in elevating their ability to respond instead of react to black citizens, marginalized and disenfranchised people of Seattle.
So what's going on? If you see the camera wiggling around for a little bit, I am putting my respirator on just because there's a high opportunity that this could go south really fast. So if you see things wiggling around, it's just because I'm putting my respirator on. So what I'm going to have to do is just, there's music playing. There's music playing, it's playing from Spog. And again, you're going to have to just excuse me here for a minute, because things can just go south here really fast.
They are playing it from the spot.
So,
They're coming around the corner now.
I got it. I just don't know why it got all unstrapped. Nope. Well, they just rolled in fast. Pepper spray out. Pepper spray out. Flashbangs are out. Flashbangs are out. Seattle police units are coming from the south. Flashbangs are out. Multiple units are coming up the road from the south.
Give me a fucking double call! He's on the north side now!
Seattle police are spread out, multiple locations.
Back up! Keep it tight!
right, Seattle police are starting to move in a riot line. Flashbangs are out. Out. The flashbangs that are deployed are the kinds with pepper spray in them. They're pepper balls, essentially. So it's spicy. The wind is dispersing it quickly. Woo!
Come on, let's go.
Violence! No reason! Violence! No reason! Violence!
So I've got hearing protection in now. The officers in the gray are SWAT. They are authorized to use tear gas.
Let's go, you guys, let's go.
No, we're gonna cut them off. I'm talking to you, Dave.
Yeah, they're asking for pulling out. Just slowly backing up.
Did you get it, Dave? Fuck you.
Well, to say that escalated quickly would be an understatement.
Protesters, please keep moving forward. Protesters, let's go, protesters.
Well, to say that things escalated quickly. Go, go, go! Yeah, they're doing the same thing. Interesting. They are definitely not going after NGL or press like they did on the 16th. So far, National Lawyers Guild has been able to operate. Oh, Jesus, Matthew, seriously, bro. Shut flashbangs out.
Flashbags out. Flashbags out.
Don't run, don't run.
Fuck me. God damn it.
Keep walking, man.
Right off my. Another flash.
Good evening, malcontents. We're at the 7 o'clock hour, and thank you for joining us tonight. It is really appreciated to have you sharing election 2020 with us. If we go up here and we look at where things are at the moment, Joe Biden is at 122, Donald Trump is at 92. And if we pull up that U.S. map on that March to 270, I'm sorry, I've just been told it's 131. 131 is the number that I was just told for Joe Biden. So it is 131 to 92. So I'm getting like literally information in my ear as we are going here, and we will find out what flipped. And with that, let me, I just have to update a chart here. And that chart is updated. Let's go ahead and pull that up. So we've updated the map here to indicate the battleground states. So what we've done is the states that are in blue, or if you have the small states on the East Coast, as well as the District Columbia, they are highlighted in blue. So anything you see in blue, they have reported. We have the numbers on those. Anything you see in red, they have reported. A winner has been called in those states. And in the case of, again, the blue, what you're seeing is those are to Biden, the red are to Donald Trump. We are at the 7 o'clock hour. And so who is closing at 7 o'clock? Iowa, Montana, Nevada would close at 7 o'clock, but Clark County polls have been extended for another hour. So Nevada is not closing, and Utah. So those are the ones we have now. Iowa, Montana, and Utah. Nevada was supposed to close at 7, but Nevada has been extended by an hour by court order because so many people are waiting in line to vote there. We anticipate that we will get information on Montana very quickly. That state will probably go to Donald Trump. We then are expecting Iowa to be interesting. You have the Seltzer poll that came out of Iowa, which is considered the gold standard for polling. And the Seltzer poll there indicated that Biden's support by independents had collapsed in Iowa, basically, and that Trump was up by 7. And so Iowa went kind of for a lot of pundits for as a toss-up state, more towards in the Trump camp. We have it as a toss-up because that's kind of where people were putting it. But again, it's one of those states I think I mentioned earlier in the broadcast tonight. I would not bet against Iowa going to Donald Trump tonight when all things are over. So if you look at this current map that we have there, states in blue, they've been declared. States in red, they've been declared. No battleground state has been declared. There is a battleground district, That was District 2 in Nebraska, and District 2 for Nebraska went to Donald Trump. We are still waiting to hear, like, for instance, you have Maine. We don't show Maine as a battleground, but we show Maine District 2 as a battleground because Maine District 2, in theory, on paper, could be the difference between a 269 electoral college tie. That scenario becomes possible. And a 270-268 win, which would almost certainly, if that tipped to Joe Biden, would certainly be contested furiously by the Trump administration looking to flip some state to take, and get the win. I think if we ended up with a scenario of a 269-269, it will make 2000 look pleasant, and 2000 wasn't pleasant at all. So that is where we are at the moment. We are waiting to get some additional information that is to come in, and we're just going to hover for a little bit. All right, we've got a state that has been called, and we're going to go ahead and roll that. Kansas has gone to Donald Trump. That's not a surprise. It's not a battleground state, and he has won 6 electoral votes in Kansas. So Kansas has gone to Donald Trump. Again, not a surprise. So far, we haven't seen anything that's surprising out there. Numbers out of Florida are looking good for Donald Trump. However, Pinellas County has picked every president since 1980, with the exception of 2000. So the question is, does the zero factor happen again in 2020? Pinellas County, 100% of that vote picked Joe Biden to be the president of the United States. That is a bellwether county. And that is another, again, why I keep saying Maine District 2, Maine District 2. I have said for months where New Hampshire goes, Maine District 2 will go. So it'll be very, very interesting to see where that lands. But right now, overall, the news that's coming out of Florida as a state is not looking good for Joe Biden. Right now it is leaning pretty heavy for Donald Trump. The state has not been called, so there must be some belief that there is a stack of votes that are heavy blue somewhere that may tip that the other way. Ohio has tipped over to Donald Trump. However, we were talking about Cleveland, Cuyahoga County. Only about 27% of the votes have been counted out of Cleveland, the Cleveland metro area, Cuyahoga County. That is going to be very, very heavy blue. So we're continuing to watch in Ohio. Pennsylvania is still, for us, the surprise, because Pennsylvania, everything we were told, everything we read, everything we studied, everything we researched said Pennsylvania should be a big red light out of the gate. And as they count those other ballots, the mail-in ballots, and there are millions of those, which are very heavily leaning towards Joe Biden, at least when you look at what party they were registered in when they submitted their ballots. The expectation there, that was going to be a red mirage. It would be red, and then it would tip the other way. Pennsylvania leaning very, very heavily for Joe Biden. New Hampshire leaning heavily to Joe Biden. Not surprised there. I know some people, red wave, yada, yada, he's going to take New Hampshire. New Hampshire's really never been considered a battleground state or in play, certainly not in our book, and not in people that are looking at things reasonably from the election side. So one of the things that we have wrote about, if you go to MALCONTENTMENT.com, if you look at some of our election forecasts there, I did this a thing that I called firewall states. States that the candidates could go, I got this state, I'm winning this state, and then anything that is bluer or redder behind that state, right, I'm winning that state and I don't have to worry about that. So for Donald Trump, the firewall state was South Carolina. He had a better than 90% chance to win South Carolina. Shock of shocks, he won South Carolina. For Joe Biden, his firewall state, he has a 90% chance of winning Nevada. That's his firewall state. We're still waiting to hear, because Clark County polls have been extended for an hour because so many people are waiting there. They were supposed to close at 7. They'll close at 8 o'clock. That's his firewall state. So the only surprise, really there's been no surprises. right? Well, what about Nebraska 2? Well, Nebraska 2 was not behind the firewall. Nebraska 2 was a district that was leaning more towards Joe, but it was in the ether between Donald and Joe. But if you were to say, put it on that continuum, it was definitely more left. Where you say, look at Iowa, where you could go, Iowa and Texas is on the other side of Trump's firewall. So in other words, Donald Trump shouldn't have gone to sleep last night going, I got Texas. Just like Joe Biden shouldn't have gone to sleep last night going, I got Pennsylvania, because they're on the other side of what we consider those firewall states. And so the only surprise, again, that we've kind of seen is Nebraska 2, because Nebraska 2 was leaning towards Joe Biden, but the margin was very thin. We're still waiting, North Carolina, we're still waiting kind of to see the battlegrounds, and we're waiting like for more data out of Georgia. That's another state that we're really waiting to see some more information come out of there. Florida, I keep saying it. Donald Trump has to win. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. He drops any of those 4 states. Can he still become president? Yes. But it is really then a really narrow path to get there. Likewise, Joe Biden has to take one of those 4 states. If he doesn't take one of those 4 states, his path to the White House also gets a lot more narrow. The reality is that if Joe Biden doesn't win any other states, other than the ones that are obvious that he's going to win, there is no red wave at this point. Joe Biden will have, back of the envelope math right now, he's at about 220 to 230 when you factor in Hawaii, California, Oregon, Washington, and what I believe, although a battleground, the firewall state of Nevada. When you factor in those states, that's where he's at. If you add in Michigan, initial drop in numbers of Michigan are very heavy for Trump. However, Michigan, right, is this very divided, it's a really divided state, right? As you go more further north into Michigan, it gets redder and redder. And then when you get up into the Upper Peninsula, you get people that want to overthrow the government. Yes, Michigan, I am talking about you, and you know the people that I'm talking about. You have a ton of batshit crazy militias in that state. As you get further south and closer to the Great Lakes, it gets bluer and bluer and bluer and bluer. So the larger cities, right, Wayne County as an example, they have a lot more votes. It's going to take longer for that vote for those votes to get out. So that's what we're looking at, right? Minnesota is another state. Trump didn't win, but he won Wisconsin. He won Michigan. If Joe Biden drops all 4, meaning Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida, he has to hold on to those Great Lakes states, and he has to take Arizona. If he does that, he will become president of the United States. So there is a lot that is going on. There is a ton more of information that we were waiting to come out and hear about. And I think with that, we're going to go back to some filler. You know what? While I'm talking, I'm going to let you decide. I'm going to give you 3 choices in the comments. And I know it's going to take like 30 seconds, so I have to keep talking before I see the comments. So listen up. Here are your choices. You can list. We can go ahead and watch SPOG August 16th, Part 2. We haven't shown that one yet. We can go back and start showing the Bobby Jones interview, or we can replay the martial law ban. So let me know in your comments. We'll let that run for a couple of minutes. And I know, again, that has to get out to the ether from me in the studio and before it gets out to the ether to you. But let me know. Do you want to see SPOG? Do you want to see Bobby Jones interview, or do you want to see the martial law banned again? Let me know, and I am looking to see your your numbers here. Ian, thank you so much for the love. Ian from Concrete Reporting in the house. Ian is ethical, amazing streamer. And by the way, don't lump him in with all the CJ TV drama. I know there's some people that's Concrete Report. Don't lump him in with this. And no, I'm not slagging out CJ, and I'm not slagging out CJ. Like, look, the whole some of the streamer drama stuff, if people haven't figured it out, I'm kind of like, I don't want to be involved in streamer drama. I just want to report the news. That's what I want to do. So, but Ian, don't rope him in with all of that stuff. He is ethical. He's a great guy. He is really journalistic. And I have mad respect for him. And I know that we have joint streamed a couple of times. Okay, let me see here. I'm looking here. Spag. So, Spag. Funny, Spag. There's a store where I grew up, Spags. It's gone. Spags was Walmart before there was Walmart, but it was like an ethical Walmart. Spags was amazing. This was the store I went to. People in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, maybe Southern New Hampshire, they're going to remember Spags. Basically, Walmart put Spags out of business. It started as a small little hardware store. It started as the same business concept, really, as Walmart. People would come, hey, do you got this? No, but we'll have it the next time you show up. And they would go out and figure out where the cheapest source of the best quality for it was like a high quality Walmart. They didn't actually sell junk. Not that Walmart sells everything, but some of the stuff, like, I'm not going to trust a 99-cent made in China extension cord from Walmart. I guess that's the best way to put it. Let me see here. I'm seeing Spog. I'm seeing lots of votes for Spog too. So that's it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to roll Spog Part 2, which is with DJ Elrad Light and the Seattle Police Department. Enjoy.
You're Malcontent Tango, is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching your streams for a long time. Thank you so much for
Oh, thank you.
being out here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate the appreciation.
Hey, make a way for the cars! Make a way for the cars!
Yeah, make a...
Everyone back there right now understands.
All right, I'm going to get... There's actually no sidewalk for me to move to. I actually can't see what's going on.
To the left, to the left. That is
To the left, to the left. Oh, that's nowhere near as bad as the flash bags. So, basically unnecessary. Thank you. Well, this is an interesting tactic. I actually don't even know what they're trying to do at this point. Help me, help me.
this reminds me of? I don't know if you can hear me over the sirens. This reminds me of when my grandson is over and he's playing with some electronic car. So I'm in my happy place right now. Thank you, SPD. Thank you for putting me in my happy place. Thank you! Hey, we got a police escort. The Auto Club is here. What was the joke at Family Guy about that the French siren thing? Can't remember that joke. I don't know. At this point, I really don't know what they're doing with the sirens. Everybody here know that rap song, Disney Rascal? I hear the sirens, sirens. I hear the sirens, sirens. You hear the sirens, sirens? I hear the sirens, sirens. Hey, Seattle, that's your tax dollars at work. Right there. Overtime pay. Average City of Seattle police officer, patrol officer, makes $153,000 a year.
Basically the fuck off! And a black woman is telling me to do shit! Listen to them! Y'all should have thank you guys for being here, but now they're friends to listen to our fucking leader! Because she had this conversation! She had this fucking conversation!
Maybe their speaker overheated, I don't know. Gonna move away from the music. I don't. I love a parade! I love a parade! With the elephants go marching in. I love a parade!
Watch the signs! Watch the signs!
I love a parade. At this point, I don't know what they're doing. I really don't. I know this, I don't have to do my jog tomorrow. Ha ha ha!
Yeah, I wouldn't turn that way, bro. More! We want more! Yeah! Obedient public servants. I almost think they're using LRAD. It's really loud. And it's so synchronized. I would not be surprised if this is LRAD. It is really loud. I don't know if you can even hear me. I can barely hear me. It's really piercing. It really, when the closer it was, it really feel like they're using LRAD, and that's more than sirens.
It's basically the same thing. It's all the time.
But I'll say it again, I don't even know if you can hear me. The ENDD, DA March, they didn't do anything. Nothing. There wasn't even so much as a traffic cone knocked down. Yeah, I would go the other way, bro. I don't know what you're saying. I can't look at the feed. Oh, I gotta catch my breath for a minute. All right, protesters are blocking the street. Protesters are blocking the street.
Oh, they have to turn the sirens off because they can't take their own sound? What pussies? I know, I just lost objectivity for a moment. It really is like if you had like a 4-year-old and they're just playing with the...
Shield to the back!
The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
You fit the profile. You're the malcontent.
Nobody wants to hear the nonsensical ravings of a loudmouth malcontent.
Fuck you! You are the biggest hypocrite on the face of the planet.
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say.
Hey there, everybody. It's the Malcontent, a.k.a. David, and I want to, again, there's an army of people behind me that you can't see. We have Ty, and we have Sarah, and we have Rebecca, and we have Dave, we have Boomer, and we have Renee, as well as a team of other moderators and admins that are working on 3 different channels right now to make sure everybody plays nice in the comments. And so here we are, we're at 7:30, and what do we have? We got nothing. We don't have a lot of information right now. Let me pull up the delegate count slide. Right now where we're at on the delegate count is Biden's at 131, Trump is at 98. There are 309 delegates still on the table. Only one delegate, that is in Nebraska too. Only one delegate has been assigned in what we at Malcontent News consider a battleground, and that is that Nebraska 2 district that went to Donald Trump. So if we go ahead and we pull up that map, this is where things are at right now. So the states that are in red are the states that have been called, and they've gone to Donald Trump. The states that are in blue, and then also you have that row of blue on the right that is bracketed by a battleground. We'll get into those colors in a minute. All of those have gone to Joe Biden. The ones that are in that brown, that tan, those are battleground states. And we have not received a decision out of any of the battlegrounds. And then finally, we have the ones in white. Those are the ones that we are still waiting for results. And in the case of Hawaii, Arizona, Idaho, California, Oregon, and Washington, the polls have not closed in those states. What we are starting to see is something we had talked about earlier. We're seeing that red shift in Pennsylvania, and we're starting to see that now. Well, we had talked about what happened in Pennsylvania as Pennsylvania would shift very hard red, because the ballots that are getting counted there are the people that voted today. There are millions of votes that have not been counted yet for people that did mail-in or early voting in the state of Pennsylvania. And the breakup and the makeup of those states look like they are very heavily for Biden. So we are seeing that red shift that is starting to happen in Pennsylvania. We are also seeing that red shift that is starting to happen in Ohio. North Carolina continues to kind of go back and forth, but it's starting to lean to Trump. But we're not seeing numbers from the more blue districts in that state. So North Carolina is still in play. Georgia's red, but man, they're dragging their feet. This was a state we actually thought we would get numbers on pretty quick, and things are coming slow out of Georgia. Florida, on the other hand, appears maybe to have their act together, and right now we're kind of thinking that there'll be a call for Florida, and it will probably be for Trump. But we're not saying that it's been called for Trump at this time. But Biden does appear to be running out of runway in the state of Florida. So producers talking to me, telling me something. Give me 1 second here as I get this feedback in. Which did? I'm having a little problem in the earpiece. Are you telling me? Got it. We have a state. We're calling a state. We've got a state. We're calling that state Missouri. Missouri, the show me state. Missouri has gone to Donald Trump. This is again another state where this was not necessarily a surprise. We're still not seeing anything in any of the battleground states. And Missouri was the state that basically everybody who follows the polls and follows the math was expecting to go to Donald Trump. And Missouri has been called for Donald Trump. That now puts less than 300 electoral votes on the table. So almost half of the electoral votes have been assigned. Almost. There are still a lot more electoral votes to come. There's a significant block on the West Coast. Those will all likely break towards Biden. Likely. There's some other states, of course, that we're waiting to hear for. We still also don't have information on a majority of some key Senate races that we're also a little surprised. We thought we would have some information on some of the Senate races out there. Maine is taking their time. This is another state that typically kind of gets their information out, boom, like that. And we're not seeing information out of Maine. There is that one district up there, Maine District 2. We consider that a battleground. And then you also have the Collins-Gideon Senate race over there where Susan Collins is on the ropes. We know that the Democrats so far have picked up one seat. Another state we're waiting to hear from is what's the fate of Al Jones in Alabama. Al Jones ran in the special election against a guy who was accused of doing really horrible things. Alabama, apparently there is a threshold among Republicans on lines you can't cross. They voted for Al Jones, a Democrat. But Al Jones was largely seen as walking the Green Mile as soon as he was elected. And he is definitely fighting for his political career, certainly as a senator, out of the state of Alabama. The other one we'll probably be getting, we'll be interested to hear, is the Kelly McSally race. McSally, pretty darn unpopular senator, also I don't know if an appointee or a special election there, I think an appointee, and she has always been unpopular in Arizona. It was, if I remember my political history correct, it was considered a little bit of a political slap in the face that she was the individual that got John McCain's seat. John McCain for Republican, today John McCain would be considered a loopy liberal if he were still in politics today. I'm not even sure if John McCain was still alive and in politics today if he would caucus with the Republican Party, because everything has just shifted so far to the right, which is, of course, one of the things where the BIPOC community is looking at this whole election tonight and going, we just don't give a crap because we have a choice between an old white guy who hates us and an old white guy that doesn't hate us quite as much. And that's really like the feeling of the choice that they have. And the reality is there needs to be significant change in this country. There continues to be data and information that's coming out. There was a USA Today story that came out that said that the police have consistently been using excessive force on protesters, documented, and multiple things, multiple police reports and multiple incidents. Anybody who's been out in the field and has witnessed it firsthand would go, well, duh, it's obvious day at Camp Stupid. And guess what? Violence begets violence. Who'd have thought? It's like in the Bible, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, right? Some of y'all are like really into that Bible thing. That's also the Torah, by the way. It's also pretty sure that's in the Quran, because I think a lot of the Old Testament is also in the Quran. So the whole eye and eye, tooth for the tooth, I know that makes everyone uncomfortable when I point all that out. There was a Family Guy joke around that, where they go, yeah, and like Brian goes, and the Quran, we don't want to talk about that. So what a shock. This is an issue there. There was another story that came out, these armed militias, things like American Wolf, the Three Percenters, Patriot Front. They're legal in all 50 states. They are against the law. And the states are enforcing those laws. And part of the reason why the laws don't get enforced, oh, what a shock of shock. There are members of the law enforcement that are supposed to be enforcing the laws that are part of the militias that want to overthrow the government. Again, anybody who's been out in the field covering this stuff for the last half of the year would tell you it's obvious day at Camp Stupid. There has to be a lot of change in this country. Whether that change, will that change come because of the election that happens tonight? No. Are we picking potentially a path of a really dark place that we want to go, where history repeats itself, versus maybe arresting that plunge into somewhere terrible until we can kind of figure out what the next path is and maybe bring us closer together as a society instead of as fractured as we are? The answer to that is yes. But that is up for the American population to decide. And so that's my spicy 2 cents that are on there. And I've been yakking away for like 11 minutes. What happened with SPN? Oh, Andy Ngo has stolen tons of our stuff. On the subject of stealing stuff, since this is coming up, we shared this on our Twitter. Kitty Shackelford, like any streamer, and I see there's a lot of area streamers that are watching me. Any streamer, whether you're a left or a right streamer, has had your stuff co-opted by Kitty Shackelford. Like every friggin' streamer in the Pacific Northwest. Kitty has stolen your stuff. We put a thing up on Twitter. I didn't want to give her, so we just did like a picture of it and put it up, where she was complaining that somebody stole her content. It's like irony of irony. It's amazing how people are like, professional victims. And Kitty definitely likes to be a professional victim. And with that, drink. Smooth. Yeah. Whatever gets you through the night. Anyway, we are coming up on 7:45, and we're going to go ahead because we're like you. We're waiting for more stuff to come in. There's some things that have been chatted in my ear. If you've noticed, I've been playing with the earpiece because it doesn't want to stay in my ear all of a sudden. It's driving me crazy. And so we're going to go ahead and roll the Bobby Jones interview, because the cool thing is we're about 17 minutes to the top of the hour, and the Bobby Jones interview is, yeah, you guessed it, 17 minutes and 23 seconds. So with that, we're going to roll the Bobby Jones interview. This is a great piece on LGBTQIA. Don't go away. Like, follow, share, subscribe, watch party, support us, independent media, spam hearts for your moderators. See you in about 17 minutes. Good afternoon, malcontents. This is the Malcontent, and we are here today with Eleanor Jones, and we're here to discuss with her son, Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones wants to play in a soccer league as a male player, and Bobby Jones is transgender. And with that, Eleanor, I'd like to thank you and welcome you to the studio, virtually, of course.
Yes. Well, thanks for having me today. I'm so privileged to be here and to share my son's story.
Thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about your son's story, Bobby, and the journey that Bobby has taken. Give us a little background on why we're talking today.
So our oldest son, Bobby, is 13 years old. He has been an avid soccer player. He played his first soccer match at the age of 2 and has been a fan ever since. About a year ago, Bobby disclosed to his father and I that he is transgender and was interested in making the transition. One of the first things Bobby was curious about in taking on this transition is he wanted the transition to carry over to his sports. Bobby plays for a soccer club called Titans FC out of Bellevue. So we contacted the Titans earlier this summer because at the time Bobby was playing on a female team and asked them about making the transition. The Titans were really supportive of Bobby's request and wanted to do everything that they could on their part to honor that. So they did inform us that while they could put Bobby on the boys' team, because the club is governed by a broader league, the Puget Sound Premier League, that league has policies in place that do not allow transgender players to play on the teams that they identify with. So in essence, Bobby would practice during the week with the boys, but when games resumed, he would either A, not be able to play, or B, he would have to play on the girls' team. This was something that was quite shocking as a parent for Bobby as a player. In fact, he told his father and I, I'm not a girl and I refuse to play on the girls' team. And if they make me play on the girls' team, I'm going to quit soccer altogether. So we grew very concerned and we wanted to do everything that we could to address this issue with the league and to see if we could, help to inform them of the situation and hopefully get them to revisit and refine this outdated discriminatory policy.
So what is Puget Sound's Premier League stand on this? What is their basis for this, for their decision, I should say?
So the basis is their very brief, again, outdated policy that said girls will play on biological girls teams and boys must play on biological boys teams. There's no mention of transgender player or gender identification for players. So that's what they are falling back on, is this policy.
So I want to be careful because we don't have Premier League right for them to speak on their position. So if we speak more broadly, why is it leagues are, especially youth leagues, are clinging to these gender norms? Why do you think that is?
I think policies were created at a time where perhaps this issue was not as visible as it is now. I recognize that for clubs or leagues, it takes time and effort and energy and different stakeholders to create policy that is robust and equitable and inclusive. And so to me, it seems that they're being more reactionary instead of proactive to this issue.
Have they been willing to have a dialogue or a discussion at all?
The only dialogue that they have engaged with me in was an original dialogue when we reached out this summer, and they said through email that their policy was in place and they weren't going to be changing it anytime soon, or at least for the next year. And when I reached out to them a second time and said, that's not really how issues of social justice work on a perfectly framed timeline, I got a really curt and insensitive response that we're very busy with other things, COVID-19 related, and we're just basically not at a capacity to take this on right now, which again is an unacceptable answer.
What gets lost of what I found in the coverage of these things is the emotional well-being of the individual that is involved in this struggle for what they view as equality for themselves. How is Bobby handling all of this?
Well, I think for many, sports is an outlet where we, get to put aside and enjoy the love of the game and the players and the sport and the competitiveness. But for my son, every time he runs on the pitch, he has to worry about whether or not he'll be able to participate on game day with his teammates. And so it has put, I feel, unnecessary stress on him. He's just 13, and all he wants to do is play with the guys that he practices with multiple times a week.
How are his peers on the team taking all of this? And are they aware of the behind the scenes here with the league?
Yeah. So his teammates, his coaches, staff at the Titans FC Bellevue club have been incredibly welcoming. Family members on his new team, parents have reached out and said, we're so glad to have Bobby on the team, welcoming him. And so we've gotten a lot of really nice support from them.
What's your next step from here? Where do you, because it sounds to me in talking to you that we're at impasse right now, that you have the league saying this is our policy. We don't have time to look at this right now. Talk to us in a year. Bobby wants to play. And with that said, as you've brought up with COVID, that has created an interesting pause that I think benefits Bobby in that they're not able to play, only engage in practice at this time. But as you've pointed out, this decision is looming. So what are next steps?
We have some next steps in place, certainly through our social media and our hashtag Let Bobby Play. We've got a lot of support from allies and friends in just getting the word out and making it so that trans athletes like Bobby are more visible. We know that visibility is important and that it counts. And Bobby wishes to use this platform, as he's mentioned to me and his father multiple times. Look, this isn't just about me. This is about every other trans player that comes behind me. This is a lot of work, and it's a lot of stress for the athletes themselves, for families. And we don't want another family to have to go through this. And in fact, the club shared with us that last year they had a trans player who, upon finding out the league's policy, they just decided to leave the sport altogether. And we don't want to have to hear that story again about another athlete leaving a sport they love simply because of an outdated policy.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions that I wouldn't be a journalist if I didn't ask the questions, right? So the first question I'm going to ask is there simply another league that Bobby could go to?
I'm sure, given the area we live in, there are other leagues. Puget Sound Premier League is in charge or oversees about 60 clubs in the area. So if you think about 60 clubs and how many players each club has in each age division and male and female, that's a lot of players that affects. And we could look at other clubs with maybe more inclusive policies. But is that fair to ask Bobby to travel further out of the area, or to ask our family to use those resources to travel further out of the area, simply because he wants to play on the team that identifies with his gender? And again, this is looking broader, more into the future, where this shouldn't be an issue for trans players moving forward.
What do you say to the people who may be watching this who may not be allies and not understand the issues the transgender community faces, and maybe saying things such as, Bobby's 13. Bobby doesn't even know who Bobby is at 13 years old, right? Mm-hmm. So what do you say to those people?
I would say that Bobby is an incredibly brave and bold individual. And yes, he's 13. And at 13, he has the ability to honor his most authentic self in a way that's very visible. But he's also using his story to advocate for others. And all my child wants to do is play the sport that he loves with those teammates that he most identifies with. We're not asking for any special conditions. We just want Bobby's authentic self to be honored and recognized and appreciated.
What's Bobby's aspiration for soccer longer term as somebody who's passionate about the sport?
So Bobby would love to travel to Germany and to see some professional matches. He follows the European League quite a bit. He and his grandmother have adventures planned when all is safe to travel. Bobby has talked about wanting to play professional and play in college as well. So this isn't for Bobby at this point in his life. This isn't just, a hobby he enjoys. It really is part of who he is.
How can people support the transgender community in general? And then that will lead to a second question.
I think by educating themselves, by reading and researching and through social media and different platforms, film, and then you trying to find allies or those within the community who are willing to speak to them and to reach out and to hold those conversations. But I think it really is about visibility. The more visibility the folks in the transgender community have, the more broad and rich all of our experiences are. And for Bobby to be openly visible on his current boys soccer team, that provides so many opportunities for his other players and his coaching staff as well.
Is one of the challenges that the transgender community has is in this issue of visibility, in the sense that if you have a casual engagement, a casual conversation with somebody, you may not realize at all that individual is transgender.
I think it definitely is one of the challenges. And I do want to note too that, Bobby is very open about him being transgender male. And everybody's at a different capacity and a different space to share their story. And so I think it depends too on what the comfortability and preference of the person, wanting or wishing to share that story.
If somebody was watching this and they wanted to start their educational journey, is there a particular website or article or video that you would say, start your journey here?
Yeah, I would say a couple. So Disclosure is a great documentary on Netflix that really talks about how transgender people have been portrayed in movies. And that would be a great start. It's produced by Laverne Cox, the actress. Another great resource, and it's a local resource, is Trans Families. That's been an amazing resource for me, for Bobby. Their director, organizer, creator, Aiden Key, is an amazing advocate for transgender youth and families. And so they have groups that you can attend and articles that you can read, and it's been an amazing resource.
And if somebody is watching this and they wanted to get involved in supporting Bobby in a positive way, how do they get involved?
So on my Facebook page, I have, we've been using the hashtag Let Bobby Play. And so if you check that out, you can see kind of where our journey has gone so far. Also, my family has printed signs for yard signs and masks that say Let Bobby Play. And so I've thrown out there the invitation to reach out to me on Facebook, and we can mail or make deliveries for that. And then, another option could be, and we've had allies and friends and family do this, is to simply get in contact with the Puget Sound Premier League and those who are in the organization, and just let them know that they, they've heard about Bobby's story, and they hope that the league will refine its policy moving forward.
Do you think that this concept of men in sports, women in sports, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, are these outdated ideas in 2020?
I think they're exceedingly outdated. I'm an educator by trade. I teach second and third grade. And in second and third grade, we're having these conversations around gender identity and acceptance and equality. And even, conversations that I have with 7 and 8-year-olds, they're ready to engage in these conversations. Sometimes it seems to me, sometimes the older generations are not as willing to have these conversations, but the youth that I'm working with and with Bobby and his peers, they're ready. They see the need for change, and I'm hopeful that they'll continue the progress that we've started.
Eleanor, I want to thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your story of your son, Bobby. And we will continue to follow up with you on progress and the direction where this goes. And in addition, we're looking forward to seeing the story in the Seattle Gay News that will be coming out on Friday.
The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press, and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
Hey there, malcontents. This here is the Malcontent. We are at the top of the hour. It is a minute past 8 o'clock. It is almost easier to say what states' polls are still open than to list off the states that the polls have closed. Polls have just closed in Nevada. They were supposed to close at 7. They were extended an extra hour in Clark County. They have closed in California, Oregon, Idaho, and Washington. The last 2 states that are left are Hawaii, which will close at 9, and then Alaska, which will close at 10 p.m. our time, 1 a.m. East Coast time. We have one race that we have to announce. Tommy Tuberville. Tommy Tuberville has defeated Jones, the incumbent in Alabama, to become the freshman senator for that state. Tuberville, a former coach of football, super popular. Alabama is crazy about their football. And so the election giveth and the election taketh away. Hickenlooper won in Colorado. That put the Democrats up by 1. And Tuberville won in Alabama. That brought it back down to parity. Neither of those outcomes were unexpected. Neither of those. So far, we have a whole lot of, we're waiting to hear stuff. Come in. Come on. Count those damn ballots. Let's go ahead and look at the map that we have here. And the map really hasn't changed that whole lot from half an hour ago when we showed it to you before. We are waiting on a lot of states to get a lot of information in. We're looking at Florida, and it looks like Florida is going to go to Trump, but the state has not been called. Candidly, we're kind of scratching our heads, but we are not going to call the state. We are going to line, as I said, to the Associated Press. They have, for whatever reason, not called the state. But it looks in our analysis that Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead in the state of Florida. Pennsylvania, we're seeing the red shift. We kept talking about, we were scratching our heads for the first couple of hours on the poll numbers, going, this doesn't make sense. Why are we seeing so much blue coming out of Pennsylvania? Because the day of vote should have been very heavy red. We're now seeing that. And I know there's some Schnoderfruit and some stuff going on social. There are literally millions of ballots not counted in Pennsylvania. And the data shows that those ballots are going to break very, very heavy to Biden. And all the pundits have said it will be days until we ultimately know what's going on in Pennsylvania. So we're seeing that red shift there. We did not expect that we would see the results coming out of Pennsylvania tonight. Arizona stuff is early coming out of there, but the one thing that is more interesting coming out of Arizona, it doesn't look good at all for McSally. And Joni Ernst in Iowa, it's not looking very good for her. Joni Ernst had this major gaffe in Iowa, where in the one debate that they had, she was asked about what the price of soybeans were. And not only did she not answer it, but then she just tried to fake her way out of it and do the politician razzle-dazzle dance. The moderators held her feet to the fire on it, and she just threw out a wild-ass guess. And it wasn't even close. It wasn't even in the same neighborhood. And remember, Iowa lost 43% of all of its crops. Okay, we've got some multiple announcements that are coming in, and so here we go with them. The first one, Joe Biden. Joe Biden wins California. No surprise coming out of there. Joe Biden and the 55 electoral votes there. Oh, wait a minute. No, I just hit the wrong button. Scratch that. He has not won that. Let me go roll it over. Joe Biden wins Oregon. Joe Biden has won Oregon and the 7 electoral votes that are there. And Joe Biden has won the state of Washington and the 12 electoral votes there. So we have 3 states that have gone for Joe Biden. And again, none of them surprise. Not Ohio. We have another state that is going. Let's go ahead and do that state. Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won Idaho and the 4 electoral votes in Idaho. So Donald Trump has taken Idaho. And again, none of these 4 were battleground states. None of this was a big surprise. Oregon and Washington having their numbers like that, also not a surprise, because Oregon and Washington has been doing mail-in ballots. They've been doing it for years. And although the numbers can still come in, for instance, in the state of Washington, almost 70% of all registered voters had already turned in their ballots before this morning. We know that because we're based out of here in the state of Washington. And what was that again? All right, we have one, and we have another one here. Joe Biden has taken New Hampshire. Joe Biden has taken New Hampshire and the 4 electoral votes there. So we didn't consider. Biden is at 209 and Trump is at 112. And we will get those maps updated, and we'll show that on the next time we roll the map. So Biden is at 209, Trump is at 112. So the one thing that we know at this point tonight, there is no red wave. There is no Trump landslide at this point, because the margin is not possible. Say that one more time, producers. Okay, we've got another race that we're going to update you on. This one is a Senate race. Lindsey Graham has won re-election as a senator in South Carolina. That is another race that not surprised. When we started at the very, very top of the show, of this coverage tonight, I had said, like, I wouldn't bet money against Lindsey Graham not winning tonight, and I'm not surprised with what happened there. There just wasn't enough momentum, but Lindsey Graham certainly had to fight for his life. South Carolina, like Lindsey Graham said some really reprehensible things. Do better. Drink. It's time to drink. Oh, it kind of went up my nose. Birds. 1 second. All right, don't forget, Malcontentment Tango is brought to you by Bumblebee Tuna. Bumblebee Tuna, the most aerodynamic tuna, the money that you can buy, as endorsed by Donald Trump. It is also brought to you by an unbranded brand of soup, because you need soup for your family. There you go. And that's what we know right now. So we've got some graphics we need to update. Nothing, again, is a big surprise. The only thing, some people consider New Hampshire a battleground state. We're like, what? Whatever. New Hampshire is also a state that went to Hillary Clinton by only 2,700 votes. And right now, it looks like it's gone by almost a 10% margin, about 55 to like 45 and change. So that is almost a 10%. And that is kind of where the polls were predicting New Hampshire. So we're kind of looking at this stuff. So it's not surprising that we're seeing different things in different states. But so far, we're not necessarily seeing anything. And again, you get this complexity because of all of the mail-in votes and all the early ballots and those coming in. But we're not seeing right now this, we're not seeing like kind of a huge variance in the polls. One exception right now, Florida. But Florida's always just been a weird state. That is like, I wouldn't bet a penny on an election in Florida based on everything I've seen out of that state for the last 20 years. Another little interesting tidbit that's out of Florida, Florida has elected its first female, Florida, God, not Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade has elected its first female mayor in history. And when I was told that, I was like, really? Can we fact check that? Or, right? Also, the first non-Hispanic mayor in 24 years. Remember, I was talking earlier about, and this is interesting, and see kind of where Florida lands. And we'll go back to Pinellas County. Pinellas County went for Biden, and Pinellas County has picked the president since 1980, one exception, 2000. They went to Al Gore, and Al Gore, of course, and Bush v. Gore, and Bush became the 43rd president of the United States, with the votes in Florida being disputed, and hanging chads and all sorts of Supreme Courts and people rushing into the rooms, shouting and chanting and threatening people. And it was a good time. It was a really good time. So anyway, that is where things are at. The other thing is State Senator McBride. So this is not at the federal level. This is at the state level. In Delaware, the first openly transgender person elected in the United States to the Senate within their state government, within the state house. So again, not at a federal level, but at a state level. So congratulations to the LGBTQIA plus community, particularly the T in that list of letters there. And congratulations to Senator McBride. And that is what we know at this point. Getting pretty good at this. I yacked for like about 12 minutes. I'm also getting really good at throwing stuff at the camera lens. That's taken a while to perfect, I'll let you know. Channeling Keith Olbermann here as I'm chucking stuff. That is what we know. There is still a... Yes, that's fair enough. That's a good one. There we go. We got... Oh, that was a good one. That just arced perfectly there. I saw that. You'll see that. Well, you saw it now. Anyway. Yes, if you are drinking tonight, I was just asked, please drink responsibly. Do not drink and drive, and be careful and do the right thing and don't overdo it because you still have to get up and function tomorrow. That one you didn't see. That one just hit the barn doors on the camera. Just if I had thrown it maybe an inch. Great moments in Jewish sports history. I'm allowed to say it. Okay. This is what we know right now. So we are still waiting for some races. I actually have videos for we're still waiting for the races, but I haven't used them yet. And so anyway, here's me. I meant to show this when we played the SPOG 816 Part 2. This is my squeaky pig. I know some people, when I pull this out, they're like, oh my God, you got... Yes, this was handed to me on the SPOG March from August 16th. When they were coming back, somebody said, here, you earned this tonight. And they gave me a squeaky pig. And they handed me a piece of the flash bang grenade that SPD threw right at me that we caught on camera and went off right behind my back. And how they had the presence of mind to pick up that chunk of leftover flash bang grenade at the moment. And I would presume they probably had leather gloves because they didn't burn their hands or whatever. I don't know, but that piece of flash bang grenade is sitting on my desk in my office. And so earn my squeaky pig. And I know people are like, how come you don't bring the squeaky pig with you? Because I don't want to lose my squeaky pig because, it's like, I don't know, it's like a medal. Anyway, with that said, let's go. We're going to play the martial law band. That's what we're going to do. We're going to groove out to the martial law band. We're going to update some graphics. We're going to do some more research. And we'll probably come back at about 8:30. Like, subscribe, share, follow, watch party. Yoda is causing trouble somewhere on the lower floor, and I actually may go run down to see what kind of trouble and destruction that he has gotten into. And with that, we're going to go ahead and roll the martial law band.
So when you look, find in a Buddha pose. to move mountains. The wins and losses of youth mountain. Really, who's counting when love is the outcome? So keep your chin up and stay strong. Remember, you've been fine all along, just the way you are. Breathe and sing along. The journey's just begun. One day we'll all be one. Tell 'em, son. Ever since I was born, listen, I've been pushed round, treated like a toy. But then what? Since then, things have changed. I see the love, yes, the other. So what we need, y'all, we need some mercy, y'all. We got the mercy on us. We got the mercy on us, y'all.
Hey, Fox News, how come you don't show this?
Dear son, yeah, I see you on the big screen. CNN smiling with the big dreams. I hope you don't lose faith in yourself. I raised you to play the cards that you were dealt. Sorry, mama, Ivy League dropped out. Left my peers all proud of me. Backpackers frowning on like the Justice League. This is on an odyssey. Homer hit a homer, now they speak on the team globally. I guess it's just a prophecy. Hate it, don't bother me. Understanding span, rubber band, trauma go around. Snap, damn, back again. Ceiling fan, my name stays running out the room. Randy treat that man like the boys bulletproof. Sun here, go to teach into Sun Tzu. Or the war, point the ox out, we'll win through. Receipts, we need proof. Pledge allegiance to who? Now I need proof. Now I need proof. So what I tell them, no, I don't need CNN. The Fox News, now I need truth. No, I don't need CNN. The Fox News, now I need proof. The power's in the people in the streets. We brought their policies all down to their knees. Yeah, 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 it's true. Yeah, 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 it's true. Mercy, give us some truth on the keys. Mercy, give us some truth on the at us like it's just left or it's right. We know there's more to decide. Put our lives in this fight. Press thanks for the coverage. Gotta change the subject. Stop putting us against each other. But we all got more in common. No need to be dishonest, just to lie some more dollars in your pockets. Yeah, you got options when your platform is popping. Chop, chop, yo, edits turn my city into Gotham. Sensationalize our problems. Now I'm in the mirror like, what happened? Lights, camera, action, no backtrack. Oh. Cause see, I need action. So when we tell them, no, I don't need CNN or Fox News. I know I need truth. No, I don't need CNN or Fox News. I need
Katie is out here calling this militant. She used the word militant and something else. I guess she doesn't like music. Black Block Katie is out here in Black Block. Hey, hey. Okay. Okay. It's good to see you too. What's that? Renee had to work. Yeah, yeah. I know, exactly. That whole addiction of food, clothing, shelter.
My advice is to everybody is to find how best to channel that passion and make it so that fire stays lit. If it's your thing to be out here, then come out here and rep. If it's your thing to be on Twitter going crazy, then do that like crazy. But lend your talents, lend your passions to the movement, because that's how you're best fit. And that's what we're trying to do here with our music. So we're gonna play one more for y'all, and then we're gonna get on out and do our thing. We got a lot of love, solidarity with everyone here. We just dropped a new album, it's called 12 and Fine. We got some copies, you can just hand them out. Bert, give them into that pink backpack. You know what I'm saying? Pay what you think it's worth.
Sounds like Katie's getting heckled. And as much as I know some people would love me to go over there and heckle her, because I know everyone would love the heckling I did, we're staying here with the music.
Told you time to go, you gotta hit the road. Don't let them hold you back, leave them in the past. They don't like it when you stand on a hater like that. Oh, now you got them mad. Hey, get your dance. They don't wanna see you laugh, rather see you all sad, rather see us do it bad. They'd rather see us doing bad. We're talking. They said there wasn't a miracle. Said rap isn't spiritual. Act like me standing right here ain't a miracle. Confirmed with the oracle. Turned into a warrior. Worded ya euphoria. Moving in my story, yeah. Wasn't all glory though. Wasn't all scoring though. Had to hit the dirty work. Had to sling with Baba verse. Carnivorous, connoisseur on this shit. Omnivore, and now it's finally over. And so we sing. It started back home. Heard it in your soul. Told you time to go, you gotta hit the road, don't let them hold you back. We run in the back, they all like it when you stay on that head like that. Cool, now you got a back. Hey, it's your plans, they don't better see you back, better see you all time, better see us going back. Better see us going back, better see us going back, better see us going back, better see us going back. Yeah. Near the sun I've flown. Here with Cupid's bow, got Penelope at home. Yeah, I always needed goals.
Flute person, it's flute person.
Hey, I went far on my journey, got scars on my journey hit, pause on my journey found, causing my journey. You ain't get it, you ain't with it, you ain't respond when I said it. You were riding in that Civic with that vision so vivid, like who'll wait till I hit this opera? Who'll like march, wait till I am a doctor? We big as our nostril. It wasn't always hostile, it wasn't always docile, but look, we did it proper. And yet we took some losses. We didn't get no Oscars, but now we got them Oscar. Either that or not, just we're through this. Rolling started back home, hurting in your soul. Told you time to go, you gotta hit the road. Don't let them hold you down. Leave them in the back, get away when you start about a hair like that. Hey, it's your best, still wanna see you cry. See you outside, wanna see us go We love you, Seattle. Thank you so much. Keep fighting. We're here for you. Check out the album. It's protest food.
Y'all make some noise! Y'all know the history. Let's hear the music behind it. Y'all ready? Yeah! Y'all got one more first? Y'all got one more? Let's go one more. Let's have everybody move on in so we can get ready to roll out. Once this song ends, we're gonna hit it. We're gonna get everybody back up to Cal. Y'all down for that? Yeah! Y'all down to keep going? Yeah! Y'all want one more song? Make some noise for Marshall Lawson!
We put the Venmo in the comments if you want to tip the band, and we strongly encourage you to support our Black, Indigenous, and person of color artists. If you're enjoying this music, tip the band.
That's right. Hey, I'm sorry. They actually gave a trigger warning. That's how I apologize. All right, get ready. One time for the Hots.
Just like Holy Ghost, this motherfucking crowd.
We are the Martial Law Band, and the music you hear comes directly from our souls, you dig? Every word is truth, you dig? We don't need you to dance crazy unless that's your thing. Go hard, I see you, fam. All we need you to do is nod your head with us. But if you want to dance, this is highly encouraged. This is actually hey, so nod your head with us. From the streets to the streets, go ahead and bounce. They know what we about. They know what we about. Hey. I bet my mama proud. I bet my mama proud. Look at your son now. Hey. That's a hero's perspective, inception from Marshall, Texas. Family broke connections with our slavery ancestry. That day forward, we were destined to change directions. Migrated western, we gon' get a piece of this pie. Say dream up in my eye that my daddy had in LA when he watched the Watts riots. Now my city on fire from the latest protest. Weighing down my neck, felt my inner knowledge. Focus on my knowledge now. Hey, everybody, I spit this deep, no make no shit, no break. And now, hey, I swear my mind transcends with the heat and waves. But if there's sunshine, if there's rain, any wave on this rain, I chose the game. So I will remain. We let the man come through the game. Oh yeah! Mercy oneness. Talk to the people tonight, Mercy. Talk to him, Mercy. Keep talking to him, Mercy. Chains on my wrist, but the pain still exists. Insist that they listen every word that I spit. I got gone with the wind. I put bars in my sentence, switch goals to intentions made. Kings had a henchman turn starter into benchman. Ooh, varsity is freshman. It start pouring when it rained. Got boring being the same. doing a couple strings, make your neck when I sing my head. Everybody, why I take my fingers in to make them shake like that you play. I'm not here. That's where my mind transcends when the DJ plays my band. But if there's sunshine, if there's rain, heat wave or blizzard rain, I just stay. So what will remain? Now Seattle, no matter what your calling is in life, you go do that shit. You remember Black Lives Matter when you do it, you dig? We can't do it alone. Look at our band. Look how multicultural we are. Look how other people are uplifting a black person's voice. This is how you amplify. This is how you unite. Keep the spirit. Keep the love alive. Keep doing what you do. We'll keep doing what we do. We'll meet in the middle. You feel me? Much love to you.
Thank you, Irene.
Solidarity, fist up if you rock with martial law. Much love, man. We'll be around with the martial art band. Follow us, tag us. We'd love to connect with you. Shout out to all the other fellow musicians and creatives that are bringing their art to the table. Keep doing you. We want to see the poetry. We want to see the graffiti. We want to see it everywhere. You feel me? Much love to you all. Shout out the boys up here.
Irene, one of the nice benefits of Bullcam is I actually can kind of wiggle around and it doesn't show in the camera that much. So I was kind of white boy dancing.
The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with three key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances. And to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
You fit the profile. You're the malcontent.
Nobody wants to hear the nonsensical ravings of a loudmouth malcontent.
Antifa, fuck you!
You are the biggest hypocrite on the face of the planet.
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say.
Good evening, malcontents. I am the malcontent, aka David, aka a long list of aliases. If I am ever arrested, the Seattle police report will have like a half a page of aliases, apparently, because if you've ever watched the streams, you see I am called like 20 different things out there. Some of them are hypocrite and asshole, but that's a whole different story. That would be hysterical. You know, the malcontent, aka hypocrite, aka house asshole, aka Antifa, aka Press Tifa. With that, we have some news that's coming out of the state of Washington. Although not officially called, Jay Inslee appears to be a slam dunk to get his third term in the state of Washington. Yay. Yay. At least Washington didn't vote for a madman. A anti-C disease, anti-mask, shoot who you want madman. Anyway, we got that. Susan DelBene looks like she is cruising to re-election, no surprise. Kim Schreier, coming into that race, it was kind of looking like she was going to be fighting for her electoral life. That was a potential Republican pickup in the House. and Kim Schreier is doing really well. And Betsy DeVos Light, who was running for superintendent of public schools for the state of Washington, is not doing well, thank goodness. Although I can't believe that she has the amount of support that she has, and it looks like Rakal will be getting the job again. And with that said, we have some news. We have a race. Wisconsin's punted. I know it says too close to call, but let me go ahead and explain to you what that means. So Wisconsin, we had too close to calls, but we didn't have we punt. So for 4 years from now, if I'm still doing this, I apparently need a bank of buttons on my little gizmo here that has, I don't know, I don't want to lift it up too much. I don't know if you can like see all the buttons. There's like my bank of buttons. There you go. Anyway, I have more than one of these here. And then there's multiple pages and stuff. It's actually really stunning that I've only had 2 bad button presses for the night so far. But the night is young. So what Wisconsin has said is like, yeah, we know we've counted, but we're not going to count any of these ballots. We're not even going to start with some of these ballots here until the morning. So stop asking. So we are not going to get a decision out of Wisconsin tonight, period. So we already knew that Pennsylvania would be almost certainly no decision tonight. We knew, so Wisconsin is kind of like, oh, interesting. So we're not going to hear about Wisconsin. There is a lot of grousing on social media. I was looking and I was seeing some stuff on there. Again, there's people like, is it 2016 all over again? There is a ton of ballots that have not been counted and will not be counted tonight. There are many pundits that said we would probably not know who president was tonight. I know that my final forecast was a Biden win, but it was razor close. And we're kind of closing into that forecast model that I come up, but we're not going to know tonight if I nailed it or not. So drink! Here's to you, Wisconsin. Thank you for making us all wait. Why, like 80% of the United States is worried about violence over the election. 80%. I'll get into how you translate that 80% number. So thank you for Wisconsin for pouring a little alcohol on that fire tonight. All right. Let me explain to you that number. I do want to go into that. That was something in my head. It was like, if I need some filler, I want to talk about that stat. 80% of Americans are worried about violence after the election. So, of course, what does that mean? Well, that means that if it's 80% of Americans, it isn't just Democrats who a certain party calls a bunch of frightened kittens is afraid of violence over the election. That means that there has to be independents and Republicans in the mix, and then you have 20% left over. Now, of course, that 20% left over, I've talked about this before. If you take any poll, you have what I call the lunatic factor. Let me explain to you what the lunatic factor is. The lunatic factor is this 5 to 10% that sits on either side of a poll. So you have 5% of 10% on one side, 5% to 10% on the other side. And what do I mean by that? Let me give you an example. If Donald Trump got up on TV right now, said, I have the cure for cancer, and I'm going to distribute it to everybody, and I don't care how the election comes out, and I came up with it personally, and Dr. Bricks and Dr. Fauci stood up behind him and said, we verify this. We can't believe it. We're stunned, but yes, it is real. This is a real cure for cancer, and we have been quietly testing this, and it works, and you don't go 3 horns out of your head, and you don't become the movie I Am Legend with this cure for cancer, and we're going to distribute freely to everybody in the world. Tomorrow morning, you will have 5 to 10% of people that will go, that's fine that he cured cancer, but he doesn't care about AIDS. Right? They're not going to give them the W. There'll be 5 to 10% on the other side of that equation going, what is he giving away for free? He should be charging $100 million, billion, trillion per dose. Hate him for that decision. So that's this lunatic fringe. Likewise, let me put it the other side. Donald Trump could walk out of the White House lawn tomorrow with a fetus in one hand and a bottle of ketchup in another, put that bottle of ketchup on the fetus and start eating it. And 5 to 10% on the one side would just be I'm totally cool with that. He's just joking. It's just a joke. It's just a ha-ha. It's a funny. That's what I mean by you have this factor. So let's go back to this 80%. 80% of Americans tonight are worried that there's going to be violence because of the election. So that leaves 20%. So that means like around half of that are the lunatic fringe. So what does that mean when I say they're the lunatic fringe? These are the 5 to 10% that are going, yeah, there's going to be violence after the election. Mm-hmm. And you should be scared. That's what it is. So basically the whole nation is shitting their collective pants tonight. That's basically what those numbers and those stats mean. Like the rest of you, we're waiting for more stats to come in. And the other thing that I've noticed is the clock stopped working. And there's nothing I can do about that. I don't know why the clock stopped working. It is stuck at 8:30 and 24. I was hoping when I flipped over to the seed that the clock would start working again. When we take another break, we're going to make the clock go bye-bye on the screen. I really don't know why the clock stopped working. The joy of live production. Let's go to our map here, our battleground map. So not a whole lot's changed from what we showed this map here about a half an hour ago, right? We're still waiting on Maine. Right now, Maine is leaning for Biden. We're scratching our heads. I think the whole nation is kind of scratching their heads at this point on why isn't Florida called for Trump. But Florida hasn't been called for Trump at this point. And me making that statement saying, that's not me saying Trump has won Florida, but we're looking at the numbers, and apparently the folks at the Associated Press, and for that matter, everybody else that's watching those knows something the rest of America doesn't know, or we're just waiting for something. I know people are freaking out about North Carolina. We told you at the very start of this, and let me reiterate, North Carolina was going to come out unrealistically blue out of the gate. It then was going to swing probably very hard to red. And then in the coming days, as they count more ballots, particularly as you go into tomorrow, we probably will not get a decision out of North Carolina tonight. It will start to swing the other way. How far that swings the other way, that's yet to be seen. Pennsylvania, that is another state. There are millions of votes they haven't started counting in Pennsylvania. So that's another state that I just see people are like, you're going to have to give that one a few days. Right now, there are wrong button. There are 211 electoral votes left. And Trump continues to have to be in this position of he about has to run the board on the battleground states. Montana will almost certainly go to Trump. Minnesota will almost certainly go to Biden. We know that 3 electoral votes in Maine will certainly go to Biden, maybe 4. Florida's 29 will probably go to Trump. Georgia, what's going on? Why are you taking so long? Our intel, like we have the spreadsheet. It was like expect fast results out of Georgia. You're taking your sweet time. Texas, remember, Texas got more pre-election day votes than all the votes they got in 2016. So Texas got a lot of votes to count. We will probably hear Arizona tonight. We continue in Arizona and also in Iowa. Joni Ertz is on the fence in Iowa, and McSally, it's pull up, you're going down in flames. You need to pull up or eject. Terrible analogy with astronaut Kelly as her, but anyway. And Nevada, I know we have it as a battleground state. People call it a battleground state. Well, it's not a battleground state. So that really leaves Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Florida, but again, I really don't think Florida's in play at this point. North Carolina, Maine 2, and Texas-ish, maybe kind of, sort of. So, again, here's the thing. There is no red wave. There is no Trump landslide tonight. And it appears there is no Biden landslide tonight. Again, if you go back to the forecast that we made, we put Biden as somewhere between 280 and 290. And I know that I when I ran my last numbers, sorry, man, the earpiece not cooperating. When I ran my numbers, I know. That's why I'm not sure ultimately if I wrote 280 or 290. I should have put that on my notes up here because I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth on Nebraska 2, although I am surprised it went to Trump, and I went back and forth on Arizona. And so I was kind of playing with numbers there, and I can't remember if I landed on 280 or 290. Why Arizona? Why do I think Arizona is going to go to Biden when this is all said and done and counted? A couple of factors. Arizona has an increasingly younger population. Arizona has an increasing minority population, particularly a Hispanic population. And Arizona has been taking in a lot of California refugees. Remember, the Republican Party has been taking great delight in the people that are leaving California and going to other places like Nevada and Arizona and Colorado, and they're diluting the Republican votes in those states at the same time. So careful what you wish for in that department. On the other side of the coin, you're seeing other states where the shift is tipping the other way, where states are becoming redder and redder and redder as time goes by. So anyway, this is where we're kind of at. We have Hawaii. That will be coming up at 9 o'clock. That should be a very, very quick call. We are still also waiting on a ton of Senate votes tonight. That's the other thing. And I don't know how much of that we're going to get. Now, with that said, what I'm saying, we're not going to get a decision tonight. Don't touch that dial. Don't touch that dial, America and Canada and everyone else for that matter. Stay tuned because there's more stuff. There might be a cat or a pug or both, maybe one under each arm. That wouldn't work. They wouldn't fit in frame there. Then they'd be out of focus. There may be one of them. I could torture the cat. You've never seen the cat. The cat, there was one time I was going to put the cat on air and the cat knew. The cat detected a disturbance of the force and it was like, I'm running for my cat life. Let's look at your comments really here. Wow. I don't know. Did my comments die? Oh, wow. And now the clock's working. Wow. So there's stuff I was asking while we're on. I was like, is the stream still going? Is the stream still going? Is the stream still going? So I did have something frozen up in my system. Like all of a sudden, all of these Grandpa Prestiva. That's fantastic. Now they can add that there. I'm seeing something in the comments. Maybe one of our fact checkers can, because I believe Trust and Verify, don't have your feelings hurt, malcontents, that the drug decriminalization bill in Oregon is passing by a very wide margin. Decent margin is the word they use. I know that is an initiative that people are looking at. As Oregon is kind of experimenting with decriminalizing having small amounts of hard drugs. We tweeted about this. Other countries that have done this have generally had success. It has not turned into the shit show that people expected. There are psychological reasons for that. There are economic reasons for that. Certainly one of the psychological reasons is once you take the mystery of the forbidden fruit away, then people are like, oh, okay. It's not forbidden fruit. And then all of a sudden people lose interest. Little kids, they're just small adults at the end of the day, right? What happens if you tell an 8-year-old, don't do that, and then you turn your back? What's the first one? There must be some reason you told me not to do it, so I'm going to do it. I told you not to put a fork in the light socket. What have you learned? I've learned it hurts, Daddy. Did you get the little jiggly feeling all the way up to your elbow before you let go? Oh, my goodness. Anyway, I don't know what happened, but the clock's working, and the clock is operating. There's another Kelly reference. That's a NASA reference. I actually don't get what the whole deal is with... Somebody put that in the comments. If you're like an astronaut nerd, why is it, we have liftoff and the clock is operating? What does that mean about the clock? I have a feeling that's like some really old school astronaut thing. Okay, with that said, that's enough me of trying to fill the time. So we've already did music. We've played Bobby Jones from end to end. I think we're going to play Spog Part 1. So we played Spog Part 2. We played Spog Part 1 a few hours ago. And I know we only played like a few minutes of it because we had a ton of stuff come in. And when we, and I know that I cut that really short. And I was kind of like, well, let me see if we can get you back to Spog Park when we were playing. And like, that didn't happen for whatever reason. I don't know. So I think I'm going to roll Spog Part 1 and hang in there with us, Malcontents, because we're not going anywhere. There's still a lot of states that we're waiting to get official word on. And there are some states we believe that we will get word on tonight. That will at least give us a little bit of a, which way is the wind blowing? And so with that, watch Spog Part 1 from August 16th. Oh, well, look at that. The Auto Club is here. Let me check horizons. And I think I'm going to bring the camera up a little higher because the Auto Club is here. Check for power lines.
We need to go around.
Okay.
This is the real. All right, so I'm in a situation here where basically I'm blinded by the lights.
Move back! 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 Move back!
Seattle PD just made a threatening move with their police cruiser. Seattle PD is backing up. That wasn't anything related to protesters. I don't know if SPD is moving things or if two of their cruisers bumped. Bike officers are here.
Move back! Move
SPD is holding their line. I have to be, SPD body cams are on. SPD body cams are on. That was a firework that went off in the crowd. That was a firework that went off in the crowd. Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good. I know my pay grade. I know my place. I know how to run like hell. Good to know I have my 6. My 6 is being watched. Right now, it is a peaceful standoff. Protesters are moving. This is always when I cross the lines. I never like it when I cross the lines. I'm gonna cross the line, I'm gonna cross the line. I'm crossing the line. Nobody do anything. Crossing the line.
Everybody chill out.
Charlene alive! Charlene alive! Are you pro-life? Are you pro-life? Are you pro-life?
I know you guys are fucking boycotts and shit.
We were trying to leave and you guys are keeping us from
So what's
leaving.
kind of happened at this point? The protesters are essentially kettled. Sorry.
Subject to arrest. Northbound on 3rd or northbound on 4th Avenue.
There is.
Why are we being told to disperse? This is an unlawful assembly. Why? Based upon what?
Lieutenant Brooks of the Seattle Police Department. I am now issuing a public safety order to disperse, and I command all those assembled at 4th Avenue South and South Hanford Street to immediately disperse, which means leave this area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal munition, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose, you will be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available. Northbound on 4th Avenue South or northbound on 3rd Avenue South. Leave the area now.
I've got 2 bike officers that are definitely eyeing me up. So I'm going to relocate. There are 2 bike officers. The other thing I'm going to do is drop the pole. The order for dispersal is actually illegal for those in the media. So I'm going to try and stick in the middle of the protesters.
Let's go!
Quickly, quickly, quickly. Don't run, walk, just walk fast. Sorry.
This is the fucking building.
Regardless of your purpose, you'll be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available. Northbound, South, or northbound, North Avenue South.
That was a water bottle that was thrown. Water bottle has been thrown. Water bottle has been thrown.
What's the bikes, Chris? What's the bikes?
Watch the bikes, yep. There's calls for a medic. Firework has been thrown. Fireworks been thrown. One of the legal observers has been pushed down. One of the legal observers, green hat legal observer, has been pushed down. We have that on camera. Legal observer pushed down. Flashbangs are going. Fireworks going off. Oh, it's spicy. Wow. Yeah. Ears, my bells were on. Oh, I just got a flashback, like I could feel the concussion from it. Oh. I just got a flashback. I could feel the concussion. That one was close. It's a little. It's a little spicy.
Oh, it's having eye problems again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go around the side of the bus.
I don't know if that was. I'm not sure what was deployed. My eyes are burning a little. There's a lot of people coughing, but it doesn't feel like pepper spray. It doesn't feel like CS. So I'm not sure what they deployed. It wasn't. They might have deployed a little bit of pepper spray. There's one officer that's got pepper spray out. So I'm going to move. Well, they're pushing us hard and fast. Pushing us hard and fast. They're pushing hard and fast. What I'm probably going to do, I'm just going to trot a little so I can turn around. Firework. That was a firework. Don't run, don't run. Walk, don't run. All right, SPD is moving at close to a run pace.
You guys are not holding this Where's the line up? Hold the fucking line! Hold the fucking line! You guys are not handling this shit okay. You are not holding this shit okay. Push it legal That's not okay. Fuck you and fuck you. Put your fucking hands on me.
Kathy, try to
There's
get
no
that
fucking
badge.
reason for it. I'll tell you that right fucking now.
This individual is. This officer does not have a body cam running. They are supposed to have a body cam running in these incidents. He does not have his body cam running.
You don't tell me how fucking fast I move. You have no idea what fucking issue I have. I bet you I move faster than your fucking wife does on a dick, motherfucker. Touch me, motherfucker. Take that badge off, come touch me. Bitch made ass motherfucker, find me. Bobby at whereweconverge.com. Email, that's right, email me. Don't put your fucking hands on me. I didn't do shit to you. You push these three right here.
This is Lieutenant Brooks of the Seattle Police Department. I'm now issuing a public safety order to disperse, and I command all those assembled at 4th Avenue South and South 4th Street to immediately disperse, which means leave this area. If you do not do so, you may be arrested or subject to other police action. Other police action could include the use of chemical agents or less lethal munitions, which may inflict significant pain or result in serious injury. If you remain in the area just described, regardless of your purpose, you'll be in violation of city and state law. The following routes of dispersal are available.
This is an illegal order. We are protected. I have the legal observers here. We are protected under the August 10th court order that says legal observers, media, and medics do not have to disperse unless they declare this a riot or an unlawful assembly. They have not used the words riot or unlawful assembly. They have only said this. Disperse. Fireworks fired off again. Flashbangs are deployed. Funky cam is on. Another firework deployed. Flashbangs deployed. Fireworks deployed. SPD is basically at a full run.
Wow. Officer going after the legal observers and a credentialed press person. Water bottles being thrown. Well, nobody said this was going to be boring. Whew. Not bad for an old guy, eh?
All right, malcontents, we got some states, we got some updates for you, and with that, we're going to go ahead and roll those. The first one is Ohio. Ohio has been called for Donald Trump, and that is 18 electoral votes in Ohio. The next one is Hawaii. Hawaii has been called for Joe Biden, and it's 4 electoral votes. And we have one more for you, and that is Minnesota. Minnesota and its 10 electoral votes have gone to Joe Biden. Some people considered Minnesota a battleground state. We didn't share that view. Ohio was a battleground state, but was on the other side of the Trump firewall. What I mean is that was on not the good side of the Trump firewall, but meaning for Trump, but it was not considered a blue state. We also have an update out of Georgia. And I know, because 16 electoral votes, and we're rolling this thing. This is too close to call, but it's not too close to call because Georgia. Can we talk? Seriously. A pipe broke? A pipe broke. A water pipe broke. And you're not going to have a vote count for us. Because a pipe broke. So there you go. Because remember, I'm going Georgia, what the hell's going on? So what's going on is they're running around with a mop and a bucket cleaning up a bunch of water, apparently. Georgia, what the hell? Drink! Or eat your popcorn, whatever you want. I'm going to drink. Remember, drink responsibly, and also remember, I'm not a good role model for impressionable youth. All right, let's go ahead and look at those vote counts and those maps. All right, so first of all, we're going to pull up the map here, and things are starting to narrow up a little bit. Really, the only thing so far tonight that's happened that I would go, didn't expect that, was Nebraska 2, and Nebraska 2 going to Biden and going to Trump, and going to Trump actually just like right out of the gate like that. That's the only thing that's a surprise. Ohio, the final vote count coming out of there, if you are on the Biden's team, that the margin of error in the polls that we're seeing there far exceed 2016, far exceed Hillary Clinton. They are way, way beyond that. What's interesting is in other states, we are not seeing these similar trends. Like, for instance, New Hampshire was right down the markers. It was right basically what the polls were saying. Florida, what we're seeing is kind of in that margin for error. Ohio is way, way out of any margin of error, any margin there. Don't shoot the messenger. We're just up here telling you as we see it. So let's go ahead and look at that delegate count and where we're at right now. So right now, Joe Biden's at 223. Donald Trump is at 136. There's 179 electoral votes left. Wisconsin and Georgia have both said, we're not going to have it. Now, Wisconsin's just like, we punt. Wisconsin, come on. Like, you knew the whole freaking nation is going to be looking at you. And you were like, I punt? Seriously? And Georgia has a leaky pipe. Georgia, I hope you aren't like furiously flushing ballots down the toilet and you had things backed up there. That's a terrible thing to say. I don't think that there's that level of vote fraud in this country and never's had. I've been told to talk about the District 5 race in the state of Washington. People outside of Washington, this is a state race, not a federal race. So for people outside of Washington, you don't care about this. Ingrid Anderson is like hanging in there with Mark Mullen. Mark Mullen over there is an establishment candidate. And Ingrid is, this freshman first time run. And she's running one hell of a good campaign. Now, here's the other one. King County that you should care about, actually two of them. That was King County Amendment 5 and Amendment 6. This is ones that, if you follow the page, I had put up kind of an appeal to malcontents to go, hey, give me your views on 5 and 6, because I really could flip a coin, and I'm not sure how to go on this one. And there are things I don't like about it on both sides. So throw me a bone here, help me out. And ultimately what I did is I decided to vote yes, because ironically and interestingly, it was the no discussion, the group that was saying you should vote no on this, it was their argument that made me go, another one. This is another popcorn moment. Let me get this straight. If we don't vote for sheriff as a people and we let the council pick the sheriff, it now becomes a political position. You really think I'm that stupid? Isn't it a case of politics when the people vote for it? And even though it's not a partisan office, it has a partisan vote and a partisan slant anyway, by the very nature of who gravitates to law enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have to run the I'm taking a break video for a moment, but I'll be back. And trust me, you'll like it. Yoda. Oh, bring me the kitty. This is outstanding. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for your entertainment pleasure. This is Makarov the cat, who's like, I don't want to be on camera. I'm going to kill you tonight. Like, see? There he goes. Totally. I am going to kill you. And the reason I'm going to murder you is the dog is enjoying this. So I know I'm not supposed to enjoy this. This is Makarov the cat. He's so fluffy! You heard that. And this here is Yoda, the Wonder Pug. Say hi to America, Yoda, the Wonder Pug, and Makarov, the cat. There you go. The cat just wants to go, as you can see. Look in the camera, Makarov, and I'll put you down. If you look in the camera, there you go. You did it for, you're like, I did it for 20th of a second. Put me down. Boom. There. Fine. Go. Go. Yoda's half blind, so he gets easily startled. He's like 9/10 blind. So, anyway, let me plug back into, so I can hear my producer, who is probably at this moment going, whoop. Okay. Oh, that's so funny. I plugged it at the right time because I just caught this as it goes in. We have a state that we're going to go ahead and announce, and we're going to go ahead and roll that. And Donald Trump wins Montana. Donald Trump wins Montana, and it's 3 electoral votes. Who wins Iowa? All right, we've got another one here, and that is the state of Iowa, and Donald Trump wins Iowa. And that goes with that Seltzer, the gold standard poll that came out of there that showed that collapse of the independent voters for Joe Biden in those few days leading up there. Thanks. I really appreciated that. There is literally pug snot everywhere. Thank you. I may have to go hit the brake button again. I might have to go put the hit the brake thing again. Yoda, by the way, is almost 17, and the cat somehow knows when the camera's out, and the cat is just like, cats know when cameras are going on, and they're just like, I don't want any part of the camera. So it was just like the second he was in here putting me down. Not to mention they only pretend to like each other. All right, so that's what we've got. We've got Montana. We have another battleground state, Iowa. Iowa has gone to Trump. And we have not heard about the Senate race out of Iowa, and we have not heard a decision yet on the race and the fate of Joni Ernst. So that'll be very interesting to see if Joni Ernst gets re-election and Trump gets the vote in Iowa. Because then that means that ire to Ernst goes further than just her, her Republican alignment, right? Because you would think that the down ballot would just go, but Iowa is this bastion of, not a bastion, but it's a big center of independent voting. And so with that, I'm very serious about the pug snot, by the way. I'm not exaggerating. I'm just like, dude. You look so smug about it also. This is what we're going to do. We're going to play very quickly, so I can go ahead and put Yoda back up somewhere. Because if I put him down here in the studio, it will truly be disaster. We are going to play Inequality in America, The Challenge of a Generation. It's a very short little mini documentary, and I will be back in about 4.5 minutes. President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 on July 2nd of the same year. The act outlaws discrimination based on race, color, religion, gender, or national origin. It also prohibits racial segregation in schools and employment. Just how far have we come in 56 years? The improvements since 1964 are undeniable. However, the inequality Black, Indigenous, and persons of color, called BIPOC, remain part of the American fabric. The challenges we face as a nation extend beyond the boardroom and include the classroom and the courtroom. According to the Brookings Institute, white American households have a mean net worth of $171,000, compared to just $17,150 for Black families. This disparity cannot be explained away by income, indebtedness, or educational attainment. When a BIPOC child enters preschool, they are behind their white peers in language and math development, with Blacks even further behind. Preschool programs shrink this gap by the time the students reach the first grade, but those gains evaporate during primary education. By high school graduation, non-whites are 2 grades behind their peers in equivalency testing. Black graduates, 2.5 grades behind. The challenges go beyond equivalency in education. A K-12 black student is 380% more likely to receive a school suspension, and a gifted black student is 54% less likely to be recommended to a gifted, talented program. When it comes to high school graduation, success also sees a significant gap. 91% of whites graduate high school, compared to 86% of blacks, but just 66% of Hispanics and 65% of Indigenous Americans. In the courtroom, BIPOC populations face similar discrimination. 35% of juveniles arrested are black, despite making up only 15% of the youth population. Data collected since 2015 indicates a black suspect is twice as likely to be killed by police versus a white suspect. 56% of those serving life sentences in the U.S. prison system, the largest in the world, are black. The United States judicial system is overwhelmed, with 80% of cases ending in a plea deal and never even going to trial. Between socioeconomic, educational, and judicial disparity, the college and career level impacts is dramatic. 72% of white students that complete high school goes on to an undergraduate program, compared to 44% of black students and 50% of Hispanic students. While 59% of white students who attend college go on to graduate, only 43% of black women and 35% of black men do. And that disparity is maintained even among the elite universities. By the time a BIPOC American reaches the workforce, they have a higher chance of having a criminal record. They are 2 grade levels behind their classroom peers and face a lifetime of reduced opportunity. These issues combine to prevent the building of generational wealth, and the cycle repeats. Hashtags of Black Lives Matter, marketing campaigns, and one-time donations won't change these systemic problems. Unweaving these threads from our fabric will require a generational effort. If we bring true equality to American society, everyone will benefit through less crime, higher GDP, better health, better productivity, and a better standard of living for all. This is the challenge of a generation. The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
You fit the profile. You're the malcontent.
Nobody wants to hear the nonsensical ravings of a loudmouth malcontent.
Fuck you! You are the biggest hypocrite on the face of the planet.
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say.
Hey there, America, Mr. and Mrs. America on all the ships at sea. Flash! That's like from way before I was born. I don't know who used to say that. It was like during World War II when you would go to the movies to get the video news. Now it's just in the palm of your hands, and you get to pick whatever channel you want to watch. Okay, so where are we at? We're not at really a whole lot further than where we were when I went to go put Yoda in a place where he couldn't get into trouble. So here we are on the map, and again, nothing has really changed from when we were on the air earlier, and we called a few states. And if we go into the delegate count right now, Biden is at 223, Trump is at 145, and there are 170 electoral votes that are left over. And that is where we're at. We know we are not going to hear about Wisconsin. We know we're not going to hear about Georgia tonight because Wisconsin said punt, and Georgia's got a broken water pipe. Georgia, what the hell? Anyway, I'm just telling you what they're telling me. So that's where we're at. On the Senate races, I'm a little surprised, right? Because we haven't heard from a lot of these particular races. We've declared Alabama. Right now, McSally is going down in flames in Arizona. It's not looking good. We've already called Colorado. Georgia, we don't have for the Senate seat that is there. We know the special election is done, and that's going to a runoff of a Republican versus Democrat. Joni Ernst is in trouble in Iowa. That's the last update I have. Gideon is not doing well in Maine. That is a real shocker there. Susan Collins is doing really strong in Maine. We don't have Montana, the Steve versus Steve, two white guys. We have not heard from North Carolina, and we've called South Carolina with Lindsey Graham. That was not a big surprise for us. And anyway, that is what we know right now at this moment. We are going to continue to broadcast. We're going to continue to providing insights and updates. The other thing we know is Jay Inslee is on pretty much a clear path. On my understanding, we don't have an official declare, but here in the state of Washington, Jay Inslee is on a clear path to be governor for a third term. Yay. Sorry, Jay. I really thought Jay would be a better governor. Jay was my Congress critter when I lived in a different part of Washington than where I live today. And I actually met with him on more than one occasion. And I was very impressed with him when I met with him. And I listened to him talk on more than one occasion. And I was like, wow, he has like this whole Al Gore thing, right? I heard little sidebar. I got a chance to hear Al Gore speak in 1998 at a very small group, like about 100 people at a luncheon. And the Secret Service came in. They made us all leave the room, blah, 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 and had to come back in. And Al Gore, like all of us afterwards, were like, whoa, Al Gore has personality. And like when he was running for president, I'm like, what is this Gorebot 2000? I don't understand. Where's the Al Gore I saw in 1998? I've just got a buzzing in my ear. If you're a big Monty Python fan and ever listened to the final ripoff, you'll get the joke. But it's not a buzzing. We have a state that's been declared. Florida, we've been waiting for this. We've been saying this is going to happen, and here you go. This is a big one. Donald Trump has taken Florida. So that is now two key battleground states that Donald Trump has taken, and Nebraska too. So the other ones being Ohio and the other one being Iowa. And so Trump has taken Florida, and we have been kind of waiting for that result to come in for the last couple of hours. What I'm interested to know, and if the fact-checking department can let me know, what was the breakdown of the margin of victory? Because what we're trying to figure out is the polling error for the other states. Because the polling error that we saw in Ohio is massive. On the other side of the coin, polling error that we saw in New Hampshire that was practically nil, and the polling error that we saw in Ohio was within the margin. So we're seeing things in different states, but in understanding those polling errors, so when we look at those particular polling errors, what we're trying to understand is what does that imply for other races that we're still waiting on decision. And so the numbers that I'm going to throw up here real quick does not include Florida. So Trump has 145, so he has 174. If I do the math in my head real quick, I think I got that right. 55, 65, yes, 174. And there is 131 electoral votes left. Let me see if I got that right. 60, oh, I'm sorry, 60, 50, 40, 141. There's 141 electoral votes left to grab. And again, it is looking like we will not know, well, it's pretty much established we are not going to know a winner tonight. The other thing that's established is we are not going to see a blue wave from the presidential race. We're not seeing a blue wave and we're not seeing a red wave. We're seeing neither candidate here with a landslide. This is going to be a close election. And so, which is kind of what we zeroed in on in our final analysis. And again, our conclusion was Biden appears to be, has the advantage, but that Trump still has a path to the White House. And right now, Trump is winning everything that he needs to win to run that board. And he basically almost has to run the board on the states that are left over. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. And again, if you're just tuning in, Florida, that's a big one. Florida has gone to Donald Trump. Now that bucks Pinellas County voted for Joe Biden. Pinellas County, Florida has picked every president since 1980 with the exception of 2,000. So not 2,000 votes as in the year 2000, which was the contested Bush v. Gore election. And so with that, just drink responsibly and don't drink and drive. All right. There we go. I'm good. Yeah, it's good. Burns a little. Okay, we're waiting for more results to come in. I think what we're going to do while we wait for polls to close, and that will be the final polls in Alaska, we're going to go ahead and update the map again, update the numbers again, and we're going to drop some classic Elijah on your ears. Food for your head holes. I need to be saying head holes. Oh, another thing I got to say. Spam those hearts. Your mods, your researchers, your bloggers, your admins, they have been working their asses off tonight. There is an army of people behind me feeding this information in, keeping the tickers updated, doing the graphics. It's an amazing team. I have an amazing team. I'm so blessed. And with that, let's drop some music on your ass for a little bit, and we'll be back.
All right, so we're gonna get into our main musical guest. Coming out of Miami, Florida, singer-songwriter Elisha brings a soulful, jazzy style with a touch of folk to the Seattle music scene. With silky smooth vocals and a swing in her strum, she aims to spread love and hope to all who listen. I've had the pleasure of meeting Elisha through this movement. She is a bright light, and I'm really, really excited for all of you to get to hear her perform. It's my first time too. So give it up all the way to the stage. Keep it going. Clap it up until she gets up here and gets settled, y'all. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Naz, for putting me on. All right, so I have a mixture of songs for you guys tonight. Many originals, a couple covers. I do have a little bit of nerves right here, so just gonna breathe through this. We are family. We're family. So, there you go. The first song I'm going to sing is a song that I wrote about this time last year. A lot had happened in my life, a lot of trauma I had experienced, and I was ready to turn a page after so much. And I feel like this song has a lot to do with this movement as well, because Black people and brown people have been through so much, and we've been ready for a change. So I called this song Autumn Come, because autumn is my favorite season, but it goes both ways. You know, I wanted the season to come, and I just wanted this new part of my life to be here. So this is Autumn Come. Can I get a This is where I want to be now, right now, right now. Closing my eyes, I see with the heart inside. Oh, and I know, at last I know that I am home. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was that song just made me help me process what I was going through, and after I'd written it, the season did come. So this next song is a new song I've written. Actually, when COVID hit, I thought I'd lost inspo. I just, what's going to inspire you sitting at home? But then when I became active in the revolution, that inspo was very present. And this is a new song. I've never played it before on a stage. So, yeah.
If you guys are enjoying the entertainment and music, don't forget to share and start a watch party. You can share and start a watch party and share this great entertainment with other people. And helping an aspiring artist get some more
I was
views.
in CHOP when I wrote this.
And make sure you hit those hearts.
Stand and wonder, when will I see the ride that was promised to me? Louder than the sounds of words that fall from my lips is the melanin in my skin, my God-given gift, the blood that pumps strongly through these veins carries the story of my grandmother's mother's pain. Not long ago, in tears and heartache, she paid, praying and hoping that I might see a better day. Institutions, you fed us with lies, made it seem like we'd won freedom while you covered up our eyes. Why is there bloodshed every time I look around? When will it be legal to exist while being brown? I sing for the fallen and honor their lives. I stand with my people and will continue to rise. We're fighting to win, and when we will, you heard it straight from Capitol Hill. Dear black children of the future who are listening to these songs, know that you are loved and proudly wear your crown. Thank you. That was promise. Thank you so much. I like to talk with my audience about my process. So next time I will play that up one, and then y'all can sing along. So I want y'all to learn the words. So this next song, I'm not going to tell you the name of it because y'all should know it. It's not mine. It's by Tracy Chapman. And I really appreciate Tracy Chapman because her music is conscious music. And that's my vibe. So if you know the words.
Hopefully hopefully the stream won't get knocked off. If it does, I will come back. It's a great song.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. While we're standing in the welfare lines, crying in the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around, waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Black people gonna rise up, get our share. Black people gonna rise up and take what's ours. Don't you know you better run, 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 run.
Hey there, Malcontents. Here's the Malcontent. We do have news. We have an update, and we're going to go ahead and roll it. Joni Ernst has earned re-election for the state of Iowa. Greenfield has been defeated, and Joni Ernst is going to be heading back for another 6 years. Way to go, Iowa. It's just great. That's the woman that didn't know the price of soybeans and the crops are about any of your problems that the ordinary Iowa individual there that lives and knows. But you've decided to give her a job for another 6 years. So congratulations for that, Iowa. I love it when people vote against their interests. We have some additional information. We're going to go ahead and pull up that U.S. map. So this is the map that we have as of right now. And both Donald Trump and Joe Biden have made statements. Joe Biden made a short little speech. We're going to summarize it. By the time I was like, oh, here's a source we could drop and we could show it to you, it was basically kind of over. And I was like, okay, whatever. And of course, Trump is using his preferred method of communication, which is Twitter. So with that said, you might be looking like, why are there two states that are yellow? They're yellow because they're being pee-pee poopy heads. No, I'm just kidding. They're yellow because we're not going to get results from those states. Wisconsin said, it's not happening. We want to get some sleep. I don't know. We'll get to you in the morning or something. Don't stop asking. And Georgia has a broken water pipe. So I don't know. I don't know if somebody's there like rigging the ballots out, like rig them carefully. And Maine, I don't know. We're hearing rumors that moose are eating the ballots in Maine, and that is why we haven't had results out of Maine yet. I'm just kidding about moose eating ballots. Somebody on Twitter has already probably put that out there. Moose eating ballots in Maine. No, it's a joke. It's a ha-ha. Honestly, I'm like, Maine's never like this. This is the first election where I'm like, Maine, what the hell? Okay, so with that said, polls will be closing in Alaska. That is the last state in about 2 minutes. So Biden basically made a speech before Trump's tweet. And Biden's speech was to summarize, stay positive. We knew we weren't going to have the results tonight. Most people that were looking at this knew that was coming. We're feeling very good about Pennsylvania and Arizona. If you go back to my final election forecast, I will say this. If Biden wins Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, nailed it! I nailed it! So from my mouth to God, or whatever, next year in Jerusalem, whatever you want to use, if you're in the Biden camp, and if you're not in the Biden camp, then yes, you can continue to cheer against me and go, I want to see his tears. Yeah, you're not going to see my friggin' tears. We're just going to keep working harder because that's what we do. I'm Jewish. We live to suffer. I mean, come on. That's why we were put on the earth, to suffer. Oy vey. I'm allowed. I'm Jewish. Drink. It gets smoother as you go. All right, so we're waiting to hear that Alaska's gone to Trump. I'm not saying that sarcastically because Alaska is going to go to Trump. We are still waiting to hear from Senate race in Georgia, Senate race in Arizona. McSally is still on the ropes there. It is not looking good for McSally. We are still waiting to hear from Maine. It's not looking good for Gideon. We're still waiting to hear from the two Steves in Montana. And North Carolina, North Carolina, we actually didn't expect results from tonight. That was one of the other ones where I was like, we're probably not going to get results there. And so we're not surprised to see that. So as things stand right now, we have Biden with 223, Trump with 174, and 141 electoral college votes outstanding. The big kahunas out there, the ones that are left, Texas with 38, Pennsylvania with 20. Those are the big kahunas. I think Michigan's 15 or 16. Going off of memory here. Michigan is either 15 or 16. I know that would be the third on that list of big kahunas. And then the rest of them are going to be, the smaller states. Texas, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Those are kind of the big ones, and then the rest of them are filling things in. Interestingly, Biden said he wasn't feeling confident about Texas in that list of things, and Texas is a state that we never expected Biden to win. And I would say, and I said this in my analysis, Iowa would flip before Texas did. Florida would definitely flip before Texas does. If Iowa had flipped blue, my opinion would then be, and I think I said that much earlier in the broadcast tonight, my opinion would be, well, Texas just got real interesting because, wow, Iowa went blue. So this is where we're at. But again, I'm going to keep saying there is no blue wave and there is no red wave. All it is showing is the polarization that we have in this country. That is what is being highlighted tonight. We're a minute past 10 o'clock. Polls in Alaska have closed. So I'm going to keep kind of prattling for a little bit because I'm really expecting at any moment a buzzing in my ear and telling me what the state is for Alaska, because we're basically just waiting for that state to get announced for Trump. Squeaky pig moment. And don't forget, this is brought to you by Bumblebee Tuna, the most aerodynamic tuna that's available on the market. Yes, if you're going to a protest, make sure you bring Bumblebee Tuna. And soup for your family. All right, there we go. I'm running out of props. I should have had more props down here. I was thinking like I get my, next break, I'm going to go get my cowboy hat. And we'll go put on my cowboy hat in celebration of Texas. Yeehaws, little buddies, and little buckaroos, and all that other stuff. All right. I'm kind of like, I don't know what to fill the time with. I'm not going to get up here and do a dance for you or something. So, and I know that we've actually kind of played a bunch of the stuff here more than once. What we'll do, I think, is we will go ahead. I need a fly swatter. That's very true. Fly swatter would be a fan-frickin-tastic to have on that. And with that, water and or beer. I'm looking at your comments here. I love the comments, and I love that I'm able, as I said, like this other screen that I have down here, which I wish I could like turn the camera so you could see it, and you could see what I see, because it's like, whoa. It's like, it's all very high-tech-ish and wires everywhere. And with that said, what we're going to do is we'll play this very, very short clip about the Say Their Names Memorial. It is short. It's like 2.5 minutes. And then after we play that, I'll come back and maybe we have Alaska, maybe we don't.
The Say Their Names Memorial is a memorial to honor Black lives taken by racial injustice and systemic racism. We wanted to find a way to memorialize those folks and open up the conversation in our communities about systemic racism.
A friend of a friend called me one day and asked about hosting a Say Your Names memorial within the city of Kirkland.
We've had a Black Lives Matter sign up, and a member of the city council drove by and said, I've been approached by someone who would like to do a memorial for all those who've died as the result of racial injustice.
Father Ryan was instrumental that he brought together 5 other faith-based organizations to host this. So I'm proud to say that 6 churches within the city of Kirkland are hosting this memorial today.
The communities seem to want to find a way to be involved, and they're excited that they get to do something hands-on to represent not only those in their communities that are part of the memorial, but also across the nation.
So as a result of having these memorials go up nationwide, we've seen so much more interest. We found that people are contacting us from all over the place, even nationwide and internationally.
Off the top of my head, just a story, a biography I wrote this week is a gentleman named Alan Felice. Coincidentally, as I was writing the bio, I realized it was the 1-year anniversary of the incident. So I found it really important to get his biography up on the website to honor, and trying to take the time to really think about what his family was going through, remembering both his life and the incident a year later and the struggle that they've had trying to find justice.
Our hope going forward with the memorial is that we continue to get submissions, that Stacy gets a large team of writers to be able to do justice in writing the biographies of these people, that we get beautiful imagery so we can tell the stories, we can look into their faces, we can remember what happened, we can remember their potential in their life. You can contact us by email at info@saytheirsnamesmemorial.com, or you can send us a DM on Instagram at saytheirsnamesmemorial.
The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
You fit the profile. You're the malcontent.
Nobody wants to hear the nonsensical ravings of a loudmouth malcontent.
Fuck you!
You are the biggest hypocrite on the face of the planet.
I say that you're a terrible reporter. That's what I say.
A nation decides, but not tonight. We're going to sleep on it. Let me sleep on it. Baby, baby, let me sleep on it. All right, here we go. What are the odds Biden pulling off the miracle and taking Texas? The last numbers that I saw before the election had it kind of like 1 out of 3. So in other words, if you were to roll, well, you can't even say roll the dice, and it's more than flip a coin. I don't know what would be 3-sided, but if you had something with 3-sided odds and you flipped it 3 times, well, that's not quite odds worked. One of those times lightning is going to strike. So, I mean, statistically speaking, it is, you wouldn't necessarily call it a long shot, but it certainly is. It's not like a coin toss. It's further away than that. That has nothing to do with where the numbers are going tonight. That has to do with, that's kind of what everything was indicating before that we rolled this out. Right now, Florida's the surprise. The big surprise, I would say, out of all of this is Ohio and the margin of victory that Donald Trump has had in Ohio. That is the real big surprise tonight. Florida's in the margin of error. Ohio way out of the margin of error. I would say, for me, the other surprise, we haven't heard from Maine. That's the other surprise that we've seen. Donald Trump has tweeted out that he's going to make some bigly huge, amazing, giant, fantastical, magical, amazing, you won't believe it announcement that we have won bigly huge. You just wait and see. We're not going to let them steal the election, because that's what they're doing, because all they're doing is cheating. And anybody who cast a vote and does not count tonight, it doesn't count. It's not how it works. It's not how it's ever worked. And I don't want to live in a nation if that's where it works. Because there are lots of states. Let's go back to 2016. New Hampshire didn't have it all counted. That night of, there were counts that were going on. Then we have to rely on the courts at that point to step in and do what they're supposed to do in the balance of power, as our founding fathers had set everything up to do. And so that is where we're at right now. We think there may be a moose conspiracy going on in Alaska and Maine. We think that Canadian moose have moved in and they are eating the ballots, because that's the only explanation we could have at this point on why we are still waiting for Maine and Alaska to come in. I really honestly thought we would get Alaska like that. What was it been called? Say again? Okay, we have a big one. We have a really, really big one. The Lone Star Tape, Texas. Texas has been called, and it's 38 electoral votes to Donald Trump. That is a big one. Not necessarily unexpected. As I was saying a little while ago, I would have thought Iowa would have to tip over before Texas would tip over. 38 electoral votes outside of Texas. So that brings Trump up to, if I do the math really quick, 212. It is 223 to 212, and there's 103 electoral votes left. And where are we at? We're basically where we almost... This is like the football game, right? And it's like fourth quarter, and there's 2 minutes left, and like, you know, the other team just scored, you know, like just got the touchdown, and they did the 2-point conversion, and now like the game's basically tied again, and you're like, shit. And I say that regardless of which other side you're on. Of course, if the side you're looking at the tie, you're going cool, but you know, everyone's still at this point kind of going like, oh, okay. So that's where we're at. I will go back to the malcontent forecast model, and right now, nothing has flipped in the model that didn't have it the way that we forecasted it. Nothing. So, but what's happening is definitely Biden's path is narrowing up, and Trump's path is just clear. Trump never had a wide path to begin with, but that path is kind of getting clearer. The obstacles are clearing away from that. And that is how I would basically describe what we are seeing tonight. So, again, we'll update the maps. We'll update the numbers. I've just given them to you, because it takes us a minute or two to get the numbers up there. So if we look at that, paint Texas red. Texas is red at that point. And we are still waiting now on a handful of states. Pennsylvania is the next big prize at 20 electoral college votes. And then you have North Carolina and Michigan. And then to a certain extent, Arizona. And then the rest of what's left on the table is pretty small. When Alaska is called, we're going to move even closer to that tie. So basically, I think we're probably going to go to bed tonight with nothing proven. We're not going to get Pennsylvania. Like, I just don't see us getting Pennsylvania tonight because Pennsylvania has been very clear. It's going to take them days to count the votes. That's what Pennsylvania has been saying. We know we're not getting Wisconsin. We know we're not getting Georgia. If we add up those 3 states and we slap them into either candidate's column, it gets a little right. We try to, I say, yank them out of the candidates' columns. It kind of makes it hard for either. Say again? A long time ago, producers talking to me. So we called that one a long time ago. So as I was starting to say, if you extract those out, neither candidate, if you go where they're going to fall, and in the case of Georgia, it was a coin toss. Neither candidate right now can get probably to 270 tonight. It would have to take something kind of like for that to happen. So I don't think we're going to bed on the West Coast tonight. I know East Coast is kind of going, I drank a lot and I ate a lot of crappy food. My head hurts. And I got to go work in the morning, even though work is down the hall at my kitchen table. I drank too much. But okay, it's okay. It's okay. I stay up for 15 more minutes because I want to know. Things are kind of rolling out where we kind of thought they would roll out. So, and it's been predicted that Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, would be the keystone for it all. And I think that's where we're leaning. I will say this. If Biden does not win Arizona, his path has gone like that. On the other side of the coin, if Biden takes Georgia or North Carolina, Trump's path is kind of fallen apart. It is really that close. It really comes down to Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Those are kind of the 4 critical states. I think Arizona is going to go to Joe Biden. I think Georgia is going to go to Donald Trump. I think North Carolina is going to go to Donald Trump. Wisconsin and Michigan, Maine, I'm pretty darn confident are going to go to Joe Biden, and that leaves Pennsylvania. And that's where we're at. And I think what we need to see is in some of these other battleground states, specifically North Carolina, Michigan, and to a lesser extent Georgia, what is the margin of error in the polls? Is there a margin of error? Because that then gives us the ability to predict a little bit more, to go, okay, we're seeing this margin of error, then that means we need to adjust. How do you know that, malcontent? Remember, this started as a weather page. One of the reasons that I started building an initial following in the local area was the weather forecast. Like, damn, he's really good at the weather forecast. One, as I always like to say, I only forecast a very small area. I'm not the National Weather Service or one of the affiliate TV stations here where I have to forecast the entire state and part of Oregon, and I'm just forecasting a very, very small area. So that gives me one advantage because I'm looking at the microclimates. But here's the other thing. I've played around with those weather models enough that I can look at a weather model. For instance, I know weather models that I prefer if I'm looking, say, at a heat wave. I can look at those temperatures and go, well, I know that these models trend low. So I need to add a few degrees to these temperatures, and I think then I look at some other stuff and I get a little close. But that's why, like, I can go, it's going to be 98 today, and people are going, my app says 94. It's going to be 98 today, right? And then it's 98, and it's like, one, I'm looking at a small area, but two, I'm adjusting the models. And people that do meteorology for a living, they are a little more hemmed in to, well, the model says and the aggregates say, so I'm going to do that. When I was doing the weather forecasting thing, no one was paying me to do it. I'm just doing it as a hobbyist. And I'm applying that same thing. If I could see what the margin of error is in some of these other battleground states, I then can look at Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania has a margin of error like we saw in Florida tonight, Biden's winning Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania has a margin of error like we saw in Ohio tonight, Trump is winning Pennsylvania. That's why it's really important to see what are the margin of errors in those other states. Remember, Ohio has been on the cusp of Biden or Trump, but Biden never had a slightly better than a coin toss chance of winning Ohio. So people shouldn't be hyperventilating and breathing into a paper bag. I never counted on Florida. I never, ever, ever counted on Florida. Polling in Florida just feels like it's a fool's errand down there. And that they elected DeSantis as the governor. I mean, that's all you kind of need to know. And again, Florida's biggest industry now is no longer tourism because of sea disease. It is now people doing stupid shit in the news. That is now Florida's biggest export to the world. People reading Florida headlines and just going, wow, man makes love to alligator while driving Camaro at 55 miles an hour in a school zone. That actually could be a real headline in Florida. That's the scary part. Is that for real? I don't know, because it's Florida. All right, let's see here. Yes, but remember, like I see people here like Biden 42%. Remember, that isn't terrible because there are millions, literally millions of votes not counted. Those are the votes that were Donald Trump submitted before Election Day, way before Election Day. This is why he doesn't want those votes, because those votes are going to break very, very heavily to Biden. I said at the beginning of the night, you're going to see a big red number. It was going to be the opposite of North Carolina, and that's what we saw. I warned people at the front with North Carolina, you're going to see an unrealistically blue number out of the gate. That because North Carolina and Pennsylvania were taking opposite approaches. North Carolina counted a lot of those ballots that came in. And so that initial drop of numbers was all those early votes, which we know broke to Biden. Then the day of votes came in and they started counting those. Now what they're counting is like the provisional ballots and the other ballots that were not mail-in, but the stuff that's kind of showing in right at the finish line. That's the stuff they'll be counting tomorrow, and that's probably why we won't see a decision on North Carolina tonight. But I told people that was going to be the case. Pennsylvania is the direct opposite. Pennsylvania is counting the ballots of people that voted today for the most part, because Pennsylvania was prevented by the courts from counting the ballots that they received prior to Election Day. They couldn't start counting those ballots until 7 this morning. So what we're seeing in the ballot count right now in Pennsylvania is not all of these early ballots. What we're seeing are the ballots that came in today. Those ballots are going to lean a lot more to Donald Trump. And so that's why you're seeing this red. We saw the we saw the red shift happening in North Carolina. That came faster because the ballots that they counted first were the ones that would take longer to count. In Pennsylvania, that's going to be the opposite, and it's going to take longer because they have a bigger stack of ballots that the court said, no. Don't count that bigger stack. Count the little stack first, then go count the big stack. Because, I don't know why. Because. So, I have not had Alaska or Maine blown into my ear by the research or social media team. So I'm going to assume they are still dealing with moose eating the ballots, because I just don't know what else could possibly be going on there. And you better believe it, my feet are flipping, killing me at this point. What we're going to do is we are going to roll the Western Barricade video again. That one is all told about, with the beginning and the ending, it's like 7.5-ish minutes, and then we will come back and our coverage continues.
Seattle Police Department, you're committed to peacefully doing this. Please move back. We're asking you to move back away from the officers. I don't know if they're doing flashbangs or they're doing tear gas. Who knows? And so the protesters turned violent. And it's the police that fired first. And you guys saw it. I don't know if it's smoke or tear gas, but they are completely clearing out the area. I think they were flashbangs. One just went off maybe 15 feet from me. You might have even caught that in the camera. One just went off about 10 feet away from me. So what they're doing now is they're trying to box us in. So they're basically, what SPD is doing right now with their bikes is they are pushing the people into the flashbang grenades. SPD is actively pushing the people into the line of fire. If I wasn't here seeing this, I wouldn't believe this. Oh, yeah. Police Department, we're given an order to disperse. Right? They are pushing us into the line of fire. So in other words, the flashbangs are going off behind me, and I'm being pushed into them. And now they've deployed tear gas. So they've pushed the people into the tear gas. My eyes are burning. So we retreated back to Rancho Bravo. Things turned very, very quickly. They've deployed tear gas. There are some people who have really gotten big. Water! We need water! You gotta tilt your head back. You gotta tilt your head back. Open your eyes.
I'm sailing. This is sailing. I got this. Fuck you guys!
Not in her eyes. Spray it around her face, not her eyes. Close her eyes.
Can someone cover her eyes, please?
You're gonna be okay.
Hey, I have saline. Does she need an eye wash?
Yeah, she's
Here, come with me.
Let's go. I'll help you, bro. I got her on one side. Let's go.
You'll be all right. You'll be good.
You're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. We're not gonna let anything happen to you. We're not gonna let anything happen to you. You're gonna be okay. They are continuing to set off tear gas. There is a medic station. I'm not going to show faces there because police in other cities have been targeting people in the medic stations. And now what's happening is they are still throwing flashbangs and tear gas. And what's very concerning is we're passing Rancho Bravo and they are coming in with flashbangs and tear gas and actively firing where the aid station is. So they're getting ready to start tear gassing where the aid station is.
We were peaceful, fuck you! We're peaceful!
It appears that, you know, the aid station here is in danger. And I think I'm at the point I want to help move patients because that's the priority at the moment.
They're moving in. You guys are gonna have to move this whole shit.
That's right.
This whole shit's gotta go.
They're not gonna stop. We gotta start moving them out. We've gotta move her. I'm gonna help her. I'm the same guy that helped you. Do you remember my voice? You remember my voice? I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Do you understand? But you gotta keep moving. You gotta be strong, you gotta be brave, okay? Are you with me? Just squeeze my hand. That's how I know you're with me. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Don't let go of my hand. Just keep moving. You gotta keep moving. All right? I know this is hard. Squeeze my hand if you understand. Okay, I got you. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. I will put my body between you and anything. I won't let anything happen to you.
Fuck Jenny Durkin! Where'd the girls go?
Do we have any water? Do you have, okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we stop here?
We're good, thank you.
Because it's just too much for her to move. Let's put her on this side, on planter box on this side, That way, if we have to move, we can move her again. You're being very brave. You're being very brave. We're gonna let you turn around. All right, it's gonna be a little, watch your head,
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We just had to move her.
I'm gonna stay here.
Okay.
So in case we have to move, I'm gonna stay here, okay? What?
I'm a medical professional, if that's helpful.
Oh, go please, yeah.
Yeah. Hey. You doing okay? What happened?
She was tear gassed.
Okay.
She was already at the aid station getting treated. We had to move her here. They just had to evacuate everyone out.
Oh, I'm gonna go get you some saline for your eyes, okay? Try and take deep breaths. The more you can have.
We may have to move her again. The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances, and to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color,
and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
Hey there, malcontents. Are you breathing into paper bags? Are you drinking heavily? Are you binge eating leftover Halloween candy? Are you going, hello, McDonald's? Well, yes, I would like to have DoorDash. Don't use DoorDash. They try to run people over. Yes, Uber Eats. Uber Eats treats their employees like crap. I don't know who that leaves. Go get it yourself. But, you know, listen to us on the phone. Don't be watching and driving. You get in trouble. But, like, I don't know. Keep your eyeballs on the feed, but you know, you're like, hello, McDonald's drive-thru? Yeah, I would like 10 orders of large French fries, please. I'm stress eating. All right, malcontents, where are we at? We still have moose conspiracy in Maine and Alaska. I'm just joking. We don't know what's going on in Maine and Alaska. If we go ahead and we pull this up right now, this is the map we have. So states in yellow, and I really should put Pennsylvania and state in yellow. Those are states we are not going to get results tonight. We're not going to get results from Wisconsin because they said we're not. At least they told us up front. And Georgia is dealing with a water pipe. Biden is behind by 85,000 votes in North Carolina. It is not an insurmountable deficit, but it is not a good deficit to have there. Biden is looking very, very good in Arizona, and it continues to look really bleak for McSally in Arizona. We haven't seen anything out of Nevada, but we do know that Nevada extended their polls because there were so many people in line in Clark County. And we don't know too much about Michigan right now. So, and I keep joking about moose conspiracy, but we haven't heard about Alaska. We do have earlier tonight, because we were following the AP, and they said that Donald Trump took the whole enchilada in Nebraska. We are hearing from a couple of different sources that that is not the case, and that Nebraska 2 has gone to Joe Biden. They are working on Trust But Verify, and we are trying to figure out if Joe Biden actually took Nebraska 2, because that was one, I didn't have it in my model, but I was a little surprised that it tipped that way. So it'll be very, very interesting to see if that's happened. In the big scheme of things, it doesn't change much in the race because we're literally talking one electoral vote, but we are trying to figure out. Kimberly, I see your comment there. Yes, Texas has been called. Texas has gone to Donald Trump. Lindsay, I see your comment there. We've got fact checkers that are tracking those numbers, and we'll continue to see what happens on the closure there, because what North Carolina is counting probably at this point is kind of those late ballots that have come in, and the ballots that are coming in, they came in on election day. And so when I say late ballots, I don't mean late conspiracy people theory, meaning the ones that came in towards the end when they legally could come in, because those are usually counted last, right? You have to be careful with these things because, there's apparently blood-drinking vampires in a pizza shop somewhere. I'm just like, where does this come? I get where it comes from. I really do. That's where it comes from. We are still waiting to hear from Nevada. And again, we know that Nevada, they had to keep polls open in Clark County for an extra hour. So we will kind of continue to monitor things probably for about another hour. We are getting, I'm hearing from a ton of people, and I'm getting things on Twitter that there's protests going on in Seattle, there are arrests going on in Seattle, and that things are getting heated there in the protests. So we are aware of that's going on there. We're also aware that there's some streamers on the ground that are there. I know that on the protest comms that came out from Pacific Northwest Youth Liberation Front in cooperation, and when I say cooperating, I mean they're cooperating with ENDD, no streamers. My understanding is there's several streamers out there, hence why I always get frustrated with the no streamer thing. But that's a whole separate conversation to save for another day. I'm here where it's warm and only pretend safe. In some ways, I would prefer to be out there. It's very, very hard to explain. That's a pillow talk one night. That's kind of where things are at. I know I'm kind of like, here I am. I'm kind of like being what I didn't want to be. I'm like the talking head just looking for filler time, right? And we don't necessarily have this deep well of, let's go to this Joe Biden interview that we shot 8 months ago when he was talking about his dog Puddles. And then you watch this 30-minute video of some candidate talking about their dog Puddles, and you're like, why am I watching this? And you're just kind of transfixed to the tickers as the numbers are going by. We have tickers. I mean, look, you got to give us some points here, right? I mean, we have graphics, we have tickers, we have a clock, we have branding, right? Spam those hearts. A ton of people put a lot of work in today. Show them your love, show them your appreciation. They're paid in hearts. So spam those flipping hearts and let the team know that you appreciate everything that they do. If you're on Twitch, I know you can't spam hearts, so I don't know. Just put a bunch of hearts in a comment or something if you're there on Twitch. I know on Periscope and on Facebook, you can spam hearts like crazy. And apparently, like on Periscope, if you spam hearts, it helps us out in some way, which I don't really understand. From a streaming standpoint, on the 4 channels we're on, Periscope is kind of like our appendix or lower colon. We don't really give that channel as much love as it deserves, but it does give our audience, in particular on Twitter, the opportunity, if they're popping onto our Twitter feed, to see, oh, they got something streaming going on over there. So that's what we have, and that's where we're at. I know I'm kind of like replaying stuff, but this is what I'll do. I'm going to give you the choice. I'm going to make it a little more simple. Do we want to see protests or music? Let me know in the comments. It's real simple. You can say protests or music, and depending on what you pick, that's what will pop up there. I know, like, we have not played 2 of the protest videos all the way through to the end. It seems there's 2 of them that when I've popped them up, it seems like within one of them in particular, it seems I popped that one up and like 5 minutes later we get news and we pull the plug on that one. So let me know if you want music or protest. Dora, I see your thing. We've already called Minnesota for Biden. We have already called that. I am seeing votes for music. I will wait for a couple of more votes to come in. I'm seeing more votes for, actually, I'm seeing a ton of votes for music. Music it is. We're going to go ahead with the martial law ban because we've played a ton of classic Elijah, and I want to give the martial law ban some love. And it's upbeat. I mean, on the other side of the coin, classic Elijah does have talking about revolution by Tracy Chapman. Decisions. I could do eeny, meeny, miny, mo. That'd be very childish of me to do eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If you holler, let him go, and you are O-U-T, that spells out.
All right, so we're going to get into our main musical guest. Coming out of Miami, Florida, singer-songwriter Elisha brings a soulful, jazzy style with a touch of folk to the Seattle music scene. With silky smooth vocals and a swing in her strum, she aims to spread love and hope to all who listen. I've had the pleasure of meeting Elisha through this movement. She is a bright light, and I'm really, really excited for all of you to get to hear her perform. It's my first time too, so give it up all the way to the stage. Keep it going, clap it up until she gets up here and gets settled, y'all. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Naz, for putting me on. All right, so I have a mixture of songs for you guys tonight. Many originals, a couple covers. I do have a little bit of nerves right here, so just gonna breathe through this. We are family. We're family. So, there you go. The first song I'm going to sing is a song that I wrote about this time last year. A lot had happened in my life, a lot of trauma I had experienced, and I was ready to turn a page after so much. And I feel like this song has a lot to do with this movement as well, because Black people and brown people have been through so much, and we are ready. We've been ready for a change. So I called this song Autumn Come, because autumn is my favorite season, but it goes both ways. You know, I wanted the season to come, and I just wanted this new part of my life to be here. So this is Autumn Come. Thank you so much. Yeah, that song just made me, helped me process what I was going through, and after I'd written it, the season did come, so. This next song is a new song I've written. Actually, when COVID hit, I thought I'd lost inspo. I just, you know, what's going to inspire you sitting at home? But then when I became active in the revolution, Badingsburg was very present. And this is a new song. I've never played it before on the stage. So
If you guys are enjoying the entertainment and music, don't forget to share and start a watch party. You can share and start a watch party and share this great entertainment with other people. And help an aspiring artist get some more
I was
views.
in CHOP when I wrote this.
And make sure you hit those hearts.
Stand and wonder, when will I see the right that was promised to me? Louder than the sounds of words that fall from my lips is the melanin in my skin, my God-given gift, the blood that pumps strongly through these veins carries the story of my grandmother's mother's pain. Not long ago, in tears and heartache, she paid, praying and hoping that I might see a better day. Institutions, you fed us with lies, made it seem like we'd won freedom while you covered up our eyes. Why is there bloodshed every time I look around? When will it be legal to exist while being proud? I sing for the fallen and honor their lives. I stand with my people and will continue to rise. We're fighting to win, and when we will, you heard it straight from Capitol Hill. We're like children of the future who are listening to these songs. Know that you are loved and proudly wear your crown. Thank you. That was a promise. Thank you so much. I like to talk with my audience about my process. So next time I will play that up one, and then y'all can sing along. So I want y'all to learn the words. So this next song, I'm not going to tell you the name of it because y'all should know it. It's not mine. It's by Tracy Chapman. And I really appreciate Tracy Chapman because her music is conscious music. And that's my vibe. So if you know the words.
Hopefully hopefully the stream won't get knocked off. If it does, I will come back. It's a great song.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. While we're standing in the welfare lines, crying in the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Black people gonna rise up, get our share. Black people gonna rise up and take what's ours. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. Oh, I said you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a Standing in the welfare lines, crying in the doorsteps of those armies of salvation. We're wasting time in the employment lines, sitting around, waiting for our promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Oh, it's finally the tables are starting to turn, talking about a revolution. Oh, talking about a revolution. Oh, talking about a revolution. Oh, thank you. So thank you. You guys are lovely. For those of you who don't know, that was Talking About a Revolution by Tracy Chapman. You're so very kind. She must be talking about Tracy Chapman. So this next song is an original, and this is a song that I wrote when I was in a very low time in my life. I was a teenager. I'll share a little bit of the story. You know, I had issues at home growing up with my parents, and so I left to Texas. I was living in Miami, but I left to Texas like just to do my own thing, and I just didn't feel loved by anybody. It was like one of the deepest depressions I've ever been in, and I like to talk about this stuff because I feel like we should talk about it. Mental health should be something that is okay to talk about, you know? And so many people are hurting right now, and they suppress and suppress and suppress because they're afraid that they're going to be judged by people who listen. But in reality, I think people who are judging are feeling that themselves. So this is Bleeding. Do you know what it is to feel like the only one who bleeds? Well, it's alright, that's how I know that I'm alive. And it's taken all of me. Never wear my heart on my sleeve. Contentment, cause your life habit's been just to fake it. It doesn't click within the minds of those who say they love you. Do they realize that life's dripping right out of you? To the side, just like I always do. What's the point of giving if you'll never get it anyway? Every day the red river's getting bigger. What's inside to my surprise is not reflected in the mirror. Looking for a pieces just to see the larger picture. All I see is a blurred image and I'm wishing it was clearer. That's how it always goes. Same old story overtold. For good. To those it doesn't hurt, it's better just to be forgotten. My heart's made out of stone, but you're the one who laid it. The bed is hardened now, cause that's the way you chose to make it. Sorries from all your worst regrets. You used to brush it off, seemed like you did. To feel like the only one who bleeds. But I've grown stronger since. Now I can stand on my 2 feet. Yeah, yeah. I'll never forget those darker days, but I won't let the past stand in my way. 'Cause in this world, people dish it up and just continue. I'll find contentment on this daily journey that I'm making. Little by little, step by step, I'm healing. The scars remain, but you can see that I'm no longer bleeding. Little by little, step by step, I'm healing. The scars remain, but you can see that I'm no longer bleeding. Thank you so much. I will say that music has a power greater than words can really express, because music saved me. That time when I wrote that song saved me. That song is why I'm here right now. Having my guitar by me and being able to come to this was I don't have the word for it, but I think you understand. And for those of you who say, well, I don't play an instrument, or I'm too this or I'm too that to play, that doesn't matter. Music is there for you always. Whether you're just listening or you're making it, or if it sounds like this, that is music and it's within you. And I feel that every person should grant themselves the access to it within. So this next song is a little more peppy, but this is called TV Girl, and I wrote this one at that same time, but I was angry in this one, so I put some spice in it. Today I want this song to be about white supremacy, like how I feel toward it, and the system. So this is TV Girl. To change, I keep calling my name, but you're doing it all in vain. Where is your brain? It's such a shame, yeah. Well, I was your TV girl, laughed at me while I played your fool. Press my buttons, now you don't like what you see. Till one day I just blew, and I swear you ain't getting nothing out of me. Keep telling me something's wrong, but tell me, when was it ever right? I don't wanna talk about it, I'm really just not down to fight. Throw me out when I wanna change the game, I made the same mistake again. Giving you another chance, another shot at me, I just let you get the best of me. Now I swear you ain't getting nothing out of me.
All right, malcontents, we got a lot going on because Donald Trump apparently is getting ready to make a statement, and I want to get our statement out, and I want to go over some numbers and scenarios with you because I want to get ahead of that story. It's really important. But before we do that, we have an announcement. We actually have a retraction. No, this is not a Florida moment, but we do have a retraction. We had said that Donald Trump had won this very early in the night. And when this state was called, they did not break out the different districts. And so that has been now clarified. And with that, Joe Biden has won Nebraska District 2. And with it, the one electoral vote. Now, that's important. The reason it's important is two things on there. Number one, I had said much earlier in the night, because I don't know who's following, who's jumped in, who's jumped out, yada, yada, yada. When Nebraska 2, when we got the information, hey, Nebraska's won, Trump's won Nebraska, we put everything in that bucket because I even asked on the air, I was like, is that District 2 also? And it was like, he's won the whole thing because that's what was communicated, right? So District 2, because we were prepared. See? We're journalists. We were prepared because we had it broken out. If I go and I pull up our map here, if I pull up our map, see, we had Nebraska 2 broken out from Nebraska, and we had that in that, see, it's that NE2 all the way at the bottom on the right side, is it the other right? It's that right. It's up there. That's cool. It's up there. That looks cool. Excuse me, I actually do have a little chunk of popcorn in my throat. So with that said, what we've got going on here is Nebraska 2 has gone to Biden. That takes away, it really takes away this potential scenario, because something we had called out when that originally went over was, you probably heard a little ringy-dingy thing going on, so that distracted me for a moment. On paper, we had an opportunity for a tie. And that's what, right, for 269. And so that had me kind of going, oh my, when I saw that. So now, with that said, there are 3 states we have on the map in yellow: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Why are those states in yellow? We're not getting results from those states tonight. Pennsylvania has said up front it will take days for them to count their ballots. Wisconsin has said very early tonight, you're not getting the numbers. And Georgia has a broken water pipe. Alaska, it's going slow. And I guess one of the things we looked into is Alaska numbers actually could take a couple of days. They're slow to count. I didn't know. We learned something here. Maine, I'm still scratching my head on what's going on in Maine and why that's taking so long. So what we have left on the map here is battleground states and Alaska and Maine. So if you're handicapping this and you're getting ready to go to bed, because I know people are starting to fade here, and I'm sure we probably lost the East Coast and Central and Mountain a while ago. Alaska and Maine are probably going to cancel themselves out. Alaska is certainly going to go to Donald Trump. Maine, we don't know about District 2, but at least 3 of those electoral votes in Maine are going to go to Joe Biden. We don't know about the 4th. Those 2 are going to cancel each other out. So then it really comes down to Maine 2. The rest of these are those states. So I want you to stick with me, because because I guess Trump got the smack put down on him on his tweet about we've won. I read that, although, and that's been communicated to me. I did the math. There are, and let me show you the numbers. There's 101 electoral votes left. Joe Biden has 224. He has equaled Hillary Clinton from 2016 at this point. Trump has 213. There's 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. We won't know about that tonight. There is 16 electoral votes in Georgia. We won't know about that tonight. There is 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. We are not going to know about them tonight. That leaves us with 55 electoral votes. 213 plus the remainder does not get Donald Trump to 270 in the win. Do the math. Doesn't have it. And it's the same thing on paper. Joe Biden could run the board overnight. If he were to get those 55, that would get him over the top. But that seems really unlikely that he would do that. But Donald Trump has no way to win the White House tonight. I'm not saying he doesn't have any way to win the White House, period. But he has no grounds to go, I have won the election. On the contrary, by the fact that Nebraska, too, has gone to Joe Biden. Remember, I was talking about how those districts are canaries in the coal mine. And so this one, if you're a Biden supporter and you're feeling glum, Nebraska too should be making you feel a little bit better, because this gets back into where are those margins of error that we're seeing. Because the margin for error in Ohio is this huge outlier, right? Iowa, if you were looking at the Seltzer poll and the trend that was going there, it didn't look like Biden was going to win Iowa. There hasn't been anything tonight that has made me go, surprise, surprise. As far as right now, the biggest things, Biden's strength in Texas, that's been a little bit of a surprise for me. Regardless of the fact that it's been called for Trump, he was stronger in there. Biden's weakness in Florida, that is a little bit of a surprise to me. So you kind of have this one and the other. Looking at the numbers that we have available right now, it's really tough to call Michigan. I will say this, Biden's numbers in Detroit, but I don't know, because there's a lot of, advance votes, absentee votes, paper mail-in ballots, early ballots that have not been counted there. But right now, the numbers in Detroit, they don't look great for Biden. So I don't know how I'm feeling about Michigan. If Biden drops Michigan, he essentially has no path to the White House. He has to win Michigan, or if he wins North Carolina or Georgia, then he potentially has a path, right? Because Georgia and Michigan essentially cancel each other out. Numbers in Arizona, and when we look at the Senate race there, that's another indicator of where that's probably headed. Numbers are looking pretty good for Joe Biden in Arizona. I don't consider Nevada a battleground state. Nevada has traded back and forth with Wisconsin as what I've called the firewall state. So I'm pretty confident it's going to go there. So both candidates have a path to the White House. One of the things that was communicated to me is, with the Nebraska 2 announcement, Nate Silver said, well, Joe Biden now has an 85% chance, statistically speaking, of becoming the next president of the United States. Now, I giggle a little bit for 2 points, because I know, one, people are like, Nate Silver was so wrong in 2016. Yes, I know. And Zogby was held once upon a time. If you don't know who Zogby polls are, that's the point. There was a time in election polls, it was literally, the joke was Lord Zogby. Zogby was the gold standard for polls. And you don't hear their name anymore because they just missed so many elections. The 85% also makes me chuckle, because Nate Silver's forecast this morning, so before, when we were at 00538 on this chart here, Nate Silver's forecast was that Joe Biden had an 89% chance of winning the presidency. So nothing has really changed tonight. That's really kind of the point that I'm making at this point. There we go. We'll just throw that crumpled piece of paper there, because I've gotten good at throwing stuff at the camera. On the subject of throwing stuff at the camera, don't throw your aerodynamic bumblebee tuna at the camera or at your streamers out in the field. We would really appreciate it if you didn't throw shit at us. We are hearing about protests in Washington, D.C. We're hearing about protests in Seattle. We're hearing about arrests in Seattle. We don't have a lot of details. I know people are watching some other streams. And so that's kind of where we're things here. I'm seeing Pam saying, Heather Scott Richards say Biden is still projected to win. And that... right now, that's kind of like, I wouldn't bet against Joe Biden. I guess, like, if somebody came up, actually, I know that I bet one of our persons in the research department a bottle of Malbec. And gosh darn it, I don't know what that bet was over. And I think I lost that bet. I actually think I lost that bet. So I think I owe somebody a bottle of Malbec. I am sure the research department will remind me what we missed there. This would probably be another good point for me to say, if you've been watching our coverage, if you're coming in, or if you're just watching for the first time, first of all, thank you for joining us. It's really appreciated. The second thing that I want to add here is we are independent journalists, and as independent journalists, we are not beholden to affiliates, we are not beholden to a national network, and we are not beholden to advertisers. But to stay that way, to stay pure, and to be able to bring you our commentary, our views, drop the occasional F-bomb, and amplify Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and LGBTQIA voices, we need your support. Now, I'm going to say what I've always said along on the way. First of all, if you're just like, no, then like, follow, subscribe, share, watch party. That's how you can support us. If you amplify our voice, you're amplifying the voice of the community that we support, and that's a big win for everybody. If you have given until it hurts to the BIPOC community and you have a little bit left over, you can Venmo us or you can Patreon us. You can find the patron on our website, which is MALCONTENTMENT.com. Also, I know it rolls a little bit down on the scrollers. The next thing is Senate races. We are probably not going to hear about any of the Senate races. We have heard what I've seen. North Carolina Senate race, too close to call. Let me go through my list of Senate races here so I make sure I don't have anything. Arizona, they're still counting, but it does not look good for McSally. It does not look good for McSally at all, and it does look very good for Joe Biden in Arizona. I am not surprised by that for reasons I've talked about earlier. We have Alabama results. We have Colorado results. Georgia, they had a water pipe break, so we're not going to hear from Georgia. Iowa, we already know about. Maine, they have moose apparently eating their ballots. I don't know what the hell's taking Maine so long up there. We haven't heard about the two Steves in Montana. North Carolina, also too close to call. And we heard in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham. Those are the key Senate races that we were looking at. Ernst maintaining her seat is definitely kind of a little knee to the groin to the Democrats and their quest of getting a majority in the Senate. And so that is where things are at. Let me look at the time. We're at 11:13. And I don't know if we are going to get any more results from anywhere in the United States tonight. And with that, though, what we're going to do, because I got a little fear of missing out, and I know there's other channels that are still doing this, and I know, all the affiliates have got their evening news thing going on. We're going to probably rock this to about 11:30 tonight, maybe a couple of minutes past, because I'll probably just do some closing thoughts. And we are probably then going to shut it down for the night, because we're not going to get a winner for tonight. If we were looking at this and we were, the counts in a couple of these states were further along, if Georgia didn't have a broken water pipe, if North Carolina appeared was going to drop its numbers any minute, we would stick around. But it feels a little bit of a fool's errand. And the reality is this is a record broadcast for me as far as continuous time broadcasting. And my happy ass standing up here, we have been broadcasting for 7 hours, 23 minutes, and 30 seconds. Our channel gods on 3 of the 4 channels we stream on will shut us down when we hit 8 hours anyway. So what we're going to do, we're going to do martial law band. We're going to switch to martial law band. We'll probably let that roll for about 15 minutes. And then we will come back. We'll see if anything comes in or if we have anything to add. But here's the critical thing. Donald Trump can get up on TV all he wants and claim he's won and claim he's got victory. That's not the case. That isn't me saying he can't win. But when you look at the states, and let me pull that map up again, when you look at the states and the number of electoral votes that are left and the number of electoral votes that Donald Trump has, even if he got the remaining 55, he's to 268. He does not win. So he's not going to find out if he wins tonight because he doesn't have a path to win tonight. We have to find out again about these handful of other states. And it's really starting to look like this is going to come down to Pennsylvania And if it comes down to Pennsylvania, you better expect a massive, ugly legal battle. I will say this, and then we'll switch over to the martial law ban for one more replay, which is for the good of the country. You're either going to be pulling for the good of the country. If you're a Trump supporter, you want Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia to go to Trump. If you are a Biden supporter for the good for the good of the country, you want Pennsylvania and at least North Carolina or Georgia to go to Biden. Because then what happens is it makes legal challenges to the election for either candidate much harder for them to do. Because it gets much harder than to say, well, if I eliminate these batch of votes, then I win this state. Now they have to go in aggressively in multiple states. With that, martial law ban. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Fox News, how come you don't show this?
My dear son, yeah, I see you on the big screen. CNN smiling with them big dreams. I hope you don't lose faith in yourself. I raised you to play the cards that you were dealt. Sorry, mama, Ivy League dropped out. Left my peers all proud of me. Backpackers frowning on like the Justice League. This is on an odyssey. Homer hit a homer, now they speak on the team globally. I guess it's just a prophecy. Haters don't bother me. Understanding span, rubber band, trauma go around. Snap, damn, back again. Stealing fans, my name stays running around the room. Booty move. Ready to treat that man like the boys bulletproof. Sun here, go the teach into sun soon. Or the war, point the ox out when we're through. With these we need proof. Pledge allegiance to who? Now me, I need proof. Now me, I need proof. So what I tell them, no, I don't need CNN. The Fox News, I know I need truth. No, I don't need CNN. The Fox News, now me, I need proof. The power's in the people in the streets. We brought their policies all down to their knees. Yeah, 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 it's true. Yeah, 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 it's true. Mercy, give us some truth on the keys. Mercy, give us some truth on the keys. Why they always make it about what's black and what's white when they should really report what's wrong and what's right. Stop trying to play us like it's just left or it's right. We know there's more to decide. Put our lives in this fight. Press thanks for the coverage. Gotta change the subject. Stop putting us against each other. But we all got more in common. No need to be dishonest, just to lie some more dollars in your pockets. Yeah, you got options when your platform is popping. Chop, chop, yo, edits turn my city into Gotham. Sensationalize our problems. Now I'm in the mirror like, what happened? Lights, camera, action, no crack, shredding, oh. Cause see, I need action. So what we tell them, no, I don't need CNN or Fox News. I know I need truth. No, I don't need CNN or Fox News. I need
Katie is out here calling this a militant
She used the word militant and something else. I guess she doesn't like music. Black Block Katie is out here in Black Block. Hey, hey. Okay. Okay. It's good to see you too. What's that? Renee had to work. Yeah. I know, exactly.
Each and every one of you that are out here,
that whole addiction of food, clothing, shelter.
And my advice is to everybody is to find how best to channel that passion and make it so that fire stays lit. If it's your thing to be out here, then come out here and rep. If it's your thing to be on Twitter going crazy, then do that like crazy. But lend your talents, lend your passions to the movement, because that's how you're best fit. And that's what we're trying to do here with our music. So we're gonna play one more for y'all, and then we're gonna get on out and do our thing. We got a lot of love, solidarity with everyone here. We just dropped a new album, it's called 12 to Pine. We got some copies, you can just hand them out, Bert, give them into that pink backpack. You know what I'm saying? Pay what you think it's worth.
Sounds like Katie's getting heckled. And as much as I know some people would love me to go over there and heckle her, because I know everyone loved the heckling I did, we're staying here with the music.
Told you time to go, you gotta hit the road. Don't let them hold you back, leave them in the past. They don't like it when you stand on a hater like that. Oh, now you got them mad. Hey, get your dance. They don't wanna see you laugh, rather see you all sad, rather see us do it bad. They'd rather see us doing bad. We're talking flat. They said there wasn't a miracle. Said rap isn't spiritual. Act like me standing right here ain't a miracle. Confirmed with the oracle. Turned into a warrior. Worded ya euphoria. Moving in my story, yeah. Wasn't all glory though. Wasn't all scoring though. Had to hit the dirty work. Had to slay Baba verse. Carnivorous, connoisseur on this shit. Omnivore, and now it's finally over. And so we sing. It started back home. Burn it in your soul. Told you time to go. You gotta hit the road. Don't let them hold you back. Leave them in the back. They don't like it when you stand on that hater like that. Cool, now you got a back. Hey, it's your friends. They don't better see you rap. Better see you all time. Better see us going bad. 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 Yeah. Near the sun I've flown. Here with Cupid's bow. Got Penelope at home. Yeah, I always needed goals.
Flute person. It's flute person.
Hey, I went far on my journey, got scars on my journey hit. Pause on my journey found. Causing my journey. You ain't get it. You ain't with it. You ain't respond when I said it. You were riding in that Civic with them vision so vivid. Like, who'll wait till I hit this opera? Who'll like March wait till I am a doctor? We big as our nostril. It wasn't always hostile, it wasn't always docile, but look, we did it proper. And yet we took some losses. We didn't get no Oscars, but now we got them Oscar. Either that or not, just we're through this. No, it started back home. Hurting in your soul. Told you time to go. You gotta hit the road. Don't let them hold you down. Leave them in the back. Don't let them when you start on the hair like that. We love you, Seattle. Thank you so much. Keep fighting. We're here for you. Check check out the album, it's Protest Food.
Well, malcontents, we called it right. I got on here earlier and it says, let's get in front of Donald Trump and let's explain what the numbers are. And Donald Trump has said that he's going to go to the Supreme Court and ask them to stop the vote counts and has declared himself essentially winner of the election. So make no mistake about it. This is an attempt to not let due process run its course. Has Donald Trump won the election? He potentially has, but the reality is the votes need to be counted. And here's the thing, we have this lead in Pennsylvania, it's insurmountable. There are literally millions of votes in Pennsylvania that aren't counted. We knew that Trump was lining up to do this, weeks ago, right? He's been laying this foundation in Pennsylvania. We ran an analysis, and I keep bringing this up here. And what we had predicted was when we ran that analysis, when we went to bed tonight, it was going to look really bad for Joe Biden. We said that at the start of this broadcast, and we've said it over and over again. What will happen is you're going to see this big artificial lead, red lead in Pennsylvania. As they start to count those ballots that were sent in early, millions of votes, millions. The breakout of those, if we were to break them up into percent, so think of 100%. If you're doing from 100, what we calculated was on those ballots that have yet to be counted, that they would go about 25% to Biden, think of that as 100, and about 6% to Trump. It is a huge, huge delta between those two. That's why he doesn't want those votes counted there. He is probably right on Georgia. Georgia said they're not going to call tonight. I kind of said almost all night, I don't think Biden's going to win Georgia. North Carolina, he could be caught there. We're playing fun with numbers, but he's doing good at fun with numbers. And what I mean by with fun with numbers is, we're ahead by 1.4%, and the margin is this, and there's only 5%. And yeah, but it's not that simple. And like when you pull out the calculator, you start running the numbers. Is it impossible? No. Is it improbable? Probably not. Is it unlikely? Yes, but definitely not the case. Arizona, again, a couple of networks have called Arizona. We're following the AP. AP hasn't called Arizona, but other networks have called Arizona for Joe Biden. Nevada, the early numbers that are kind of coming out of Nevada, it's going to take some sort of miracle for Donald Trump to take Nevada. So this is what we kind of know as we're kind of finishing up here for our broadcast for the night. Alaska, Maine, they're going to cancel each other out. And then you have this extra electoral vote and where it goes. Somebody's going to pick up one electoral vote. But Biden will get 3 in Maine. Donald Trump's going to get 3 in Alaska. They cancel. So either Trump's going to get 1 out of Maine or Biden will get 1 out of Maine. The fact that New Hampshire went for Biden, the fact that Nebraska 2 went for Biden indicates to me, because I have said all along, where New Hampshire goes, Maine 2 will go. And I believe that Biden gets the 1. Pennsylvania, we're not going to know for days. And Pennsylvania said that, and Trump is already laying down the groundwork to throw out essentially that state. And why? Well, let's see. That's Joe Biden's birth state. And I'm telling you, when it's all added up, Joe Biden is going to win. He's going to win by probably more than 1.4%, Donald. That leaves Wisconsin. Wisconsin numbers, but Wisconsin's already said, we have a ton of votes. You're not going to find out anything tonight. Michigan, I'm looking at the numbers there, and the Detroit area in particular, I'm a little concerned I'm concerned, there is a ton of votes that haven't been counted there. When I last looked, it was about 30%. That leaves Georgia and North Carolina. So the bottom line is this. And I'll close with this again, take Wisconsin, take Pennsylvania, take Georgia out, because there's all 3 of those, well, Pennsylvania is like they said before, we're not going to have the results tonight. So you take Wisconsin and Georgia out of the mix because they have announced we are not giving you results tonight. Maine, what is it there? It's pushing 3 a.m. We're not getting Maine tonight, right? We'll get an update in Maine. Alaska, we had a civil war, the bloodiest conflict fought on this soil. We still had free elections in this nation. We had McCarthyism. We still had free elections in this nation. We had World War II with millions of U.S. soldiers scattered around the world. And we still held elections with mail-in ballots because we had millions of soldiers scattered around the world. We had the civil unrest of the 60s and the civil rights movement and the Vietnam War and the women's rights movement, of which very little progress has actually really been made since these small gestures were made, both for women and for the black community and the minority communities. And we still held free elections. We had Richard Milhouse Nixon, who historically, as we now know, in 1968, worked back channel to destroy the Paris peace talks with Vietnam, to extend the Vietnam War, to help his bid to be elected president in 1968. That is the utter definition of treason. We still had free elections. If we no longer have free elections and you think that we live in a nation of freedoms, you are lying to yourself. There is no other way to put this. It is a lie. So either America is no longer the shining beacon on the hill. I know that's a Reagan quote. I get it. It's a beautiful quote. And I know Reagan and trickle-down economics have been a disaster. They've been a catastrophe for this nation. I get it. But when Reagan spoke to those words of a shining beacon in a hill, what he was referring to was American democracy. And at least in the United States of America, once upon a time, we took the moral high ground. We didn't torture prisoners of war. We can thank George W. Bush for cracking that one open. We didn't do extrajudicial executions of American citizens by labeling them enemy combatants. We can thank Barack Obama for that one. And now we have a sitting president who is going, screw you and your free elections, I'm the king. And that's really what it comes down to. There are people that are dying in countries like Belarus and Nicaragua because they want to have free elections and because they have leaders that have gone, despite the fact I lost the election, I won. And if you don't like it, too bad. So America, you need to make a choice on where you stand on this. Because if we just roll over and go, okay, it's all good, we are no longer a free nation. And on that really somber note, we're going to go ahead and end our broadcast night. I thank everybody for watching us up to this point. And with that, Malcontent out. We will update, blog, social, yada, yada, yada in the morning. That's all I can say to you.
The Malcontentment Tango is a team of journalists, activists, and researchers with 3 key missions. A commitment to show an unfiltered view of the before, during, and after of key events, live as they happen. To defend the First Amendment, using our rights of a free press and to petition the government for redress of grievances. And to amplify the voices of underrepresented individuals, including Black, Indigenous, persons of color, and the LGBTQIA+ community. Our team is committed to seeking equality for all and holding those in power accountable. The easiest way to support us is to like and follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on Twitter, Periscope, Twitch, and Instagram. Thank you for supporting independent journalism and for being a malcontent.
You fit the profile. You're the malcontent.
Nobody wants to hear the nonsensical ravings of a loudmouth malcontent.
You are the biggest hypocrite on the face of